the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With lustrums gleaming hearts of steel, they march into battle, with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the dark's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Steel's horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and City, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chased. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shone, their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night will shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Tao's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won. In the shadows of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With lustrums gleaming hearts of steel, they march into battle, with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the dark's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Steel's horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and City, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chased. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shone.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
The night will shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Tao's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th,
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream. A very ugly stream. Gentlemen, I done fucked up. There's no way to sugarcoat it. There's no way to avoid it. There's no way to beat around the bush. I rolled the dice. And I came up short. Got myself a pair of double ones. And now it's time to own it. Now it's time to accept one's faults, to own one's mistakes, hold one's hands up.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you.
And
Mobile
bend
infantry
over
made me the man I am today.
and accept the spanking that I possibly deserve. Over the week, for those of you that aren't sure what's going on, over the weekend, I may have released a video saying that tower going to be pretty broken. I may have released a video saying that tower were a bunch of toxic crybabies. That video may have been premature. My legal team advises me, my legal team being Mad Larkin and Cosmic, so only the finest in legal minds, have advised me to say that maybe
Infantry, sir.
Good for you.
Maybe
Mobile
I jumped
infantry
the
made
gun
me the
slightly.
man I am today.
Maybe I jumped the gun slightly. Maybe. So, what are we going to talk about today? Bad lag. No, I think the flares are just shit. Well, what we're going to talk about today, we are going to talk about the meta. It's Meta Monday, boys. It's Meta Monday. And what I want to do is have a little chit, and dare I say chat, about what the hell is going on in the competitive meta right now. With, of course, a segment addressing a little bit of drama from the weekend. And also talking a bit about the Knights. And that's the briefing. So we're going to do Meta Monday, old school, proper Meta Monday, the way you guys like. And we're going to talk about a bit about the Tau, a bit about the Knights, and of course we're going to talk about the Guard as well. All right? All right. Oh, also I went to a tournament this weekend. But I might save that until the stream to do an after action report on that. All right, but I might touch upon it. So that's the briefing. With all that said, now let's get into the stream. So, as is tradition, we must start off every stream with. Well, as a tradition, we'll start off with our traditions. Just tanking the L's right now. As a tradition, we will start with our traditions. Traditions are very important in the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the Xenos, and of course what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their pulse rifle out? Just saying. Who is... Okay, bayonet. Who's ready to rock out with their bayonet out? It's time for roll call. Twitch gang, rise up. Kick Gang rides up, and of course, YouTube Legion. There's many, many of us in the YouTube chat. Rise up as well. Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Starting off, we've got Bad Rabbit. Say my name, baby. We've got Nick's Highlander, Soft Bjorn, Sabian Wilson. We've got Nez819, Major Problems, Marcelo, Emperor Zanen, Chain of Command. I love it, John. You changed chain of command. I love that. James, Board, Boabab. We've got Carson Newell. We've got Random Idiot. We've got Mr. Spriggs. He's a Mister now. I would say you're a Dr. Spriggs, but that's just me. Alex Miller, Christian Steve Camp, Jawat, Zark 969, JP Greer, The Emperor's Monk. We've also got Whispering Monk rebranded, I understand. Daniel Simpson, Troubadour 212, Uet Magia, Chansey. We've got Samuel Phoenix, Lord Castellan, Dr. Balanga, Woot Bear, Baron Kaza, Dead Jim, The Red Scout, Lower Decks, Matthew Mante. We've got 2 over 2 Wheels, Godlike Boat, Wicked Assassin 5586, Chase 7684. We've got Deanstein, we've got Bed Q's, Nez819, Chicken Detonator, Russell W, Agent Hobby, Toffee Station. Hey, I think that's everyone. And that's everyone. If I didn't say Daniel Simpson, everyone over Castle Newell, everyone over on YouTube Gang. We have a few more sneaking in. Warmaster World sneaking as well. Jammy Jam Jam sneaking in. We've also
reporting for duty,
got
sir.
Russell W, Original Bad Rabbit, say my name again. We've also got Marold and Spriggs and James over on Kick. And then on Twitch Gang, we've got Russell W, Turtle10 Alpha. We've got James and we've got Spriggs. There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you beautiful, crazy sons of bitches. Welcome to the flagellation of Mordian Glory. It's not that bad, don't worry. Thank you so much for being here. 1 minute, I need to do my side light. There we go. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining today's stream. And of course, don't forget to go ahead and smash the like button and subscribe and follow whilst you are here. It's a great way of supporting the channel and for boosting the stream and for making sure that that this stream goes to as many people as possible, so as many people can see my salty face. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that not only has liked the stream, not only has subscribed and followed, but also a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with the super chats and the member flexes and the gift emotions and the prime subs and the gift subs and all that stuff. And let's take a moment and go through those people that have gone above and beyond the call of duty. What we're going to do, guys, is we're going to go through the super chats first, and then we'll talk a little bit about the self-inflicted drama, and then we are going. Oh, 1 minute. I need to take my socks off, and then we'll get into the drama, then Meta Monday, and then it's too warm. I need the socks off, and then we're going to have a talk at this time about the tournament after action report, but probably. Save that until next stream if we don't have time tonight. All right. So, starting off, we have got... Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything here. We have got 2 over 2 wheels! 2 over 2 wheels. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby! There we go. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for giving us fresh stock with new conscripts. 07, you magnificent bastard. And dude, appreciate you starting off the stream right. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to Nick's Highlander. Thank you for the super chat, mate. 90% of a chapter relic in stream discussion. Well, let's take a fucking look then. Let's take a fucking look.
Backbone of the guard.
Oh wow.
Ready to serve.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. That is an old ass Baneblade. Holy shit, man. So for those of you that don't know what you're looking at, so shout out to, oh, that's the one which had the missing track. Interesting. So those that don't know what you're looking at, this is an armor cast. An armor cast shadow sword. So before, a long time ago, in a town called Kickapoo, there was a company called Armorcast that GW essentially subcontracted to make some weird and wacky and wonderful models. Some of the Armorcast Tyranids that you can find out there are amazing. Giant armored slugs that you could put in a pillowcase and use as a murder weapon, because they were made out of solid resin. Solid resin. You had the Armorcast Reaver Titan, and then you had this crazy thing, which is the Armorcast Shadow Sword, and it is an absolute beaut. It is a beaut. Oh my god. Older than her commander. Next Highlander, you're taking that Imperium roleplay to the next level. All of your vehicles and equipment are older than the men. Amazing. There we go. Next Highlander. That is a true treat for the eyes. And you're doing her proud. You're doing her proud. I look forward to seeing that. I look forward to seeing the old girl fully restored to glory and on the battlefield, snapping necks and cashing checks. There we go. All right. Who have we got next? Who have we got next? We have got the Lower Decks. The Lower Decks, thank you very much for the super chat, mate. It's a party in the club in stream discussion. Oh my god. Right. Sir, the situation has turned into Erica Eleniak. I don't know who that is. That's right, sir. We are under siege. We managed to clear the club of patrons and a barricade at the points of entry. We had about 30 minutes of breathing space before it began. It was not Tau. Their options are sly and cunning. It was their supporters, sir, the Gavesa. Seduced by promises of cheap power, big blue tits, or just crippled by their own anxieties, they attack. Waves don't come for us. Legion, sir, they hold. Tiki stands on the roof, power fist and wooden mask, a clear target for these superhuman wretches. Their aim is terrible. Madlarkin and Molario's everywhere is excellent. Fuck's sake, what is this? I better be careful. I probably can't show that off on YouTube for too long. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. Dude, I need to... Who the fuck is Erica Eleniak? I'm going to Google this. I bet it's someone really inappropriate. Let's have a look. Is it... Oh, someone from Baywatch and E.T. Well, I have to say that is extreme. That's an extremely. It's an older reference, sir, but it checks out. I was really worried that was gonna come up with like fucking porn, but I was like, fuck it. I've rolled the dice once. I can't roll double one again, surely. Too young to remember. I wasn't even born when that film came out. And I wasn't even born when that film came out. There you go, Lower Decks. Well, keep firing, assholes. Keep firing, assholes. That's what I say. Lower Decks, amazing, man. All right. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Speaking of gifted memberships, I also want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege, the man who guides us through these truly tumultuous times, the man who keeps our ears clean and our spirits pure. There we go. There we go. Amazing, man. Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. We've also got Marold. We can't talk about gifted membership without Marold. Without Mal being here. Mal, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. And I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar. I want to say a big thank you to Tiki. Banzai! 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 Thank you so much, Tiki, for the gifted membership. Thank you for the extra Shimbito. We will have them devouring the brains of the Emperor before you know. Also, Tiki, I'm going to a bot action event this weekend. It's a big bot action one. It's a D-Day narrative event. I will be taking 2,900 points of Germans to defend Utah Beach. Well, it's Utah Beach and, like, is it the Carilian? Or I put the peninsula behind it as well. There you go. I have Ostrupen. I have got Shirkers. But I've also got some regulars and a hardened core veterans as well. So there you go. So look forward to that, Tiki. It will be coming out. I'll be doing the after action report for that. It won't be for a few weeks, but yeah, there we go. I had to bulk out my forces a little bit, so I actually have 6 tanks. Well, I have Panzer 4, 2 Panzer 3s, Marder 3, Puma, and a 250 with autocannon. Yeah. So there's a basically I've got I can tell you what list I'm running. I won't give you the full list. I'll just give you the quick version. So I've got 709th Static Infantry Division, which basically consists of all Ostrupen. And then I've got the 91st Infantry Division, which consists of regulars. I've got a Flak 88 as well, which consists of regulars. And then I've got the 243rd Infantry Division, which is my more veteran forces. So yeah, there you go. I don't have any nebs. I don't own any. Mad Larkin, sadly, I don't own any. I wish I could, but I don't own that. I don't own a single neb. It's a narrative event. I'm going to say I'm not looking to rewrite history. I'm kind of looking for history to play out as it did. All right, moving on. I want to say a big thank you to JP Greer. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Thank you so much for the super chat, mate. I want to say a big thank you to you for the support. Tau can be great in the meta as long as they only play children and OAPs of start set armies. Apparently that is true. Apparently so. And we'll get to this in a moment. But honestly, it's really... I stand at a fork in the road, gentlemen. On the one hand, do we de-escalate? On the other hand, is the only acceptable response a disproportionate one? We're gonna be calm for now. We're gonna be calm. JP Greer. Apparently, Tau are struggling a bit. All right. Apparently, Tau are struggling a bit. And apparently, you're right. Apparently, they need a bit of help. Yeah. Random idiot. I'm getting there. Don't worry. I'm getting there. I'm saving it all for the segment, as it were. Okay. What do we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Law Castellan. Law Castellan, thank you so much for the 27-month member flex. Yes, holy shit, man. Holy shit. Double X-Force Bolter crew, baby. The Holy Bolter. Crusade progress in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Crusade progress. Aha, okay. So, 2 battles into the Crusade. The 570th Terran regulars remain undefeated. Fighting the treacherous Alpha Legion was easier than the fending off the warp fuckery of Magnus's boys, but still no easy feat. Stars this last battle with my second Rust commander, SFC Peter, killing 40% of the Alpha design by himself, and Commissar Jacobs leading a squad of shock troopers and slaying a 10-man warp talon unit. Shit. These heroes of the Imperium have both been marked for greatness. The mission bonus was a second mark for greatness. This is the end of the state of the board. All that was left was a 1-wound Hell Brute. Whoa. Whoa. One Hell Brute, and then we got Dawn, Tank, Hellhound, Infantry, and 2 more tanks. Oh, Sergeant first class. Understood. Understood. Sorry, I'm not so au fait with the military lingo. Appreciate it. All right, that looks cool. That looks like you fucking smashed him, frankly. The narrative of your army is it wins. Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Okay. So, Lord Castellan, I love it, mate. I love it. Keep us appraised. I love that. The 577th regulars, man. Not irregulars, regulars. I like that. I like that a lot. All right. I want to say next a big thank you to Chain of Command. Chain of Command, thank you so much for the super chat. The Giga Chat, yes. Work in progress dream discussion. That punk band I love, Bob Villain, the ones that do the GDP song, have caused outrage due to comments said when they played at Glastonbury. Yeah. So we're not going to talk about that, John, in any great detail, because obviously this is a politics-free channel, and that is a particularly politically sensitive topic at the moment. What happened? I am not going to obviously pass comment on it, because that's not the point of this. All I'm going to say is I can relate, because I landed myself with some hot water this weekend as well. Not quite of the same manner. Not quite in the same manner. But I was just like, I was like, yeah, me too, guys. I upset some people. I don't think it's quite equal, shall we say? Yeah, but there we go. That was just a slightly inappropriate joke there. Let's have a look at what John's been working on. Here we go. I need a radio operator from my German force, but no radios in the Wargames Atlantic kit heads wearing radio equipment were there, so I cut up a jerry can and a piece of stretch sprue for antenna. Nice! Dude, that's cool. That's cool. That's super cool, man. That is super cool. I love kit bashing. Kit bashing is like my favorite thing, which is what even with like the fact that I paint so much, I do love kit bashing, and so it's one of the reasons why I have a criticism of some of the GW kits, because they can be hard to kit bash. But I have to say, I was actually building some new GW models this weekend, and man, like, some of the kits that GW produces really are incredible. Yeah. Really, I was painting, because I'm a meta chasing piece of shit. I was painting up. I'll see if I can get this to be a bit better. I was painting up one of the Death Guard this weekend, and I have to say, this flail guy is an unbelievably cool model. Unbelievably cool. In fact, this flail guy here got me building another bloody 10 of the bastards. 9 of the bastards? 9 or 10 of the bastards, yeah. I was doing a few test schemes for things that I might be working on as part of TTC. The Heresy. Look at that. The Heresy Tactical Marine is so much more simple. So much simpler. Yeah. But they are easier to kit bash. So there's that. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, John, like, I'd say I love kit bashing, but you can't really do it with the new GW kits. But the new GW kits do have some of their own benefits, you know, mostly being the fact that the models are fucking gorge. So, yeah. Yeah. Guess it's what you prefer. Older models that you can put your own take on, or newer models that maybe you got to accept what you get. Yeah, for the average. Yeah. For the average people. Blue Anchor, is Discord link available to Kick or just YouTube? It's available to everyone. I just haven't set it up on Kick yet because I'm relatively new on Kick. But it is available. If you're a Kick member, you can absolutely. If you're a member on, if you're a sub on Kick, you can absolutely get access to the Discord. My advice, mate, would be to email me. We're just doing a one-to-one basis at the moment. Email me, mordianglorytv@gmail.com. You can. I'll put a link. Well, you can find it in the description of any of my YouTube videos. So do that. Email me saying, hey, it's Blue Anchor from Kick, and then send me a screenshot of your proof of your Kick subscription, and then I can let you into Discord. All right, there we go. All right, next I want to say a big thank you to Trooper number 2102. Thank you for the super chat, man. 07, sir, hobby update and stream discussion. 07 back at you, and I bet it's Battletech. Let's have a look. How much more Battletech? How much more Battletech did you get done? Let's have a look. It is Battletech. How did I know? Oh, man. It is Battletech. So what is this? 07, so the hobbying goes well. Some models I ordered came in the mail. These are one piece / push fit Battletech models from 3rd edition and 1994 starter set. Wow. These models were super basic, but they were many people's first minis. I got a group of them base coated, looking to find some troop transports soon for my platoons of battle armor. 6 Maxims should do the trick. I'm not entirely certain what a Battletech Maxim is, but I'm happy to find out. Yeah, those are little, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Those are a little goofy. But I suppose they are part of the rich tapestry and history that is Battletech. Yeah. Wow, those are basic and simplistic. And I don't mean to be shitting on them, but yeah, wow.
Jaffa, Creed.
Yeah, wow. Gotta have a bit of all of them, though, you know? Gotta try a bit of everything. Gotta collect them all. Hey! Boop, boop, boop the snoot. There we go. Cute cat. Nice. And you know what? Even though they're simplistic models, they still look great when painted up. Do you know what I mean? They still look great when painted up. That's the important bit. Doesn't really matter if the model's a bit goofy or a bit old. As long as they look good when painted up, that's the main bit. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Samuel Phoenix. Samuel Phoenix, thank you so much for the 22-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Oh, 22 months, man. Shit. 22 months? Damn, son. By God, sir, I've almost done it. When you say you've almost done it, I presume you mean you've almost made it to 2 years? Is that what you were referring to? If so, obviously correct me if I'm wrong, Samuel Phoenix, but if so, let me just say, yeah, man, almost there. Almost got that bolter. Nice. Holy shit, bro. Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 2 years. I raise my glass to you. You're a good lad. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. That 2 years is in sight, bro. It's in sight. It's so close you can taste it. You can taste it. All right. So Felix, love it, mate. Thank you. Genuinely, mate. I do appreciate it. Like, supporting the channel for 2 years is a big deal. So thank you, man. I want to say a big thank you to Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, thank you so much for the tip, mate. Just the tip. Thank you for your support, man. 07, sir. USPS tells me that your package has been delivered. It has, and I've also had had a note, a message from my PO box guy, so it's definitely there. There we go. Nice. Shout out to next to Nick the Salamander for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the 5 extra initiates for the trial by fire. Into the fires of battle, unto the anvil of war. Nick Salamander, thank you for support, man. Next up, big shout out to Cosmic for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. Thank you very much for the Bane Blade chat, man. We heard last stream, but I'm requesting the official debut showing of Scum, this Chemdog song tribute. Let's riot. Cosmic, you got it. You got it. It's happening. It's happening. Now, Cosmic, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this and I'm going to change my pants. That's not because I've got an erection so large these pants can't contain it. The pants I'm wearing right now are particularly sweaty, not really helping in this very, very hot room. Hence why the fan's on again. So I'm going to change my pants to something a little bit more comfortable, and then I will be back. I'll be back. All right. So the gang will hear the song. You know that I love the song. So we're back in a moment. Cosmic, I'll even put the music video on. There we go. All right. I'm only going to be a minute, mate. So don't worry. I will still see most of the song.
We are the ones they send to die, not for glory, not for honor, for numbers.
Lost in gym, my brother's foot still twitches in the trench beside. No names left, just filth and pride. Commissar Skull blew his brains out last night. Said the Emperor blinked when he saw our fight. We laughed through our mask, cough up our blood. One more step, then we wait for the thud. Tell the stars, we're still here, waiting to death with no fear. We ain't righteous, we ain't clean, but we kill better than your saints and machines. Come, we are the ash and the rot, the blood they forgot, the war that won't stop. Come, we never had a choice, but we'll die with a voice for the damned, for the broken boy. All those gems and numbers to wear, all those redemptions and balls to prayer. With their prayers, the gun and the balls to run. So we fight for each other and do what we must. We burned the shrine, we mined the grave. We buried the pure to dig up the brave. No medals, no hymns, no shining flame. Just dog tag scratch with the wrong name. They call us lost, they call us filth, but we never ran.
The Jungle Pattern shorts have come out.
We are heroes.
Oh, man. I love it.
Savler Third still alive, holding position. No supplies, no Medicaid, no hope. Still fighting. Still breathing. Still scum. End transmission.
So good, man. So good. What's this? A quoting stream? Back at 94? Not too far off, mate. I'm gonna be eating some humble pie. You know, man's gotta own up to his mistakes. Okay. Oh yeah, much better. I'm wearing these. So my friend from the Royal Marines, for a birthday present once, bought me some Rhodesian camo short shorts, and they were like £3 from like Temu or something, and I don't like wearing them. I mean, I know the topic of Rhodesia is spicy, to say the least, and I'm going to make something abundantly clear. I'm not wearing these in solidarity for a nation now lost or any bollocks like that. Okay, no. That's not even remotely. Okay, I don't care one way or another. You know, it's not my. I'm not. That's not the point of this channel. But I don't wear them because they're ridiculously short. Like, if there wasn't any netting in them, I'd probably be showing brain, and I'm not the most well-endowed man. So I'm wearing them simply because it is so warm right now that I needed to wear just the most cooling of clothing. I am tempted to pull out the wife beater. I don't like wearing it, but I am tempted to pull out the tank top. But I think I've got to. I think I've just got to wear what I'm wearing now. Oh man, there you go. There you go. Oh man. So yeah, I'm wearing my.
You heard me. I said
I'm
cream.
wearing these fucking things, man. They're very, very comfortable. They're very comfortable. That's the main thing. All right. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more super chats here. Let me just check something, boys. I just want to make sure I've not missed anything on the old tipping link, as it were. I've done chicken detonator, but I want to make sure I've not missed anything else. No, we're all good. So, I want to say a big thank you to Ed Bailey! Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. By Sharp's command, we dominated. By night and Timmy's glorious pork sausage, you Tau lover. Ah! I have no love for the Tau, but I have no hatred for the Tau either, despite popular internet opinion. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the support, man. Thank you so much, man. And yes, guys, as always, don't forget to support the channel by supporting the sponsors. We have a whole bunch of affiliate links down in the description below. We've got War Games Atlantic, Element Games, Noble Knight Games. We've also got Firestorm Games. We've got many affiliate links. So check them out and buy the models you were going to get anyway. There we go. There we go. Ed Bailey, as always, thank you for reminding me to rattle my tin cup. I want to say a big thank you next to Cosmic again. Cosmic smashing it tonight. I love the kit bash. Look at the MG Mobile, for example. Well, indeed, Cosmic. Indeed. And Cosmic, not only... can I get the MG Mobile out? The Mordian Mobile. Let me have a look. You guys might get to see the back of my legs in these lovely Rhodesian battle shorts. Oh, yeah. I told you they were short, man. Look at that. I told you they were short. Woo! I told you they were short. So, behold, truly the greatest Lord Commissar. Not Lord Commissar, fucking hell. Lord Solar Leontus. Nice. Cosmic built that nearly entirely out of GW parts. It was very impressive. Yeah, I've got shorts on right now. But Cosmic, not only that, what about the Graves tank? Cosmic, I promised you I was going to start using it. I was going to be better. And it went to a tournament. And he did all right, you know, old Graves. He did okay. Yeah. Armed with his demo cannon. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. There was a few moments when he completely whiffed. But mostly he was on brand. Mostly he was on target. There we go. Black Hawk putting Mordian Thursday days when. Well, you know, apparently I got cancelled this weekend. So I've gone from fascist to woke to fascist in the space of 48 hours, which I think is a pretty good turnaround.
For duty, sir.
We're playing both sides. That way we always come out on top. So apparently I'm going to need to make the thirst videos now that I've been cancelled. Oh, my God. Yeah, Cosmic. You are to blame on the gun. I gave you a gun option. I wanted to try demo cannons out. I wanted to try it out. I have the other options. I wanted to try a demo cannon out. Yeah. I wanted to try it out. I mean, you do love the fence. I do love the fence. I have splinters up my bum. And I wiggle them around to feel the pain just to know they're still there. Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Uet Magia Chansey. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's take a look. Chansey, my boy. Chansey, the voice of reason. The voice of reason. Let's have a look. That's what you should be called now, Chansey. Just the voice of reason. Photo 1, work in progress, waiting to be based and finished. Photo 2, waiting to be based. Photo 3, remaining specialist at NCOs. Let's have a look. Yes! I can feel the need to surrender coming over me. Wouldn't it be hilarious if these guys kept failing their battleshot tests? I'm just saying, Chansey. No. These are World War I French. They were pretty hardcore. I'm only taking the piss. Dude, they're coming along so nicely. Oh, my God, mate. Mate, they're looking so Gucci.
You heard me.
They're looking so Gucci, man. Yeah, buddy. This guy looks amazing. The final finished product. Well, buddy, sorry. Don't say it, Chansey. Don't tell me they fucking failed Battleshock the first time. Oh, my God. Bad Rabbit. It's a reference to Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's why I say it. I play both sides. That way, I always come out on top. Remember, guys, the head cow is always grazing. Oh, my God. You failed faster and never got out of it. Oh, my God. Well, you haven't fully committed to the project just yet, Chansey. There's still time. You're going to have a commissar with them just to make sure they do as they're fucking told. Oh, man. All right. Next one, say a big thank you to Chain of Command. Chain of Command, thank you for super chat, bro. Pictures in stream discussion. Some of my Battletech minis. Hey, nice. Here we go. I have some Battletech figures. I have painted. Last one is about 3 times the size of the ones. But not by Battletech, by alternative armies. But I'm using in a Battletech style game. Nice. So that's a legit Battletech model. That's a legit Battletech model. And then that's the big Chungus. Yes. Bro, that's fucking massive, man. It's on the size of a dreadnought or something crazy. Oh, man. Oh. Oh, man. John, they look great. Honestly, they look really good, man. You guys are getting me Battletech pilled. So I'm square-based. Heresy pilled. What can I be? What can the analogy for Battletech be? I'm conflict curious. Battletech. I can't think of one. Hex-headed. I could be hex-headed. Yeah, I like that. Square-based, heresy-pilled, and hex-headed. and conflict curious. Heat sunk. Battle stoked. Battle stoked is pretty good. Mech pilled. A mechaphile, fuck's sake. Tech tantalize. Tech titillated. Tech aware. Tech aware is quite good. Techtrosexual. Heat sunk's pretty good. And I'm heat sunk. Yeah. We'll go for heat sunk. We'll go for heat sunk. All right. So I am now conflict curious, square based, heresy pilled, and heat sunk. There we go. Or tectonic's quite good, Blinky. Tectonic's quite good as well. I'm ready to drink the tectonic. I'm ready to drink the tectonic. There you go. There you go. Nice. That's cool, man. It's happening. It's happening. It's going to happen. You guys just bombard me with it enough. It's going to happen. Oh, my God. Chanty, that's a cool gift, by the way. I think we should show that off for a minute. Yeah, it's like, forward. Man, so cool. Yeah. I mean, cool as from a film point of view. Obviously horrific in real life. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Ed Bailey, my boy. Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat, man. Has Timmy got the hot pants on? Love those. I do. I have my short shorts on. I have my short shorts on. It's I can't deny it. It is the wet. I feel a lot better for putting them on. I was melting before. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't concentrate, man. I was like, fucking hell. My bollocks were sweating off. Now they're cool and airy. There we are. And I've got no socks on as well. So it's like a double doozy. Yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you, man. Also, I'll say a big thank you to Dust Apollo. Dust Apollo, thank you for the super chat, man. Pure Tide program apology collab when? Oh. Who knows? Who knows? You know, who knows? Maybe he could teach me a thing or two. Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Right. We're all caught up. I'm going to double check. Make sure I've not missed anything. But I think we're all caught up. I do want to just get something ready here first, okay?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
Glorious day in the Corps.
I
Day in
need
the
to
Marine
check
Corps is like a
something.
day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Okay, yeah, cool. All right, so where were the socks on your Wang Wang Lloyd? That might explain a lot. They don't make socks small enough, mate. That's the problem. Callum, oh man, Mordian in short shorts. Is it getting hot in here, or is it just me? Okay. It's just you. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay. So in short, you dare deny my bat chow? What the fuck's a bat chow? You say bat chow these nuts.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Did I miss you? Still unsure? I don't think I missed you. I don't think I missed you, but if I did, please let me. I don't think I missed a super chat, but let me see. But let me know if I missed it off. I just got the wrong end of the stick on the whole thing. I want to say a big thank you. We've got 2 more super chats sneaking in here. Oh, it's a clan word for challenge. Ah, okay, understood. Understood. Sorry, I when someone says something like that, it makes me think I missed a super chat because I often do.
Reporting for duty, sir.
I want to say a big shout out to Bioweapon Cosmic, to Cosmic Drew. There we are, fully e-mech'd and all mech'd up. I like it, man. I like it. Fully e-mech'd. Oh, I'm fully e-mech'd. If I get into it, I'll be fully e-mech'd. All right. Yeah. I'm square based, heresy pilled, conflict curious, and fully e-mech'd. That's cool, man. That's cool. I love it. It took me a second to get. I was like e-mech'd, but it was like I had to say it as more of a e-mech'd. Yeah. I also say a big thank you to Metric Steel.
Forward, you
Metric
dogs,
Steel,
to
thank you so much
victory!
for the. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. For Battletech, the next question you have to ask yourself is: are you in a sphere or clan pilled? In a sphere base or clan pilled?
Heavy meals and banquet.
So
Paycheck of fortune.
I don't really know
Formation of parade. I love the call.
much about Battletech. I know that essentially the inner sphere is like the core worlds with like high standard living and, you know, a bit until, you know, they're basically sort of high standard of living, a bit, you know, sort of a bit soft. And then the clans are basically made up of like the main general getting all of the military and being like, fuck you guys, we're leaving and setting up our own thing that's going to have like blackjack and hookers, fucking off for like 400 years and then coming back to be like, okay, well now we've set up this super high militarized society, we're going to come back and take over the inner sphere. So I feel like that's roughly what I know about Battletech. So based on that alone, I do feel like the clanners feel a bit more badass. But I don't know if that's... I don't know. I always supported... It's kind of like, do you support the Browncoats or do you support the Alliance in Firefly? So you support the Browncoats, right? Even though they're lost, you support the Browncoats. So I don't know. Maybe I will. I'll tell you what. I will start off as an inner sphere person. All right, as an inner sphere. I'll start off as an inner sphere, and if I end up reading into it more, I may become a clanner. I will break away and become a clanner. Alright? But I'll start on the inner sphere and I'll follow that journey myself. I'll follow the same journey. There we go. I do want to use urban mechs though, because apparently they're really shit. And I love things that are really shit. So if urban mechs are in a sphere thing, then consider me fully round. Are you clan based or are you round based or clan pilled? There you go. There you go. All right. Okay. I want to say a big thank you next to Cosmic, my boy. Cosmic is popping off right now. Cosmic. It's time for a poll. MD should get a mustache. Option 1, Tom Selleck. 2, Groucho Marx. 3, Frederick Nietzsche. 4, Charlie Chaplin. No, because it's not a Charlie Chaplin mustache, is it, Cosmic? It's not. And I really, really, really don't think it's a good idea to be adding any more fuel to the fire right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Mordian Chaplain. Fucking hell. Nah, Cosmic, it's not happening. Hotzendorf. I'd go Hotzendorf. Is it Nietzsche? Sorry, it's just I misread it. Yeah. I sort of read it and then how it, yeah, anyway. Charlie Chaplin, your Hugo Boss attire. No. I don't own any Hugo Boss attire. Genuinely. Nah, airing das nuts. Fuck's sake. Oh, man. Just spin on the heads and go for the Karl Marx bit. Yeah, see, that would throw him for a loop, wouldn't it? Yeah, after that Tao found that comment you liked 2 years ago, you need to lay low. Maybe you only played favorites for a while. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, we do need to talk about that, to be fair. Moving swiftly on. All right. So, I want to say a big thank you to the Red Scout. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. First time running Met Guard. Any tips? Pictures of list in stream discussion. Let me take a look, mate. Is that 1,000 points? That's got to be 1,000 points, right? Honestly, if that's 1,000 points, I think you're pretty fucking good, to be honest. One thing I would consider. I don't really think you'd... So I'm presuming Dawn Commander, Exterminator, and then Chimera. Cadians, right? Or Cadians, Kazakin, Cadians. Okay. So, and then, yeah. So I wouldn't necessarily change anything about that. If you really, really wanted to mix it up, what I would actually suggest is you don't necessarily need the Exterminator to make the Rogal Dawn Commander work. You could just use the Fields of Fire stratagem. Because Fields of Fire will just give you +1 AP on this thing, and then you could take this with, like, a better gun. Like, I would probably go Combined Arms. I would run a Plasma Executioner here. Run this as a Rogal Dawn Commander. And then that way, you will be able to just... but you need to be able to select a... Maybe you're... Yeah, it's tricky because then you'd need to have a regiment unit. And you wouldn't have a regiment unit on the board, so that would be a bit of a problem. I think that this is probably totally okay as it is. Yeah. Multi-lasers do look good. Yeah, I do agree. I do think multi-lasers look better than heavy bolters. I do think they look better, and I respect the drip. Also, it is the quintessential classic Chimera loadout multi-laser heavy bolter. Like, it has its own, like, pattern name and everything. I can't remember what it is, but it does. Okay, so, yeah, only thing I could possibly suggest, and I don't even know if it's necessary, but only thing I could possibly suggest is you make that a plasma tank, which is, I think, is the same points. Might be 10 points cheaper, so save 10 points there. And then you bring these down to regular Cadians, which would save you another 45 points. And between the 10 points saved here and the 45 points saved here, you get yourself a Scout Sentinel. And then that Scout Sentinel would allow you, because it's got the regiment keyword, that Scout Sentinel would allow you to not only get reroll ones to hit, but also you basically just have... I mean, what I would do with the Scout Sentinel is actually sit it on your home objective, because you've got nothing that wants to sit on your home objective. So you just sit it on your home objective, and then you just every turn go, Fields of Fire, and just boost the Rogal Dawn. That's what I would probably do. So you don't actually lose a single unit. You don't lose a single unit. You just downgrade the Kazakin, swap out a tank, get a Scout Sentinel, and that way this guy will have all of the AP inbuilt that he needs, because it'll be full plasma, and this guy will have all the AP that he needs. That's the only thing, and you get an extra unit out of it, and it's you that doesn't mind sitting on your home objective because the Scout Sentinel just chilling there. Yeah. That is what I would probably consider doing. Alright. Other than that, but if you changed, the only thing I would possibly change is maybe a las cannon in the front here. Yeah. If you didn't change a single thing about this list, except for putting a las cannon in the front, I think the list would still do very well. Because it's fucking, that's a lot for people to deal with at 1,000 points for sure. Alright. I want to say a big thank you to Al Coffin. Al Coffin, thank you so much for the 12 months in the Twitch Penal Legion. Cross ships, baby. Yes. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Dude, thanks for supporting for a full fucking year, Al Coffin. You crazy Custodes bastard. Hey, Mordian, check stream discussions for a meme that will probably make you laugh. Let's take a look. Right, 1 minute. Let me get this on properly. It's going to be a bit loud now because I was having it on loud so I could hear Cosmic Song. Average Garden Light on Postcode. That's very well done. I think it's pretty good. I do think that's pretty good, Al Coffin. Nice. I actually thought it's really... I was actually just very impressed by that. That was actually very well done. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. And then I want to say a big thank you. I want to say a big thank you to APPY Yugi channel for the 12-month member flags, baby! X-Force, baby! Been waiting a year for this! Oh. Dude. App Yugi channel, or Yugi as I will call you from now on. Thank you for supporting the channel for a full year. 07, you magnificent bastard. And I welcome you wholeheartedly and sincerely into X-Force. There we go. Shit, man. Shit, son. All right. Okay. Okie croaky. Okie croaky. So, let's have a look here. If you're... Oh, Wangum's Whimsies. It's done the whole... Wangum's Whimsies. Don't worry. It has done YouTube updated last week. So don't worry. I can tell you how to get your name back. What you need to do is go to your YouTube studio. The way you access that is in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You know where the button where you click on that and it'll sort of have your... It's like your avatar. Click on that. Go to YouTube studio. Then you'll have a menu on the left-hand side. Go to Customize. And then scroll down a bit and you want to change your handle. Now you can only change it once every like 24 or 48 hours. So change it to that, to Wangum's Whimsies, and then you'll be all right. There you go, man. There you go. Blue Anchor Morning, do you ever think we'll get proper tanks in Helldivers 2? I fucking hope so. Yeah. I fucking hope so. So it's the thing's mirrored on the camera's mirrored. So that's why that point to the left, but that's my left. That's your right. There you go. Other way around. That's my right. That's your left. That's my left and your right. There you go. Oh, every 2 weeks. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. But Wang Wibsies, 12 months, man. Good effort. Right. I need a drink. I need a drink because it's very warm. And then we need to talk about some Tau drama. Okay? We talk about some Tau drama because I know that's why you're all here. You're all here to see me eat humble pie. So, that's what we're going to fucking do. Okay? Now let me just check something. You're here for the self-flagellation. Well, give me 1 minute to get a drink. Yeah, keep that arm down, boy. No mishaps. No mishaps. Okay. So, I'll be back. Uno momento. You get to see the short shorts again. You like that ass? Well, you can't have it. I'm somebody's bitch. It is fucking warm in here. Oh, warm. Okay. Let's have a look. All right. All right.
Jaffa, Creed!
Wango Whimsies, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. With the name fixed, can I get an X-Force, baby, please? X-Force, baby! Wango Whimsies, baby! Yes! Wango Whimsies, you brave, beautiful son of a bitch! Thank you so much for the incredible support, man. Thank you for supporting the channel on the Super Chat and for a full year. Dude, you're a magnificent bastard. And thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Amazing, man. Amazing. I also want to say a big thank you to Swordsman Smith. Swordsman Smith, my man. Let's have a look here. Swordsman Smith, thank you for the nails. They are biting. Swordsman Smith, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Yes, mate. Yes. Well, mistakes were made. Picture in stream discussion. It's not loaded yet. I've jumped the gun a little bit. It's not loaded yet. But I will give it time to load. Okay? I'll give it a moment to load. And then we'll dive into some shit. Yeah, I think it's just Discord taking its sweet time, as it were. Yeah, taking its sweet time. Story time with Tim, the best part of the evening. Not with those shorts on, though. What, do you want the shorts to come off? Well, last week my club was deciding on jersey designs. I asked why not pink and purple in this pattern, and it won the vote. Also, my hat arrived. Amazing. Absolutely fabulous. Auto Magnolia. That's actually really cool, man. That's actually really cool. Yeah, blood for the blood god, baby. Yeah, man. Oh, that's so good. That is so good, man. 10 out of 10. Actual 10 out of 10. Amazing. Amazing. You know what? That hat actually matches that top. You're going to look fantastic. You look absolutely fantastic, mate. Yeah, I agree with Matt Larkin. I felt he has a mistake. It's actually not a bad design. It's actually pretty cool. And yeah, I think it's, yeah, that's what everyone said. Yeah, exactly. It's not a mistake. It's not a mistake. Now you all just need to run Emperor's Children and you'll be all right. There you go. Vice City vibes. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. 100%. All right. All right. Saul Smith. Fantastic, man. Fantastic. So, he'll slay, as it were. Indeed. Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. Instead of Slay Queen, it'd be like Slay Zerk for Sergeant. For Zerk for Berserker. Brother. Slay, brother. Slay. Something like that. Anyway. Either way, joking aside, all looks good. It's a bold choice. It's a bold choice, Con. It's a bold choice. So, gentlemen, men who are gentle. It's time to talk about a bit of drama. Over the weekend, I posted a video which caused a bit of a stir. The video basically was it was a stream highlight where I talked about the current state of the Tau. We touched a little bit upon the lore, but mostly we focused on the gameplay. And basically, I was like, Tau are fine. Okay, I didn't say Tau are fine. I said Tau bitch, moaned and whined until they got their rules changed. And then now they've got their changed rules. They're really, really broken. All right? Really, really powerful. Really, really broken. Now, I'm going to admit, it was a somewhat bold choice to put that video out there before we'd seen the metadata. I I mean, we'd seen a little bit of metadata. We'd seen Meta Monday where they'd gone up to 56%. But before we'd seen the metadata. However, the Flying Spaghetti Monster, or whatever deity you personally believe in, has a way of striking down those who fly too close to the sun. Of humbling those whose heads get perhaps too big for their bodies. And so this Meta Monday came out, and the Tau went from a 56% win rate last week to a 40% win rate this week. So it's all over the place. It's all over the place. So you can imagine. So let's not beat around the bush. You know, egg, my face combined. All right, egg, my face combined. Definitely, 100%. And truly, you know, you just got it. Truly, I think that's hilarious. Truly, I think that's hilarious. Because, I mean, it had to happen, didn't it? God damn it. God damn it. It had to happen. I start running my mouth. I start getting too big for my boots. And straight away, within like 48 hours, there's just a barrage, whole cartons of egg, whole murders of crows that I'm having to eat. You know, like that was the case. However, I do actually want to address some of the points that were also brought up in the video, because it wasn't just about the win rate and all that kind of stuff. I think a lot of people were quite upset by the tone of the video, and were quite... I think people were quite triggered. And I don't like using that word, because the moment you say triggered, people start associating it with like Karens and stuff like that. And that's not what I mean. Maybe they were quite vexed. They were terribly vexed. And I want to say that genuinely, I apologize to anyone who saw that video and was upset by it, because that isn't my intention. I like to have a bit of a joke. I like to poke a bit of fun. But going back over and watching that video, whilst what I was saying was, you know, trying to be funny, and some people did find it amusing, some people didn't. I kind of, you know, rewatching it, I feel like at times I probably did go slightly over. I probably did go over the line. I probably did a little bit. And there's definitely, you know, I'm not like fully falling on my sword or anything like that. But you do, when you go a little bit too far, you do have to own up to it. You do have to admit it. However, I do think there was an element of maybe people. I think there was an element of maybe people being a bit upset. People were maybe a bit upset. Yeah. I do not feel bad before you going too far. Mordian, I play Town for the Law, forge your first cannons and all that. No. So I do think there was some merit in some of the things that were being said. Now, to be clear, there were some people on the other side of the aisle that I would say took it a bit far. I was called a nonce, which means paedophile, which is a new one, to be honest. I've been called many things, but I've not been called a fucking kitty diddler before. I'd like to... True story. I have actually met a kitty diddler whilst playing Warhammer. Didn't know it at the time. Turned out to be a town player. True story. However, and that's not me taking the piss. That is, however, I actually have receipts for that one as well. I was also implied that I was a racist. For someone said that anyone who makes a Tau video it's basically a dog whistle for Asian hate. Also, people said that I was alt-right, right-wing, because people who like Arch Warhammer like my channel. And also there was threats of reporting the video to get the channel in trouble. Now, I want to make something abundantly clear. We had a bit of fun. We had a little bit of fun when we saw these comments in the Discord. But let's be honest here. That's just a few bad actors. It would be very easy for me to sit here, post those comments only, go through those comments only, and claim to be some kind of victim, and claim that all the Tau people are absolutely nuts, and this is what they're all like, and all that kind of stuff. But the reality of the situation is that it's just a few bad actors. And the reality of the situation is that the vast majority of people who watched that video and disagreed with it did so, and they made some pretty good points. So let's put the fucking nutcases to one side. And I know some people go like, no, Mordian, you shouldn't do that. You should like farm it for clout and all this kind of stuff. Like, no. Let's put the nutcases to one side for a moment. And let's actually address some of the concerns that were brought up, because we don't want to let a few bad apples spoil the whole bunch. Okay? We don't want to let a few bad apples spoil the bunch. And we don't want to tie everyone the same brush, because that wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair. And you know, this video, this is what I'm doing right now. I do want to actually try and understand the perspective of where the Tower community is coming from. Okay, now because you know, there were some good points made, and also I think there were some bits that people point out that I hadn't considered, and also it's, if you are going to say shit on the internet, you have to be able to take what's thrown at you, of course, and I own that. I fully own everything that I said in that video. I did say I apologize for some of the areas that I went too far. I think that what I was trying to communicate was probably lost in all of the hyperbole and everything, and all that kind of stuff. But I do think there were some genuinely, the vast majority of people did have some genuinely good points, and there were a few bits that I hadn't considered, and there were a few bits that I was wrong about. And clearly, you had the win rate, and then you had the win rate, which came out, which proves that something's going on with the Tau. Something's going on. So let's, rather than just shitting on them and laughing at them and going, oh, you're so broken, or you're so broken you couldn't even win with those good rules and everything, let's just take a moment to actually look at some of the issues. So the first thing to consider that was said, was that someone said, well, that this was said actually quite a few times, but how would you like it if GW came along and tried to like make the Guard something that they're not? Like, you got into the faction for a bunch of stuff, and then they changed it, and that wasn't what you got into the faction for, and then so you were no longer playing the faction for the reason you got into it. So, for example, what if Guard tanks? Everyone in the Guard loves tanks. What if they were like, this edition, no tanks. We're going to completely take away the focus from the tanks, and we're going to make you run like abhumans only instead. Which is a good example, because you've got battle suits as an analogy for tanks, and you've got abhumans as an analogy for auxilia. And I actually think that is genuinely a decent point. I think I would be pretty upset about it. And I have been upset about the direction that GW has taken has taken the guard in some areas. Yeah. Yeah. Like when GW removing regiments and conscripts. Yeah, GW removing conscripts. I was very annoyed about that. In fact, one of the reasons why I've started getting interested... Exactly, same with Squidfist. One of the reasons why I've started getting interested in Heresy is because Heresy is actually offering me a lot of what 40k guard isn't offering me anymore. So I think there's definitely... I thought that was a pretty good point. What, you know... You might want the faction to play one way, but there's a reason why Tau players were sort of complaining is because the faction wasn't playing the way they wanted it to play. Okay, you know what? When if someone was to take my tank, when GW has taken things away from me, like conscripts, I've been very upset. If GW took tanks away from me for a whole edition, I'd be pretty upset. So you know what? I'll meet you halfway on that one. I think that's a fair point, because it's all well and good us saying, "Oh, Tau players, you should come over and you should basically play your armies like Xenos Guard and everything," but that just might not be what they want to play. So there's that. I also think that they made a good point about their army rule having a debuff. So when you shoot the thing that's not guided, you basically took a -1 to hit penalty. And it's easy to say, oh, it's only -1 to hit, but actually, we've all been there when someone pops. How useful is it when someone pops? How useful is it when you pop smoke screen on your tanks? Whoa. Popping smoke can be an absolute game changer at the right moment. Now imagine if that -1 to hit was a lot more prevalent and it was your own army rule doing it to you. You know what? I think that's a good point. So I'll meet you halfway, Tau players, on that one as well. I think that the old for the greater good rule was fucked. As someone who, when I reflected this weekend, I looked back over my tournament experience, because I took Tau to 2 tournaments. I went undefeated with them and won 1 tournament with them. When I look back, the whole for the greater good thing was it was fucking fiddly. So old for the greater good was fucked. It was fucked. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. However, I think that new for the greater good isn't necessarily the answer. I think that new for the greater good, I still, and I'll back this up in a moment, I still think new for the greater, despite the win rate and everything, I still think new for the greater good is the wrong way to go. Now, I don't have the solution, I don't have the answer, but I think just handing out +1 to hit, ignoring's cover, willy-nilly is not the way to go about it. I think there has to be some other route. I would also push back slightly on saying that Tau is the only army that doesn't have a debuff, because you've got the fact that Guard can lose our orders if we fail a battle shock test, and Chaos Space Marines can take mortal wounds if they fail Dark Pacts. But, like I said, I will admit that the old let's move the debuff conversation to one side. I think old for the greater good was too fiddly. I think it was. It was just, it should have been, it was just too fiddly. So there's that. However, so I think that was those are the main ones. People were a bit annoyed with the tone of the video, which I can understand. So I've apologized for that. People pointed out that old for the greater good was kind of fucked, and there was another one as well. However, I do think that the Tower rules are good. And I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. Mordian, they've got a 40% win rate. How can that be the case? How can you still maintain that? Well, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the data sheets. I'm looking at the rules. And it's adding up to a spicy situation. It's adding up to a nice, tasty meal. But something's not right on the tables. Something's not right on the tables. So, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I am going to not just chat a bunch of bollocks and then move on. I am going to accept the challenge. The challenge implicitly, if not even implicitly, specifically stated by some of those people that left comments on the video. I'm going to take Tao to a tournament. In fact, I may take them to 2 tournaments. A minimum of 1. A minimum of 1.
When it comes to fighting crime,
possibly 2.
there's only one man
And
keeping the streets safe
I am going to do it
while keeping it real.
in July, which is basically this month. So this stream is on the last day of June, but by the time the inevitable stream highlight comes out, it'll be July. And I am going to put my I'm gonna test my theory out. Well, I'm gonna see if theory can meet reality. Because perhaps there's something, maybe it's the terrain. Maybe it's the meta. Knight's been everywhere. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. I don't know. But for the month of July, we're going to be running Tau. And I'm going to take pictures. I'm going to do an after action report for each tournament I go to. It should be 2. I'm going to go to 1 GT. And I'm going to go to 1 RTT. Set the RTT second. Because a lot of, if I just went to the RTT, people would be like, well, see what it's like at a GT. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm going to take it to a GT, because GTs are the real deal. And I'm going to take it to an RTT. And I'm going to try my hardest. I'm going to take a list that I feel familiar with. And we are going to, with complete transparency, record the results and put them out there. And if I do badly, then I will hold my hands up and go, you know what? I was completely and utterly wrong. Tower's fucked. It's completely fucked in the wrong way. But if I do well, and I've got some ideas in my head for how to make that happen, and before anyone goes, oh, you'll just throw the games too badly on purpose. Nah, that's not my way. Too competitive to do that. But if I do well, I might be owed some apologies. I'm not gonna get all hoity-toity. I'm not gonna start wanking myself off. I'm not gonna start getting a big head or anything like that. But if I do well, if I can beat the Tau win rate that is on this stream right now of 40%. If I can beat that, if I can get a positive win rate at these tournaments, well, that would be very, very, very interesting. His head's getting bigger. He's going to... No, 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 no. I'm not gonna get too big for my boots. On a serious note, this is going to be a fact. On a serious note, this is going to be a fact-finding mission. We're going to find out why the Tau... We're going to find out what makes the Tau tick. We're going to find out if my theories can meet reality. And if they don't, then we'll learn those lessons and we'll be able to analyze it. And if it does pan out, on a serious note, maybe it will be helpful for some people out there. That's it. It will be a fact hunt indeed to Wolf Two Wheels. So there you go. Now the big question is, it is another fact hunt, Mad Larkin. It is. Now the big question is,
ready to serve.
how are we going to approach these tournaments? I have approximately 7,000 to 8,000 points with the Tau to play with. I have the ability to pretty much take anything that I want. I mean, I've got 2, not 3 Riptides and stuff like that. But apart from that, pretty much got what I need. Got enough crisis suits, broadsides, all that kind of stuff. Now, I've been cooking up a list. I want to share that list with you. And I want you guys to let me know what you think. Because this ain't your grandpappy's Tau list. This ain't Battlesuit spam. This is Gardified Tau. This is what I think could work very nicely. So, the idea with this list is to have what essentially feels like a guard list, but translated over to the Tau. So the idea is we need to have the 4 pillars. And this is not the final template, but this is the 4 pillars. So we need to have primary game. We need to have secondary game. We need to have indirect fire, seasoned, and we need to have primary game, secondary game, damage dealers. So, to start off, we've got the infantry corps. The infantry corps. So every day in the corps, it's like a day on the farm. Every meal a banquet, every paycheck a fortune, every formation a parade. In our infantry corps, we have got 4 strike teams with Guardian drone and Marker drone.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
These are here to do screening. These are here to be able to dump OC onto objectives. These are here to provide supporting spotting for if our main spotting units go down. In addition to the 4 strike teams, we also have 2 Pathfinder teams. Both of these are equipped with Recon Drone, which will allow us to infiltrate if we so choose. And also come with 3 rail rifles and a marker.
You heard me? I said
So that they can also do some spotting. And marker light's very important because that's what allows us to remove cover. Now, also in the infantry corps, but also a little bit of secondary game, we have got 2 units of 6 stealth suits and a unit of 3 stealth suits. Now, you might be thinking, Mordian, why the hell have you gone so hard into stealth suits? Hang on. Current prevailing tower wisdom is that you only take 3 minimum squads of stealth suits, and then everything else basically relies on them for spotting. I think that is a mistake. I think that stealth suits are a very good source of spotting, but if you don't build redundancy into your list, like we do in the Guard, then what can easily happen is someone will pick those stealth suits up, and then you're going to have to start spotting with things which are much more valuable. Hence why we've got a very strong infantry corps, but also by having these stealth suits as chunkier squads, it gives us a little bit more durability. If they're so important, why aren't we taking them as bigger units? And also, on top of that, it allows us to infiltrate with them if we want to. You see, stealth suits have infiltrate. Now, infiltrate will be very important for us keeping assault armies back, but also, occasionally, it's going to be very important for us to get into the middle of the board and start fucking with people and flanks and stuff like that, right? So, having these bigger squads allows us to have units that are actually pretty deadly, and also allows us to have a bit of durability. And also, occasionally, we're going to want to spot for the stealth suits, because they do come with 4 burst cannons and 2 fusion guns. So there's that. Also, we've got a little unit of 3 stealth suits here that we can put in reserve if we want to. I did think about going Vespids, but I can't be bothered painting anything. And I've got 5 Vespids that need painting. So I've got a little unit of 3 stealth suits which can do secondary game and can be put in reserve if needed. Because remember, like when Guard come in reserve and we can do orders, you can come in from reserve of stealth suits and mark people up. Finally, also into the secondary game, we've got a single piranha here because piranhas are basically scout sentinels. If you want to have a look at what they do. Toughness 7, 7 wounds. I mean, it's interesting. I look at the piranha here, which is a better movement than a sentinel. The same toughness as a scout sentinel. Not the same save, though, to be fair, but cover. And then same wounds as a sentinel. But then also has got more firepower than a sentinel. So I do wonder why town players aren't taking these. But anyway, guess I'll find out. So one of these, it does also scout move 9 inches. So the idea is that we have a scout sentinel here. And then we get to the damage dealer. So we've got primary game. We've got secondary game. Then we need damage dealers and indirect fire. So I've decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And have my damage dealers also be my indirect fire. This could be a bold move, but I believe it's an important one. So what we've got here is 3 individual broadsides. You see, back in the day, this is one of the funny things. They've changed the Tau spotting rule, but they haven't updated the points costs yet. So in the past, Tau broadsides, well, and currently right now, you have to pay a lot of points for 3 Tau broadsides, because the idea was that if you spotted, 1 unit would spot for them, and spotting for 3 broadsides was really efficient. You got a lot out of it. But now that doesn't make sense for the broadsides to be that way, because 1 unit doesn't just spot for 1 broadside. 1 unit spots for all the broadsides in your army, potentially. But anyway, just to play around the points, what I've done is I've taken 3 individual broadsides, and I have taken them with heavy rail rifles because go big or go home. That's 2 shots at strength 12, AP -4, D6 +1 damage. We've gone for, at the moment, it's Seeker Missile. I think I might change that out for... actually, I just want to check. I think I might change that out for weapon support system so I can ignore to hit modifiers. And then we've got for twin smart missile system and twin missile drone. So, Seeker Missile is basically a hunter-killer missile. Twin smart missile system, and then the heavy rail rifle you can see there. Missile pods you can see here. So we've got 2 of those. This will be 4 shots here. Now, the twin smart missile system, we're going to come back to those in a moment. So we've got 1, 2, 3 of those. And then we've got 3 hammerhead gunships. 1 ion head, 2 railheads, because I fucking love rail cannons. Seeker missiles on all of them, and then smart missile systems on all of them. And then we've got 2 Riptides with ion accelerators, missile drones, and twin smart missile system. Now the reason, so if we look at this, hammerhead gunships are roughly equivalent to, I would say, Lehman Russes. Riptides are roughly equivalent to Rogel Dawns. Not quite, hence why they're a bit cheaper, but they've got the 2+ save, and they've got a lot of wounds. They've not got the toughness, though. Now, you can see hammerheads are the same price as the Lemur's Vanquisher. Interesting. You can see Riptides are actually pretty cheap. So, but Riptides haven't got the same toughness as Rogals, and hammerheads haven't got the same save as Lehman Russes. So, that's why we've got the broadsides in there as well, because they also add an extra. I think we have to. They've got a good save, decent amount of wounds, but I think the big thing here is we need that. We need those extra units in there because these things aren't quite as durable as their guard counterparts. So we need to take a bit more to be able to make up the difference. So that's the damage dealers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Smart missile systems. This is the indirect fire. Now, each smart missile system fires 3 shots with indirect fire at strength 5. I don't know if there's anything else on them. No, that's it. Now, we have... Now, to be fair, they're not going to hit super well unless they're guided, right? So that's fair. But that's why we've got a shitload of them. So we've got 1... We've got 3... These ones have got twin links. So we've got 3, 6... 12... 18... 24... 33 indirect fire shots per turn. Half of which, more than half actually, 3, 6, I think I might have over counted here. 3, 6, 15 and 12. No, it has to be 27. 27. No, 6. No, 18. It was right. 33. Yeah, 33. 15 of which are twin linked. So that is our indirect fire there, gentlemen. That's our indirect fire. That is, and then we've got the Ethereal who's going to sit on the home objective and go bonus CP, bonus CP, bonus CP. Maybe, maybe not, but bonus CP. And that's it. That is my current draft of Gardified. Current draft of Gardified Tal. I do have an alternative to this, which I may be pursuing. I haven't decided yet, but I'm very, 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 very tempted. I think I actually already have it written, but I'll have a look. I do have an alternative, which I may play as well, which is more mechanized. Because I do have 3 devilfish as well. And I am tempted to go for that. Where basically we take... we drop the stealth suits down a bit. Swap one of the Pathfinder teams out. Add one of the strike teams out. And then with 2 breacher teams inside devilfish. But I don't like this list. Only 1 character per list? Yeah. I know it sounds crazy. But the only reason I take guard characters is to give +1 to hit out. So if I don't need to do that, why would I take a bunch of characters? I don't care about the card of Fireblade giving me a bunch of pull shots. So I don't like this list because I think the card of Fireblade with a breacher team in a devilfish is a trap. It's 225 points, 235, 100 points was 85 plus 50. So yeah, it's 235 points for a bunch of breachers that are going to fly up to someone. I don't know. I don't think I like it. But I like the devilfish, but I don't think I like the breach teams. So if I was to redo this list, what I would do is actually what I'm sort of touring between is this list and then basically this one. And in this one, what we would do is we would basically swap out the broadsides and then just mech up a bunch of the strike teams. So that way we would have we'd have a better screen. So we still have all the stealth suits and everything, but we'd have a better screen, but we wouldn't have quite as much firepower. I'm not sure which way to go. Is 3 hammerheads. Now, here's the funny thing. Last time I took Gardified Tau and won a tournament with it, I only had 3 hammerheads and a single Riptide. But I did have a Ghost Kill as well, but the Ghost Kill didn't kill anything the entire event. So I do wonder if going for 3 hammerheads, 2 Ghost Kills, and 3 broadsides is too much damage dealing. I do wonder. I wonder if I should. I wonder if I should maybe go between the 2. Because I'm gonna have 2 Riptides and 3 Hammerheads this time, and 3 broadsides on top. Strike teams don't need to move fast. If Montcat, you can save on the Devilfishes. I am going Montcat. You're taking Sky Rays, not Hammerheads? I don't have any Sky Rays. I did play around with the idea of blue tacking some Manticore missiles to some of the Devilfishes that I have. Well, I don't know if you have one in real life, but there's a tower character called a Fire Knife team with Infiltrate, Lone Op, Stealth, and Markerlight. It's the perfect spot unit. I don't have any, but I could get one. You have 2 new marker drones? I want every unit to have... every unit possible to have marker drones. Every unit. I want to never ever have to worry about if a unit I'm spotting with has marker drones. Because, and also, don't take a marker drone or take a fucking, what, an extra fucking gun drone? Don't need that. Yeah. The only thing that what I'm genuinely considering is, do I need more infantry? Or is 60 infantry and 15 stealth suits enough infantry? Strike teams already have the Markerlight keyword. The drones do nothing on them. Do they? If that's the case, then I thought the Markerlight... Let me take the drone off and see if it does it. I thought that the marker drone gave them the marker-like keyword. Huh! It doesn't. Sick. Well, I'll take an extra gun drone. Thank you very much. That ninja guy, I did not know that. There you look. There you go. You learn something new every day. I'm guessing that must be true for Pathfinders as well, then. How interesting. No marker drone for you, Mr. Pathfinder. Pulse accelerator drone or grav inhibitor drone? I think grav inhibitor drone would be more fucky. Yeah, the Pathfinders don't need it. I believe the stealth suits need it, though. Yes, the stealth suits will need it. Very good. So there you go. That ninja guy, you're a good lad. Appreciate it. So there you go. There you go. What do we think? Should I could get a bit more infantry. I have Kroot carnivores. Lots of Kroot. I have 40 Kroot carnivores I'm not currently utilizing. I don't feel comfortable swapping out a broadside for that, but it is what it is. Although I don't think Kroot is the way to go. I don't think they can spot or do anything useful, can they? Yeah, I'm not. The Scout 7, but I don't care about that. I'd rather have the. The Piranha. Anyway, yeah, that's my list. I think it should be okay. I think 60 infantry and 15 stealth suits is a pretty good infantry corps. It's the equivalent of 90 wounds. Crew of sticky, do they? Ah. How much do I care about sticky? I don't want the Breacher team. I think the Breacher fish is a massive, massive overcost. 235 points? Nah, fuck that. You'd never see me spending 235 points on what's essentially, and I am massively oversimplifying it, but I'm going to say it, a squad of guardsmen inside a transport. Sorry. Yeah. Nah. AP 1. Unless I'm missing something, they're only AP 1. But correct me if I'm wrong. I'm ready to learn. I could drop the Piranha for a unit of Kroot. But I don't know. I could drop 6 stealth teams, 6 stealth suits for a unit of Kroot. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You don't need... The reroll room rolls an objective is nice. But what if they're not an objective? That's the biggie. But yeah, there you go. That's the plan. The plan is I'm going to see if the rubber meets the road. But chat, let's do a poll. We're going to catch on the super chats. And let's do a poll. And let's see what you guys think. There we go. Monk Castrat to add plus 1 AP. 20 shots, strength 6, 8 minus 2, 1 damage. Can do serious work. Yes, but it's very, 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 very expensive. It's 235 points. It's 235 points, chat. I don't know if I'm feeling that. I don't know if I'm feeling that. So there we go. So in summary, Tau community, I do apologize if I went a step too far. But I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. And I am gonna fucking take Tau to a tournament with a Tau Gardified list. And I am going to see how well it works. Because here's the big here's the big thing. Here's the ultimate question. Here's the truth of the matter. Are Tau shit? No. Am I wrong? Or is everyone else wrong? That's the big question, isn't it? Am I wrong? Or is everyone else wrong? That's the question. And you know what? That is what we are gonna find out. There we are. There we are. You still gonna run Recon Guard? Yes. Yeah. Alright. So, let's see what Super Chats are saying. Let's see what Super Chats are saying. Big shout out to Godlike Poet. Evening, sir. As promised, here's something of a write-up of experiences with the Holiest Car Park Extreme Discussion, with some pictures and thoughts. Hope you had a good weekend at your own tournament. Also, Tailgate comments had me in tears of laughter Saturday night. 07, sir. Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I love it. I've just seen something hilarious. Okay. So after 3 competitive games with my Holiest Car Park list, the results are in. It was definitely interesting. Game 1 was Blood Angels and was an absolute back and forth punching match with both of us carving swathes out of each other's forces. In the end, he only had a Vindicator, Mephiston and Lamartis on the board. I had about the same. I lost 56-63, but my god, my girls went down swinging. Yes! I love it. Game 2 was Votan on a horrible board for me. The story of this game, which was that basically his entire list was anti-tank, I never stood a chance. Tabled on the last shot of round 5, but again, I made them pay in blood. My opponent said he'd never seen a vehicle list batter him like that and score that high against that list. Final was 87-64. Val killing about 700 points worth of his stuff. Hecaton, which then exploded, 2 5-man Hearthguard and a Karl twice. Fucking hell, man. Was definitely a highlight for me. Double natural 6 on metal damage. Make Tonka Truck go boom. Yes. Last game was against Thousand Suns and with the exact opposite story. He just didn't have enough big guns to deal with the amount of armor I put down on the table. I genuinely thought he had me turn 1 when I emptied my entire armyless Val into 1 brick of Scavcult Terminators and killed a grand total of 6. I was able to turn the franchise around though as his units kept bouncing off my tanks. Final was 75-36. Thousand Suns of nasty tricks, so Thousands are very, very good. Beating Thousand Suns and Scavcult is very impressive. Very, very, very impressive. All of my opponents were absolute gents, and I would play any of them in a second. Had a great time. Well, that's the most important bit. That is the most important bit. One fun thing was the mental effect my exes had on my opponent. All 3 said being under that much constant fire wherever they were for something they couldn't really see or do anything about for at least like 3 or 4 turns was insane for them. I did enjoy the realization when it was like, oh, you have a lot of indirect. Are they worth 210 points? Absolutely not. They need to come down at least 20, but they're fun. Yeah, 210 points for exes is insane. I thought they must have like a 2-up save or something, but they don't. Yeah, they don't. Let's have a look. It's a fucking decent amount of Sisters Armor, that. Fucking hell, bro. It's a lot of armor. Nice. Was that the end state of the game? Maybe not. Maybe. Holy shit, if you had that much left, it's just unfortunate you didn't win, man. Holy moly. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty board for you. Perhaps I don't know if that's like turn one movement or something, but perhaps maybe a little too deployed, too exposed there. But again, where the fuck do you go? How? Because you can't get through that gap there. Yeah, that board's so fucked, man. That terrain is so ultimately ultra giga fucked. Yeah, I mean, you can't get through that gap. That's entirely open. Yeah, I'm going to be real. That terrain is bad. Yeah, I mean, what the fuck are you going to do? Yeah, what the fuck are you going to do? Yeah, that's bad. And 1,000 Suns. Wow. That's a fucking statement right there, isn't it? Holy shit, man. That's a fucking statement. That's a fucking statement. Holy shit, man. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, man. You battered him. You actually battered the fuck out of him. Yeah! Storming into the middle of the board. You know why? Do you know why you won? Because magic isn't real. That's why. Dude, I love it. Dude, I love it, man. Godlike Perk, very, 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 very well done, man. Thank you for the tip. And, thank you for the tip. And, you know what? Well done on your event, man. Well done on your event. Getting that win. Because you went 0-5 at the last event, didn't you? So that win's very important. It's a symbolic win. It's the beginning of turning the franchise around. I think there's something to this holiest car park. We need to refine it. We need to refine it and hone it. We need to keep getting reps in with it. And I think there could be something to this. I didn't see 6 dedicated transports. I feel like that might be the key. Can you fit 3 castigators, 3 exorcists, 3 immolators, 3 rhinos, and 30 battle sisters into a list? Because if you can, that might be it. That might be it. See if you can fit that in. Although you love Val, she's like a 300 plus point unit. I'm not sure that's worth it. Lots of cheap things spammed is the way to go. Alright. Next I want to say, I might actually try that list. I do have enough rhinos and predators to try it. The only thing I'd be stuck on would be the whirlwinds, but I'm sure I could figure something out. I want to say a big thank you to Wango Whimsies. Thank you for the super chat, man. As atonement, take a sweaty towel list for the next GT. So, Wango Whimsies, I'm taking towel to the next GT. That's decided. I'm taking what I think is a good gardified towel list. But I don't have what is considered a traditionally sweaty towel list. I am currently obviously playing around with the broadsides, which come in at 270 points. But for the same cost, I could get 6 crisis suits with change, or 3 crisis suits with a leader. So I don't know. What do we think's better? A broadside or 3 broadsides or 6 crisis suits? Broadsides get 2 shots with twin linked, ignoring to hit penalties. And then they get the smart missile system as well. Well, I think the broadsides might be better, you know, because the broadsides get 2 missile pods. That's the equivalent of 1 of the battle suits. Then they get the railhead, the railgun itself, which is equivalent of another battle suit. And so 3 broadsides, I think 3 broadsides is better than 6 crisis suits. Think about it. You get better toughness, better save, not as many wounds to be fair, but you get equal firepower. Try it out, see what happens. In Montca, there'll be assault broadsides. Bad Rabbit, Mordy, when is your next GT? We have time to get practice games in. This is all 3 at this point. Battle test, all this. I do have the opportunity to play some practice games. I'll get at least 1 in. But I'd like to get 2 in. I'll aim for 2. That's what I'm doing, Siriade. I'm bringing them as 3 individual broadsides. Yeah. So yeah, Wango is. So I'm gonna take a sweaty list, but it's gonna be a guardified sweaty list, and I'm gonna see how it plays, and yeah, I'm kind of curious. I got a lot of scout. I got a lot of infiltrate. I got a lot of screening. I got a lot of spotting. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, baby. We'll see. Next was a big thank you to Commander HHL. Thank you for super chat, man. But can it fit through a hole in a piece of paper? Commander HHL, I don't know yet. We'll find out. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, man. Can it be the whole piece of paper? We're gonna find out. Mad Larkin, list review for my next NAD Venture Street discussion. This is not a fucking. There's some great memes in here, by the way. I love this. Brilliant. Amazing. New channel logo for UMG. Change the eagle. Put a bad Photoshop of an eagle over of the tile symbol over the eagle. Do it and I'll change it. Do it and I'll change it. Let's have a look. Purely narrative tile. 1,000 points. Experimental prototype cadre. Commander in Coalstar battlesuit. Commander in Coalstar battlesuit. Commander in Enforcer battlesuit. 3 crisis suits, 3 crisis suits, 3 crisis suits, 2 piranhas, 2 stealth suits. That's quite brutal for 1,000 points. But I don't know. Plasma. Flamer. Fusion Blaster. I guess. Unless there's a stratagem that I'm missing, you better pray you can roll 5s to wound against tanks. Because if you can't, they gon' fuck you. They gon' fuck you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. That's my only thinking, Mad Larkin. I think you could get away with probably one piranha. Truthfully.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man.
Yeah, you don't have
keeping the
much in
streets
terms of
safe.
spotting. If someone
Keep it
fucks
real.
your spot, if someone takes your spotters out, that list is fucked. See, that's the kind of Tau list which I think is getting diddled, where they put 3 units of stealth suits in, and then like everything else is firepower, and then then someone just kills the stealth suits, and then it's just like, oh well, I'm fucked now. You do, Madlark, you do roll wounds, but you still need to fish for 5s. All right. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Christian Glover. Thank you so much for the 26 months, man. X-Force, baby! X-Force, baby. X-Force. If you lose a Tau, Elf Army Penance. Dude, thank you for supporting the channel for over 2 years. Firstly, let me not forget that. Bro, thank you. Secondly, if I can't go positive with the win rate, I need a forfeit. Maybe the forfeit should be now, Elf Army is, I want an Elf Army, so it's not much of a penance. But if I can't get a positive win rate with the Tau in at least one tournament, out of two or 3, depending on how many I can cram in July. If I can't beat the current Tau win rate of 40% at the time of recording, then I will change the channel symbol, the channel logo, for a period of time to this, but we'll have the Tau symbol going over, we'll have the symbol of the Tau over the top of that as well. So publicly, for all to see, for a month. Okay? For a month. I've got July. If I don't manage it by the end of July, then for a month, I need to have my symbol as Guvesa Glory. For the world to see. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Is that acceptable? You know, I have to say, look, you guys were right. Money where my mouth is. I think that's pretty big. Chat's not going for it? Okay. I think it's a spicy forfeit. I agree it's good fist, but apparently it's not good enough for chat. Alright. Well, if chat's got a better idea, I'll go with that one. If that's the
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Yeah, but how about if you don't win the next tournament with Tau, you have the chance till you win? Well, I've not won a tournament with guards, so that'd be a bit unfair. I've only got to beat the current Tau win rate. Alright. Yeah, we'll do it properly. That's just an example. We'll do it properly. Evan will make it. He will edit it. Evan will make it. He will edit it. Jaeger Scott, I'm going to play the Tau in July, and then I'm going to I'm gonna change the. I'm gonna then if I fail, then it will become Torgust or Taugust. 2 of 2 wheels. I don't want to change the channel name because that could fuck with YouTube algorithm. But changing my symbol's fine. You have to keep playing Tau till you get a positive win rate. That's the forfeit. Maybe. I'll consider it. It's very interesting. I mean, they're so bad right now. Clearly.
When it comes to
You know?
fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Could take a long
While
time.
keeping it real. Indeed.
Bad Rabbit, there's no need to raise the stakes. Fair enough. The Tau community won't care. Well, we don't. You know what? It doesn't matter if they care or not. I'm not doing it for them. I'm not doing it for them, boys. You know? Doing it to prove a fucking point. Oh! Alright. I tried. I've tried, boys. I've tried. I can't. I know I've got some super chats to catch up on. I know. I've tried to be polite. I've tried to be reasonable. But I just can't help myself. I can't help myself. I feel... No, I'm going to be sensible. I've already fucking put my foot in it once by making bold claims. And then them fucking blown up in my face. Do I come down from the fence? Boys? Do I come down from the fence? All I'm going to say is... I kind of feel like Homelander right now. You need me to save you! I'm the only one that can. You're not the real Tau player. I'm the real Tau player. If you motherfucking Tau can't get better than a 40% win rate with fucking the new rules, well, someone's just gonna have to show you the way. Someone's just gonna have to teach you how to do it. And great men do not seek power. They have it thrust upon them. And with humility and with the sense of honor and duty, I will take on the mantle. I'm only taking the piss. Oh my god. Right, who we got next? Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. Nah, let the tower rot. They had their fun. They're done. Hey! Cosmic, no, but no, on a serious note, Command Shell, the most humble, I am the most humble streamer. On a serious note, on a serious note, we've chatted some mad shit about Tau. We have, okay? I've chatted mad shit. And if you're gonna chat mad shit, you gotta be able to take the mad shit that gets chatted back. But at the same time, if you're gonna chat mad shit, you gotta be able to back it up. And that's what I'm doing. I've spoken bollocks, I've chatted shit, I've thrown down the gauntlet of the duel from Old World, and now I'm going in. And if I turn out to be wrong, then I'll admit I'm wrong. If I turn out to be right, then my ego will reach heights hitherto unseen. Not my ego. My humility. My humility will reach heights hitherto unseen. That's what's going to happen, Cosmic. We're going to prove to the Tau that the best way to play their faction is like God. No. We're gonna prove to the Tau. We're going to prove to Tau. We're going to prove to ourselves, or disprove to ourselves, if the new Tau rules are as spicy as we think. And if they're not that spicy, then we'll find that out. And if they are that spicy, then we'll find that out too. But one way or another, we're going to find something out. Like I said, we're going on a fact-finding mission. We're going on a fact-finding mission, boys. All right, I want to say a big thank you to 2 Over 2 Wheels. Thank you for Super Chat, man. New channel logo and stream description Mordian. I did show this off earlier, but I'll show it off again. What we'll do, yeah, we're gonna if I lose the bet, you're gonna see this, but maybe a step further as the channel logo. There you go. There you go. All right. There we are, man. The humidity head will grow even bigger. It will. But I will be so humble I won't be able to fit through doors anymore. And then I'll make it a channel emoji as well. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Next Grim Prince KS in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Ooh. Ooh. This is cool. Grim ISU 152 Heavy Tank Destroyer and Crusader kit. Nice. I don't know what this is. Go away. There you go. STL's an impressive 3D printable tank destroyer for Grimdark Wargaming. Inspired by historical ISU. It includes the standard variant and the Crusader variant. Inspired by the artwork of Mike Frankier. That's so cool, man. Launching soon. It's not launched yet. Wow. That's so cool, man. That would make for a good second Tank of Terror. Cosmic, I'm just thinking that would be good for some Lemurus Punishers or something. Do you know what I mean? Depending on what size we print them at, of course. But yeah. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Dude, that is cool. Yeah. There you go. Can I yell, that's a fact, and that's a fact, next time I'm shooting Tau? Add to the banner, the good is greater. Mitch Cramp, yes. Oh, man. All right, I want to say next a big thank you to Drupacabra. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Let's have a look, man. Pictures of paint scheme ideas for a grounded homebrew Arctic plant army in 40k photos Discord. Let's have a look. Drupacabra. It's easy to put it in stream discussion, but I think I found it. Here we go. I'm making a guard arm from a homebrew Arctic planet and with lore. Arctic planet, okay, so I misread it before. It is grounded lore as far as 40k goes, and I based some of the camo schemes off real life winter camouflage. I want to blend in with mostly featureless flat snow plains and sky blue horizon. I plan to have a variety of paint schemes so I can tell which regiments apart. They will get very mixed with each other, so when I change shenanigans to steal objectives with my recon army. So when I charge, shenanigans steal objectives with my recon army. Lots of unfinished models below. I just want to see what works and what doesn't. Okay, yeah, I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. I like the blue more, but that's just because it reminds me of Mordian. But I see what you're going for. I think a few shades would go a long way. Yeah, some finished models. I'd say get some finished models done. And then you'll truly be able to have a sense. Because often when models are halfway done, it's hard to get a real sense of what the final thing is going to look like. But I get roughly what you're throwing down, and I'm definitely up for the concept. Yes, I'm definitely in. I think the concept is a decent one. Yeah. Interesting. Chupacabra, interesting. Amazing. I like it. Doing a snow-themed army is very difficult. Let me give you something that might help. Let me show you something. This. This is really, really good for doing snow. This is what it comes out like. See if I can get a... That's what it comes out like. So you do it, and then it's very flat, and the snow's very white. So then you lightly dry brush. Lightly dry brush some like a brown over it. I lightly dry brush a bit of this over it, essentially. So I use the two together. So it's mostly white with a bit of dry brush, and then go for some grass tufts. I go for this. I think they're swampy grass tufts from swampy grass tufts from Army Painter. Sorry, I was fucking around with my fan. Yeah, there you go. That I think you'll find to be quite effective. So there you go. Hope that helps, Drew. Let me have a look here. Where are we next? I want to say... I want to say a huge double thank you to Killak Nelak. Killak, thank you so much for the double super chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Dude, thank you so much for the generous support, man. Bring the broadsides in pairs. It makes them immune to battle shock, making them so they can always be targeted by the auto advance 6-inch, which makes Montcat the only detachment that I run them in. Interesting. Because they don't go below half wounds as a single model. Because then they're a squad. That is an interesting concept. I don't really worry about battle shock, though. I don't really worry about it. Like, it's a thing, but I generally don't worry about it. But it's an interesting concept. I will consider it. Being able to advance with the broadsides is very interesting. I could. But then I've got 3. If I drop 1, that saves me 90 points. Which could get me another squad of Pathfinders. Which would increase my infantry corps. Because I feel like my infantry corps is a little light. 2 pairs 2. I could, but I don't have the points in my list currently. Could I mix it up? Could I make it? Let's have a look. So, yes, I could, but I'm not sure it's the right move. But I could. I could drop the Piranha. And take one of the stealth suits from 6 down to 3. And that would get me an extra broadside. And then I would have 2 teams of 2. But that would be going one... I don't know if I need to do that. I've already got 2 Riptides, 3 Hammerheads, and 3 Broadsides. Do I need a 4th Broadside? Do I need a 4th Broadside? Or do I need 10 more Pathfinders? I could take less Pathfinders. Another option would be to drop all of the Pathfinders down to strike teams. So I'd have 60 Fire Warriors. Then drop one of the stealth suits down to a 3-man squad. And that would get me to... That would get me enough points for a broadside. Or I could drop the Piranha. I actually have 5 points left over. I could drop the Piranha and a unit of Pathfinder. No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't be enough. Because that's only 15 points. Yeah, that wouldn't work. It's tricky. It's tricky dicky. Very, very tempted to go for a 3rd squad of Pathfinders now that I know that they're a thing. Pathfinders of railguns as an option. You could bring those and they could do the job of broadsides number 3. That's what I was thinking. So I could drop 1 broadside and get an extra Pathfinder team. And that and then pair the final 2 up. So rather than 3 individual ones, have 1 pair of 2. And then just do a straight swap for the Pathfinders. Pathfinders, what's the rail rifle versus rail rifle, strength 10, AP4, flat damage 3. So 3 of them, but only hit on 5s, even with heavy. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Yeah. It will be considered. It will be considered. But Kilak Nalak, I appreciate the thoughts. They are certainly interesting. Yeah, certainly interesting. Okay. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic, my boy! Cosmic, thank you so much, man, for the support. I see you have fallen to the way of the rising Wang. Yes! That is it. That is it. That's the name of the Tau Army. It is the way of the rising Wang. Brilliant, man. Absolutely brilliant. All right. Absolutely brilliant. I love that. I actually love that. Okay. So, we've talked about... I think we've caught up all the super chats. Just go check. We've caught up on the super chats. We're going to check we've not missed any tips come in. No. we've... Oh, a minute. We're all good. We're all good. So, do you guys want to do a bit of Meta Monday? Is it time for a cheeky bit of Meta Monday? Shall we have a look? So, let's do it. So the good news is that finally we've got the old table back on Meta Monday. One of the big reasons I stopped doing Meta Monday is because I couldn't read the data anymore. But he's redone it now into the old format, which I like. Starting off at the bottom and working our way to the top. We've got at the bottom Imperial Agents. A 7% win rate. A 7% win rate. Oh, we've only got a 42% win rate. We couldn't. No. This is reasonable, Mordian. Reasonable. So the 3 Imperial Agents, it is a bit disingenuous as well, because Imperial Agents are basically a non-faction. It's just Codex allies. Codex, you're going to pay for all those kill team data sheets that we gave out for free. 3 players, played 15 games, and 1-1 between them. Oof. Oof. I mean, there's Operation Ocean Gate, and then there's just so far down the rabbit hole. So far down the fucking... They're in the planet's core at this point. They're past the seabed, past the mantle, straight into the planet's core. And they're never going to get fixed. And they could be fixed quite easily. Do you know how you fix Imperial Agents? A, give them an army rule. Doesn't have to be great. You could give them... You could give them reroll 1s to hit generally. And then full rerolls to hit against Xenos. You could give it where they can pick. If they get... You pick at the beginning when you're writing your list, not the beginning of the game. If you're Ordo Xenos, Ordo Malleus, or Hereticus, or Ordo Minoris. The specific Ordos get rerolls to hit against the unit, against their preferred enemy. The Ordo Minoris can have reroll 1s to hit and reroll 1s to wound against everyone. There's an idea. There's your army rule. And then you give them Land Raiders, because Inquisitorial Land Raiders are cool. And then you give them Inquisitorial Scions. And what would you give Scions? Because now they won't have... You don't need the... Yeah, then you give them Scions. And you just copy the data sheet. Don't worry with a bit of overlap. It's fine. There you go. That's what I'd do. As it is, agents are absolutely fucked. But well done to that one guy who won a game. Well done to you, buddy. Space Wolves. Is the Space Wolf Codex out yet? That's a good... I like that Drupacabra. Give them Oath of Moment, but it's +1 AP to the reroll hits. That's a good... I like that. Or maybe they can do it on, like, a couple of years. Maybe you give them double Oath, but it's reroll 1s to hit, reroll 1s to wound against 2 targets a turn. Something like that. Is the Space Wolf Codex? Not officially, no. Ah, okay. Well, then... We're just going to scroll on by, because that is essentially... that's essentially dead data. Tau. Okay, we need to talk about this. Let's talk about this. I know we've touched upon it a bit already, but let's talk about it in the context of meta. So if we say agents aren't a real faction, and if we say Space Wolves aren't... it's dead data because the index is basically on its last legs, then that would make Tau the bottom most performing faction this week. But noticed something important. Very high player numbers. In fact, I think they had double what Guard had. Nears, damn it. Oh no, not too bad. They had a bit more than Guard. So that's quite a surge for Tau players, I believe. If we go back to last week, that's Too Many Nights in the Kitchen. No, that's not the right one. Where's the that's June 8th. There's one between June 8th. Has he taken it down? No, here it is. Okay. So if we go look at this one, 30 players. So in 1 week, we've had a 50% increase in the number of players that are running Tau. I think that's a very significant factor. You know, it's interesting, isn't it? They're more like us than they care to admit. You see, what happens with the Guard when they get good, gentlemen? Those of you that have been around the bush, those of you that have been here a while, what happens when Guard gets good? It's a 30-second delay on chat, so I'll wait for you guys to chime in. Some of you will know the answer. Nick's handler, let agents get orders. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah. Commander John, we get nerves, sir. No. What happens when Guard gets good is the player number goes up. But inversely to the player number going up, the win rate goes down. Yeah, Mitch Crump, all the lads getting on the bandwagon. Exactly. So, do you know what I think is happening here? And I could be wrong. And this is what we're going to find out at the next tournament. But I think this is stage 1. I think this is step 1 in Tau's ascendancy. I think this many players jumping on the faction, because Tau fundamentally, because they're quite a shooty heavy army. So what happens with Guard is a bunch of people jump on them when they're good, but they don't build the lists properly. They build them like Space Marine lists. And so there's like 20 infantry in the list and everything else like tanks and bollocks and whatnot. And then they end up losing a bunch of games and tanking the win rate. And then what happens is those people jump off, but a few of them who start to sort of see the potential stay on. And so what happens is overall, the Guard win rate, the player count will start going down a bit and the win rate will start going up again. And then when people see the win rate going up, a bunch of people jump on them and then the win rate goes down but then goes up again. It always reaches like a new level, goes down, then reaches another new level, reaches another level. Look at like Custodes, for example. Custodes, let's find out where Custodes are. Okay, look at this. A few months ago, when Custodes got their new detachment, the player number shot up to like 70. But the Custodes win rate didn't go up that much higher than it already had been. It went up a bit, but not that much. The point is that a bunch of people jumped on the Custodes, tanked the win rate, and then the win rate started to climb again, and then it tanked a bit, and the win rate started to climb again, and then it leveled out. And now we've got Custodes at a new 50%, which is kind of good. You know, it's 50%, 6 people going 4-on-1 out of 51 players. The same thing happens to Guard, and the same thing happens, I think, is happening to Tau right now. I think that what's going on is this is step 1, and then step 2, we're going to see that win rate start to go up. But as a bad Tau player is a top tier or dog shit. The fact's just like that. Yeah. I think it's because a lot of people jump on Tau because they want to try and be good players. But they want, like... Because Tau can have the potential to absolutely flatten someone. That's just the nature of the fact that they're also they're traditionally seen as a one-phase faction. So they have to be really good in that one phase. So... I feel like what is going to happen is a bunch of people are going to jump on looking for the easy win and tank the win rate. Yeah. Yeah. I shot the pilot. I've changed that now, but thank you. So yeah, that's what I think's happening with Tau. Could call it cope. Maybe it is cope. I guess we'll find out. But there's a lot of people on Montca. And there's a few people going 4-on-1 with it. Remember, I never said that Tau were going to start winning events left, right, and centre. What I said is they were going to be a 4-on-1 faction. But those 4 games that they won, they would absolutely dominate. Yeah. Because there's always a bigger fish. Yeah. Exactly, Thorlek. Exactly. I shot the pilot. I don't like Breaches and Devilfish. It's too expensive. It's 235 points for the full loadout with the Carter Fireblade. It's too expensive. It's the same price as the Rogel Dawn. I know they're very good, but I think I wouldn't spend that much. I think that they're good. But a unit of Kazakin is in a Taurox is cheaper than that. And I think arguably could do more damage. Unit of Scions. Let me put it to you this way. Would I spend 235 points on a unit of Scions instead of Taurox? No. So why would I do it for unit breaches? That's the big that's what's going through my head. I could do Taurox is 75, Scions are 140. Scions get 4 rolls to win an objective, and they have plasma, and they have melter, and they have a plasma pistol, and they have AP -1 weapons. Sure, not strength 6, I get that. Scions could do a lot of damage, but I wouldn't spend that points, and it's too expensive. It's not the way. It's not the way. That's where I think the trap is. Anyway, so yeah, that's where I think. On a serious note, that's where I think Tau is. That's what I think Tau is. Moving on, Dark Angels. So Dark Angels have got a really popular faction right now. And you can see a huge amount of it is the new Dark Angel detachment. But interestingly, even though the vast majority of players did Wrath of the Rock, only 3 people went 4-on-1 and no one won an event. In fact, the person that won an event won with Company of Hunters, which is kind of interesting. What's interesting to me is how much Dark Angel Gladius has fallen off. So last year. I shot the pilot. At least 1 Crew Carnivore is staple in every list because sticky objective and scout. I'm not going to take it. You're going to see. You're going to see. I shot the pilot. You're going to see. We're going to do it differently. We're going to do it differently. You'll see. And either I'm right or I'm wrong. But we're going to do it differently. Okay. So yeah, Dark Angels, Wrath of the Rock, very hot right now, but it doesn't seem to be pulling in the results. It'll be interesting to see if we're getting a bit of a, you know, similar how we saw with Tau, a whole bunch of people jumping on it, but not quite yet unlocking the potential of the detachment. Space Marines, 62 players, good numbers. It's all about Gladius. There's a little bit of other stuff, but Gladius has got the highest number of players and the highest number of people going 4-1. I think it's a shame, though, that Space Marines aren't winning an event. You see, everyone... Do you know what's interesting? One of the biggest complaints that I heard from the Tau community was, oh, but Gladius is...
Reporting for duty,
one of the biggest complaints I heard from the Tau community was, but Oath of Moment is so much more powerful than our rule. Is it, though? I think Dark Angel Gladius is still good next Highlander, but I think people have moved on to the new attachment because new shiny thing. You know, the more I think about the arguments that were made to me, the Tau, the more I feel like they were full of shit. I tried to be reasonable about it, but Oath of Moment's so much more powerful than us. Is it? Doesn't seem to be. You know, your Gilliman in Gladius, double Oath, 43% win rate. Montcar, 43% win rate. Double the players, double the people going 4-1. Looks pretty equals to me. To me, if I was Games Workshop, do you know what I would say? I'd say we need to buff Marines even more. We need triple Oath of Moment.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
We need triple Oath of Moment.
Indeed.
You know, I'm joking, but how funny would it be if that actually happened? How funny. Erect McGear Chansey, give me real for a moment, Mordian. I think there's people in every faction that are full of shit. You know what? I agree with you entirely, Chansey. You're one of them. No. On a serious note, I actually, I couldn't resist, man. Please lambast me. I do agree with you. Do you want to know? I want to skip ahead a little bit here. I want to talk about Guard. You know, the prevailing thought with the prevailing sentiment with Guard from the Reddit comments that were posted underneath this Meta Monday on Reddit was everyone going how the Guard player numbers have plummeted, how the Guard win rate is stagnant, how we didn't need any nerfs and XYZ and all that stuff. And I couldn't help but thoroughly disagree. Guard is in a really good spot. This is going to sound like I'm wanking myself off, but I don't mean to. It's just the only example I fucking got, okay, off the top of my head. But, well, we've got two examples. Last week, someone won a GT with Guard. Personally, I went through the tournament reports that I've done with my mech list over the last few months. I've gone 19 games in a row undefeated with Mech Guard. And one of those games, I think you'd have to correct me. It might be 16 games. But one of those games, I was running triple Death Strike. I went to a GT and played 5 games in a row and won every single one of them last weekend. This weekend that's just gone by, I went to a... well, sorry, I got 4 wins and a draw. But the draw would have been a GW win. I went... It was WT scoring. I went to an RTT this weekend with Met Guard and got 2 wins and a draw, but the draw would have been a win under GW scoring. So... That's 8 games alone in the last 2 weeks. Guard is not in a bad place. It's not in a bad place, boys. The problem is, and it's gonna sound like I'm chatting a bit of shit now, but the problem is there's a lot of people online that are peddling bad information. There's a lot of people online who are peddling bad information. People saying you should take this unit and this unit, this combo with this combo. And I think that, and I think a lot of people read stuff online and they repeat it without actually ever experiencing it themselves. The classic, oh, well, I don't actually play competitive play, but this is what I read and all that kind of stuff. And then also, there's a lot of people that will read that and go and try it out themselves and be like, well, this guy sounds like he's confident. And that's what I think the problem is. How come you've got people... I think there's a lot of misinformation out there at the moment about Guard. The reality of the situation is that you take a relatively straightforward mechanized list and practice enough with it, you'll be good. 5 Chimeras, 5 Gods of Catachans, 3 Vanquishers, 2 Lemurus Tank Commanders with plasma, with all plasma, Scout Sentinel, and 2 artillery teams, and a Castellum, and a Commissar. Take that, practice with it, put it in combined arms, have a good time. Do we agree that those people that are doing it because they know it's bad, helping themselves? I think the reality is there's twofold. I think you've got some people that are learning the wrong lessons from stuff that's being peddled online. I think also you've got a lot of Guard players that just know what they like and take what they love. So like, and that second group isn't a problem. That second group isn't a problem. That second group is tanking the win rate harder than anything else. But that second group's not the problem. You know, the guy that takes Krieg in Siege every single time, damn the consequences. The guy that takes his armored company every single time, damn the consequences. The guy that takes his pure infantry army, damn the consequences. The people that take the themed armies, damn the consequences, because that's what they love. Those people aren't the problem. Those people are great, because those people are like the core of the community, and we wouldn't want them to change. But it's the problem is when you've got someone who very, very, very confidently states something online, and I also fully appreciate the irony, because of obviously what I said about Tau, but those people that confidently say something online, and then that gets picked up, and then someone takes those tactics and runs with them, and then finds that they're a big sack of shit. That's the problem. So that's why I said if you're gonna talk mad shit, you got to put your money where your mouth is, and that's why I'm taking Tau to my next tournament, to my next GT. I'm gonna play 5 games with them, and if I come away and I've been absolutely butt fucked, then I will hold my hands up. And like I said, there's a forfeit. There's a forfeit in place. Big forfeit in place. All right. Orcs. Interesting. Orcs are kind of all over the place. People still trying with Warhorde. Did someone win an event with Warhorde? No. It says that, yeah, that data's wrong, I believe. There was a comment on Reddit, that data's wrong. Yeah. What can you say about orcs, man? They're just so fucked. Every detachment is fucked. Like you say, like, you look at Cult of Speed, but it's one guy. Look at Dreadmob, but it's one guy. Look at Tactical Brigade, it's like half decent, it's only 5 people. You get to Warhorde and it's just like bleh. There's a number of factions, Orcs and Admech being primarily amongst them, which I think need a fundamental rewrite because they're so bad. Yeah. And Imperial Agents. 3 factions, although I don't really count agents. I would say Tau need a fundamental rewrite, but not for negative reasons. I think they need a fundamental rewrite because, well, we'll see in the fullness of time. We'll see in the fullness of time. Yeah. Tyranids. Wowzers, trousers. Look at this. Look at this.
Another glorious day in the Corps.
Not too bad.
Marine Corps like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a
73 fucking
fortune.
players.
Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Subterranean Assault won a tournament. Woo! Invasion Fleet is still the comfy pair of slippers. Do you know what's actually bringing this win rate down? Because it should be about 44%, right? 44, 45%. What's bringing this win rate down is actually Crusher Stampede. Because that's actually a significant chunk of people that took it, and then they only had a 29% win rate, winning 13 out of 45 games. That's pretty fucking abysmal. Yeah, I think the Crusher Stampede meta is over for Tyranids. I think we're back. Invasion Fleet is always going to be popular, but I think we're in the Subterranean Assault meta for Tyranids right now. Which makes sense. Big monsters and 6-inch deep second charge. What's not to love? Okay, Guard. Recon Element went 4-1 again. Vindication! It went and won a GT last week. It's gone 4-1 this week. 50%. It's interesting. One person went 4-1 and one person went 1-4. Wow. Wow. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Combined Arms is just a steady Eddie, though, isn't it? 20 people, 3 people going 4-1, the rest struggling a little bit. So I recently had the pleasure of running. Me personally, I ran Combined Arms last week, and I ran Hammer of the Emperor this week, and I have to say, I think I preferred Combined Arms. It's simple. Lethal hits is a hell of a drug. The amount of times. See, the problem with going down Hammer of the Emperor is it forces you into certain weapon choices, especially on things like tank commanders. I took a bunch of heavy flamers on my... So I basically took the same list that I took last week. So if I took the artillery teams and the Castellan out, and I put 2 Hellhounds in instead. And the problem is that there's a big difference between something that can act as indirect fire and something that actually is indirect fire. Do you know what I found? I found it quite difficult to crash through. I found it quite difficult to crash through. Because, like, I can't move over enemy units. I can move within an inch of them, but I can't move over them. So, I kind of found... So what I found is that... And then I had a whole bunch of... I had 5 Chimeras with double heavy flamers. Then I had 2 Hellhounds. And I loved the Overwatch. Overwatch was peak. I was overwatching constantly. But what I found is the 2 games that I won just because I had an ungodly amount of tanks. I had 12 tanks. 5 Chimeras, 5 Russes, 2 Hellhounds. Ungodly amount of tanks. That's why I won. But the reality of the situation is that if I had, in my last game where I got a draw, if I had Hammer of the Emperor, if I'd had Combined Arms, that would have been, I think I would have won it. Because I played Death Guard. And the truth is that I really missed my damage output boost when I didn't have lethal hits. Also, I felt I put Demolisher cannons on my tank commanders and they were very swingy. The Plasma Execution is really good, but it needs lethal hits to be able to go into bigger things. It needs those 6s to hit auto wound. So yeah, I do think combined for Mech Guard, I think combined is better. I think combined is better. All right, we're gonna pause there. We'll come back to it in a minute. We've got some super chats to do. So, I want to say a big thank you to Godlike Poet. Thank you for the tip, mate. Holiest Car Park 2.0 idea in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. So, Holiest Car Park 2.0. Palatine. 10 sisters. Let's share it. Palatine, 10 sisters, 10 sisters, 10 dominions. Castigator, castigator, castigator. X's, XX's. Mortifiers. Immolator, 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 Sororitas Rhino. I like it. Those X's are so fucking expensive. It's fucking unreal. So you really can't. So you really, really can't get. I want to check something. I'm curious. I feel like it must be the case, but I'm curious. Character. Palatine. Battle Sisters. Bang, bang, bang. Castigator. Bang, bang, bang. Immolator, bang, bang, bang. Rhino, bang, bang, bang. Exorcist. Bang, bang, bollocks. You can't quite do it, can you? Can't quite do it. 3 X's, 3 Cassies, 3 Immolators, 3 as. You can't do it because no character. Yeah. Balls. That's okay though. What if we went in another direction? We don't even need that. Ah, we do. We do. Why is your priest so expensive?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man.
Behold.
keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Your new list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 immolators. Is that right? 2 exorcists. 3 castigators. Battle sisters broken down to 5-man squads. Character for sitting on home objective. Character for going in reserve. All the X's could sit at your home objective, to be fair. The X's could sit on the home objective. But we kind of want you. I don't know, maybe. I don't have 6 immolators. Ah, okay. Well then, I humbly entreat you. We don't need. What can we get for 170 points? Not a battle sanctum. Sick. Let's throw that in there. Wait, no way. Let's fucking do it. If this works, it will actually be quite hilarious. Another rhino. What are they called? Ah. What's the name of the normal? Aha, yes. Behold your new list. It doesn't have to be the Dogmata, by the way. I just took the cheapest character. It's alright. We can take... It says we can... What's this? Battle size. 2000. Detachment. I don't fucking know. Mars. Behold your new list. 30 Battle Sisters. Split over 3 Immolators and 3 Rhinos. You have the bitches with bolters go in the Immolators. You have the bitches with, I don't fucking know, heavy flame and a flamer, or a multi-melter and a melter, whatever you want, go in the Rhinos. So these are like pseudo Immolators, as it were. Then you have 2 X's for sitting to home objective, indirect fire. Then you have 3 castigators for doing damage. And then, just because I could fit it in, you have another Rhino with 11 Arbites in. Ugh. There we go. I don't think it's necessarily the worst yet. These are like 2OC, right? These are 2OC. It's just a squad of blokes and a Rhino. Which is cheaper than taking a squad of sisters and a Rhino. What does the Rhino even get as a rule? Oh yeah, it gains a wound. That's kind of cool. Truthfully, I don't know what to do with the last bits. You could like shove a knight in there or something, but yeah. But so going back to your list, rather than me just being a knobhead,
Forward,
my
you
only
dogs,
concern with this
to
is
victory!
Well, no, it's fine to be honest. I guess the Dominions go inside the Sororitas Rhino, and then the Battle Sisters split out 5 in each Immolator, and then 5 going on the home objective or something. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. And then the Exorcists and the Castigators. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a better way of going about it. The thing is, you don't really need... you don't... Yeah, you just can't quite do it the way that we want to do it. I wonder if you could... okay, 1 minute. I'm going to throw something out there. Oh, it probably wouldn't work. I was thinking, can you take 4 rhinos and 3 immolators? But the truth is probably not, because you could fill up 2 of the immolators and 2 of the rhinos with the 30 sisters, with 20 sisters, but the last 10 just have to go in a rhino. Well, that's not a bad idea, actually. What if we try that instead? Oh no, that's Mimi no. Bang bang. No. That and that. So you have 5 transports there. Do that there. That might be better. So the reason I mentioned, and then you've got some points for some characters if you want. I'll let you decide. But the reason that might be better is because my current guard army has 5 damage dealers in them, but I feel like Lee must do a bit more damage than these things, so you need the 6, but you only need the 5 dedicated transports. I think you could probably get away with doing it that way. And 120 points left over does give you some things, some stuff. But it is funny potentially leading into the whole allies thing. But yeah. I think you, to be honest, I think your list is perfectly good. I mean, you're just down to 4 transports. I'm just concerned 4 transports isn't enough. Truthfully, I think that's the biggie for me. I'm just not sure 4 transports is enough. I would prefer you to have... I think the key is the 5 to 6 transports. Truthfully, I think if you go 5... What was it? What was that other list we came up with? Bin off 1 X's because it's a bit overcosted. Do that. You know what? It sounds memey. It sounds memey, but that list, which had the 4 rhinos, the 3 immolators, the 2 X's and the 3 castigators, and the battle sisters. I wouldn't be against that list, mate. I wouldn't be against that list at all. It sounds kind of crazy, but... Let me have a look. It's the Vigilance we won. And the Inquisitorial Rhino. Imperial Rhino. What does the Rhino do? Self-repair. Yeah. That is 12 pieces of armor on the tabletop. You could find something else to put in the fucking Rhino if you wanted to. That's 12 pieces of armor to put on the tabletop. And you've got good... And each one of those pieces of armor has got good guns coming out of it. You've got a multi-melter and a heavy bolter on each immolator. You've got a couple of melter weapons coming out of each Rhino. And you've got the Hunter Killer on every vehicle. The Imperial Rhino itself could have something decent at the back of it if you find the right thing to put in the back. Maybe Inquisitorial Agents would be a better way of going. How much are Inquisitorial Agents? 60. But what can you get for 60 is the question.
You heard me. I said Cree.
You can get a multi-melter. It's not a huge thing, but it's a multi-melter and a plasma pistol. If you went down the agent's route. which would give you 80 points left over. Yeah, it might be fucking around too much. I think the subductors... I think the Vigilant Squad would be better. Because it's just a big amount of OC. It's an OC dump. God, like Poet, just use like 10 guardsmen or something. Doesn't matter. It's 10 blokes. Yeah, you could fucking use a bunch of Kazakin to represent them. It doesn't really matter. It's 10 guys who have got shotguns and close combat weapons. You would be able to pull them together from anything. Yeah. It's 10 blokes with some kind of rifle and a dog. Yeah. Anyway, consider it. Godlike Poet. It's just... It's 12 pieces of armor. You can really fuck with people by tying things up with a rhino. Just boop, tie it up. I don't know. The reason I like that list is it kind of feels like the list that I ran this weekend, but that also would then have indirect fire. I might give that list a go. I have the rhinos. I'd have to like proxy a lot of shit, which probably wouldn't be okay. But we'll see. You know, we'll see. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Aviarch Sphinx. Thank you so much for the 14-month member flex, baby. X-Force, baby. Aviarch Sphinx, thank you so much for your support on Twitch, mate. Let's go, baby. 14 months. Fuck the Breach of Fish combo. 18 Rampages is more formidable. I mean, 18 Rampages does sound absolutely incredible. How much is a fucking Rampager? Crute... Rampages. Wait, you can get 6 Crute Rampages for 170 points? What do they have? Ah, only a 5-up save. So they're Ogrin. Ah. They're Ogre that do mortal wounds. And that do a lot of attacks. But they're mostly just Ogre. Yeah. But they scout. They're scouting Ogre. They're a combination of an Ogre and a Rough Rider. Toughness and melee attacks of an Ogre. The lance of a Death Rider. Yeah. Interesting. 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 Avar Sphinx. 18 Rampages for 170 points. I read... if that charged you... Well, the enemy might have fights first. But if that charged you, definitely feel it. I know I'd feel it if someone charged me with that. But who out there has 18 Rampages? That's the big question. Bobby3000, thank you for the super chat, man. You have to go win as Tau or else apologize. I mean, win an entire GT. I can be real with you, okay? Like, I've not won a GT with guard. I've gone 4 wins and a draw several times, but never managed to get the 5 big wins. So what you're basically asking is impossible. But I reckon I could go 3-2 with Tau, not even as my main faction. That's what I'd like to aim for. 3-2 at a GT. We'll see, I suppose. We'll see. But yeah, I will definitely win something with some... I've already... Remember, I have already won a tournament with Tau. I won an RTT with them. Yeah. I did win an RTT with Tau. But the elusive GT win. Yeah, yeah. The elusive GT win yet eludes me. But 4-1. Yeah, that's kind of my wheelhouse at the moment. Asbagnell, thank you for the 4-month member flex. Well, my first 40k game, but with Death Guard. Embrace the dark gods, yes. Embrace the rod-led pestilence, bloom, even. Dude, how very dare you become a meta-chasing piece of shit. I can't even look at you in the eye as you abandon the guard and everything that makes us great for some flash in the pan. Some flash in the pan meta army. You should be ashamed of yourself. That's all good, baby. It's all good. Sometimes you've got to find the faction that sometimes that you just got to find the faction that works for you. You know, maybe Death Guard's it. Bobby 3000, I believe. Right, I'm just saying on the clickbait tile, I believed you. Sorry, Bobby 3000, I'm getting the wrong end of the stick. Are you talking this clickbait title or the one at the weekend? Because I do a lot of clickbait tiles. It's hard to keep them all straight. Yeah. It's hard to keep them all straight. If you're saying that I should... Are you saying I need to win the GT or just win games? Are you saying that you believed me this today or on Saturday? Like, I can't figure it out. You said Tower Cheese. Oh yeah, no, they are. Yeah, I think, but I still think they're 4-1. I want to make something absolutely clear. I think Tower Cheese, but I think they're 4-1. The reason they're 4-1 is because they're fundamentally a one-dimensional faction. Which means that there's always going to be a bigger fish in the sea. Yeah. There's always going to be a bigger fish in the sea. And by that, what I mean is there's always going to be a faction which can equalize them in shooting or keep up with them in shooting. Like near peer in shooting, but then can also do the maneuverability and can do the close combat that they can't do. Yeah. Bobby 3000, just a local one day. Bobby 3000, I have won a local one-day tournament with pre-buffed Tau. I have the fucking... I mean, I'm pretty certain I did. I can't remember. I do go to a lot of tournaments. Give me a second. Oh, that's going to take me a bit longer to find. Give me a second. I know where it is. I'm just being a bit lazy. Where are you, you salty bastard? Oh, I'm right here. Tournament reports. Okay. Hello again. I might have been lying. Let me have a look. I'm pretty certain I beat Jack. 1 minute. Let me have a look. I genuinely can't remember, guys. This was the event, though. I found the video. Let's have a look. Right, so... Game 1. I definitely remember beating Jack 1. Game 2. Who did I face? Oh, I definitely won this game. So, did I... Let's have a look. Beat myself with those here, but what I will do is go over kills the Forb Invulnerable save from the rail cannon, and the Hive Tyrant just dies. That should not have been that easy. But with game 3 over, we get to the end of the tournament, and somehow I've managed to go 3-0, and I have placed second overall. I came second. I didn't win. I came second. The list that came first was actually 120 World Eater Jackals. That was it. Josie was there. Josie was there, so I got second. So I haven't won. I didn't win. I didn't win. Okay, I misremembered. I hold my hands up to that one. I came second. All right. I came second.
Another glorious day in the Corps.
And then the time...
Like a day on the farm.
I feel like I've taken them again since before that, but anyway. Anyway. Okay. So, I came second. I went undefeated. So, we'll see what happens. I will try and win. But my plan is to get a positive win-loss ratio. That's the plan. All right, Bobby 3000. There you go. So, I'll apologize. I have already apologized at the beginning of the stream, I will just say. I said, I'm sorry. No, I didn't. I did say I was sorry if I went over the line. I didn't mean it. I want to say a big thank you to Aspagnell. Thank you. Oh, I've already done that one. Sorry. I want to say a big thank you to Nick the Salamander. Thank you for the super chat, mate. I have a thought, but not the money for a death strike chat to post it. May I post the discussion? I don't want to abuse chat system, so no worries if no. What, Nick, thank you for your support. Let's have a look, man. What are you on about? What are you on about, you crazy fool? I mean, Nick, you may post a stream. You can always post a stream discussion. I don't, yeah. So yeah, I can't see anything in stream discussion right now, but Nick, thank you for your support, and of course you may post it in stream discussion. I will take my best shot to take a look at it. You don't need to death strike, man. Death strike's there if you want to, not because you need to. That's all right. When I was first getting into 40k, I built a tower list. Forgive me, Emperor. The Gundam Covenant is cool, and that list is almost the same as what I like in my guard list now. Guard list, transport tank support, tower list, a couple of battlesuit squads, a couple of big suits for fire spots, and infantry both on foot and in a transport. I built an army that made sense in my head before I understood the rules and what was good. The army looked like an army. It would be nice if more armies worked that way instead of just take 3 of the best things. Well, Nick, that's what I'm trying to do with the Tau. I'm taking a big amount of infantry, and I'm taking 60 infantry and 15 stealth suits as like my infantry corps, and then I'm taking 2 riptides, 3 hammerheads, 3 broadsides, and a piranha for my armor corps. So yeah, that's what I was trying to do. So yeah, Matt, dude, I honestly think that if you build a tower list similar to a guard list, it'll do okay. But I think the trick, you know, adding a bit of sort of context in it. I think naturally, if you build a tower list like a guard list, then the guard player is going to find it a bit easier to run. Yeah. I wonder though. Right, let me catch up super chats. What if we just went full damage? Take all the infantry out. No, because then we wouldn't have enough spotters. That's why you need the infantry. Because I was thinking to myself, what if we just took like 18 stealth suits, and then we just took, instead of the 4 strike teams and the 2 Pathfinder teams, which is like each of those 2 strike teams is a squad of crisis suits. So that's like 3 squads of crisis suits. Fuck the piranha off. Would that work? So we'd have, but I don't think it would, because then you would lack balance. I wonder what the points would be. I'm going to very quickly do it. I'm going to very quickly do it. Like literally chuck it into a new recruit. Okay. New list. Xenos. Tau.
You heard me.
Kitchen sink. Create list. Okay, we're not going to fuck around with having the right loadouts or anything. We're just going to like spaff it in there. Okay, so we want Hammerhead, Hammerhead, Hammerhead. And then we want Riptide, Riptide. And then let's go for Fire Knife. What do they do? Oh, they're the ones with plasma, right? Fire Knife, Fire Knife, Fire Knife. And then we add a person to each fire knife. Like a commando and an enforcer. Bam, bam, bam. And then we need stealth suits. Lots of stealth suits. If you took another Riptide as well, fuck it. So, I don't have this. Okay. But triple Riptide, triple Hammerhead, triple Fire Knife Battlesuit with triple Commander Enforcer and triple stealth max stealth suits comes out at 1,995 points. That'd be 18 stealth suits, 12 battle crisis suits including the commanders, 3 Hammerheads, 3 Riptides. It's all gas, no brakes. It sounds crazy, but I don't know if that's any better. I don't know if that. I don't think that's better. I think that's like. Obviously, we're massively like over simplifying it, but that's. I think that's kind of the direction that things have been going in. And I think the reality is that I don't know if those fucking crisis suits are going to do enough. Even if you drop, let's say you drop the stealth suits down to 3s, but then you drop stealth down to 3s, and then you've got nothing that can do good spotting. I think the key is good spotting. That's it. The problem is if you just rely on 3 units of stealth suits, when they go, and they will go, then you end up with you end up with units that don't want to be spotting, forced to do spotting. Yeah, I don't like it. I think the way of the rising wang, the balanced approach is better. Yeah, that's not the way I'm going to be running the Tau. I'm going to have double Riptide, triple Hammerhead, probably triple Broadside, and then 2 units of Pathfinders, 4 units of Strike teams, and 15 stealth suits. That's probably the way I'm going to do it. Ghost kills, someone was saying. Do ghost kills buff? I have a ghost kill, that's the problem. I don't have more than that. What the fuck does a ghost kill do? Oh, it just blanks damage. Don't care. I do like the Ghost Keel's guns now. The Fusion Collider is very interesting. Yeah, I had to say I do like the Ghost Keel's guns. Now that guiding is easier. Because the problem I had with my Ghost Kill last time when I went undefeated and I had a Ghost Kill, I never had anything that could spot for it because I always was like, it's like the bottom of the list of things that need to be spotted for. But I think that wouldn't be a problem anymore. So there's definitely something to it. The problem I feel with the Ghost Kill is it's 160 points. It's 160 points, and it's essentially 3 shots. Twin Plasma and the Fusion Collider. It's a lot to ask for. It's a lot to ask. And I don't know. I don't think I can justify it. I don't think I can justify it. I think I'd have to... I just don't think I can justify it. It's only 30 points cheaper than a Riptide. And I feel like the Riptide's going to do a lot more every day of the week. They can be pretty tanky. They can be pretty tanky. But it's 160. It's more than a Hammerhead. You got to try and convince me it's better than a Hammerhead. It might be. But I don't know. The only way I could get 80 points together. It's 15 points more than a Vanquish for something that's way more utility. But it doesn't have a Vanquish cannon. And let me tell you, that's worth a lot.
Boss.
That's worth a lot. Moving on. Big thank you to Airborne. Airborne342. Thank you for the super chat, man. First battle report of my crusade and stream discussion. Let's take a look, mate. Let's take a look. Armageddon Crusade report. After some valiant custodians repelled a Chaos Knight assault, another wave was coming toward our position. Our great Lord Marshal Dreer, followed by 10 of his most brave Death Riders, commandeered the newly formed 342nd Siege Regiment to hold the line. The regiment was not trained or not even close to battle ready. They're going to get their trial by fire. The World Eater Warband was assaulting the outpost. The battle seemed grim as the 20 berserkers got into our line, but it seemed like they did not pay tribute to their dark gods properly because Khorne himself summoned 9 beasts for them to defeat before they could meet the Emperor's finest. Some engineers scouted ahead on the north flank to prepare Dreer's assault whilst the infantry took the center field. The regimental tech priest K482 took his prized basilisk and headed south of the armored sentinel. The World Eater assault was delayed massively by the demon beasts, giving more time for artillery to lower their numbers. Only the Berserker and Chaos 4 managed to get to the front line. Our Bulgrim squad sacrificed them to the Heretic Astartes could not reach the full platoon. A small squad of Terminators dropped nearby, the Lord Marshal and the engineers. Thanks to the strategic redeployment of the 2nd Artillery Team towards the back line, the Terminator did minimal damage. Dreer took swift action and decimated those Terminators. The first two moved back to force the Berserkers to charge the armored force of the regiment. The Sentinel held the line till it fell. The sides of the machine spirit being desecrated by those forces of evil turned K482 into a rage state. Fearing the oversized wrath of the cavalry charging the flank, the World Eaters took fear and fled the battlefield. The Emperor protect and led his men and women to a crushing victory. Yes! Victory is assured. So I'm guessing these demons here were not on the Berserker's side. Oh my god. It looks like an absolute fucking melee, man. That's a cool sight though. So basically, the World Eater player had to deal with 9 fucking demon beasts. And then after he finally killed all those, you were just like, surprise. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. That sounds like, that's kind of cool. I wonder why the demons were out there. Was it like a proximity thing? Like they just went towards the nearest thing, and then the chaos like moved towards them, and then they was like, blah, blah, blah. That's kind of interesting. Crusade is kind of cool. Airborne 342. Crusade is kind of cool. I like it. Treatment 2102. Hobby progress, stream discussion. Airborne, it was the mission twist. The defender got to play 3 random squads, and the world you player rolled poorly for them. Oh no. Oh no. That's crazy. That's cool. Trooper, all of this pondering on Tower makes me thankful I'm into real men mech suits. I'd like to see how long a Riptide or a Broadside lasts in fisticuffs with an Atlas or a Hunchback. Currently getting my battle armor platoons ready for priming. Peeling open mechs and tanks like beer cans, here I come. I recommend this video as a surface level primer to the sphere. I would be up for paying you a bribe to react to the video a little on stream. Put it up to poll if you want. You'll get this one day. Bloody Davians. I'll check it out, man. Let's have a look. Infantry. The Infantry Corps. 1998, man. That's crazy. Oh my god. They look like are they like the not the battle mechs but like the mech suits? That's cool, man. Let me have a look at how long this video is. I mean the whole thing is 33 minutes. So that would be a little while. That would take a long time to react to. I would react to a small part of it for the super chat that you've done, but to react to the whole thing, I think would be. I mean, it would be possible. In theory, it would be possible. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Emil. Emil, thank you for the 21 months, baby. Thank you so much, man. X-Force, baby. X-Force. Little Hard Progress discussion. Nearly 2 damn years. Nearly 2 damn years, son. Crazy, man. Crazy. Thank you for supporting the channel for 2 years, man. Emil, Little Hard Progress discussion. Let's take a look. Also, Trooper, let me think about it with that video, Trooper, because I don't want to seem like I'm being greedy guts, being like, oh yeah, pay me to react to your video, because that's like cuntish behavior, and I don't really want to do that. It might not be possible to do it this stream because, you know, we've still got a bit of metadata to get through, but in a more quiet, just chatting stream, there would be room, I think. And that's the fair way to do it. Alright? Alright. Let's have a look at what Emil's been working on. Let's have a look. Was going to say this round of TTC. Don't worry, I've got 2 more, but I just couldn't help myself any longer. It's still a work in progress. Classic Forge would upgrade parts. Doors are all fine, but the Grey Knight Tank Commander is absolutely trash. Every problem you've ever heard about old Forge stuff stuck in half of one dude. Meanwhile, for that Commander, the absolute best Forge model I've seen yet alone, had the pleasure by myself. Not a single mold out of air bubble, not a speck of flashing. Well, every joint fit perfectly. The tiny summer skull wire isn't even bent wrong. Wow. Wow. That is crisp. Holy shit. That is a crisp fucking model, man. And that is a very, very rough model. Fucking hell. Don't worry, dude. It's so cool. Classic Forge World upgrade parts, man. Fucking hell. I can't wait to see it finish, man. It looks great already. Nice. Nice. And then we've got Giggity! Giggity, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Greetings. I haven't played that Recon idea we talked about last week. I was at my daughter's first birthday party last weekend. Hey, congrats, man. Hope she had a good one. But I do have a mini report for the Assault Basilisks. Okay. have a look. I'm guessing this is you, Giggity. This was done before updated numbers, where I was running the Krieg instead of Cadians. This was after turn 1. My opponent was playing Worldies, went first. My opponent's tanks are scaring paper that didn't perform. I only lost 1 camo, only damaged the bank, but not taking. Yeah, people keep trying to make Worldy as shooting work. And it's like, I think you have to be very careful on the balance, because you only want to take just enough shooting to be able to clear screens, but not too much. You either need to take enough shooting to clear screens, or you need to take enough waves to be basically have a first sacrificial wave to clear the screens, and then the second wave actually hurts the enemy. Yeah. Unfortunately, he gave up right after this, as I pretty much wiped his entire battle line and took out 1 tank. The other 3 was left. The sniper in the squads really dampened his character threats before they could get to me. Although it was fun to watch. Just wish this game lasted a bit longer. Questions: a lot of armies are going heavy into elite infantry. Wouldn't autocannons be very strong, especially with sentinels? Nah, you want to take autocannon spam's an absolute trap. I played someone this weekend who had a shitload of autocannons. He was Chaos Space Marines, and he must have had like 10 autocannons, and they just bounced. Yeah, I don't rate autocannons at all. Personally, I think that it's plasma. It's AP3 or get the fuck out, in my opinion. Everything wants to be AP3. Yeah. AP3 or AP2 ignore and cover. That's where it's at. Yeah. But dude, congrats on the win. It looks like you absolutely fucking bummed him. Jesus Christ. Motherfucker's got nothing left. He's got nothing left. Smoked him. Absolutely fucking smoked him. Tough for your opponent, though. Do have sympathy for that, for sure. Big shout out to Nostalgia Vivek. Thank you for Super Chat, man. Tournament painting update and stream discussion. Let's have a look. Say hello to the cultists of Painted in an Hour. They look a bit shit, but they're done. Just need to face them. I suppose today and yesterday doing Trim and a Forge Fiend, Mauler Fiend, and some Iron Warriors like my Lord and Waltzsmith. Tomorrow I will do any black details, then clean up any overspill. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have the word bearer elements completed and 1 character done. At least with these calls done, I've finished 10 out of 24 minutes I need to paint for the tournament on Saturday. In other news, my artist's own brushes are like painting with a fairy's tit. It's lovely. Dude, let me send me in DMs which set you went for, because I've been looking for some new brushes. Send me some DMs. Fun fact out, my 4 points of Gardo and 0 transport. I need to fix that in a lot of my armies. Dude, I have the exact same issue with my bot action armies. I've got basically 1 truck between all of them. Yeah. Dude, they don't look so bad. I think you're putting yourself down, mate. They look totally, when the basing is done, they look totally okay for a cheap battle-ready unit that's just going to be running and doing objectives. Not every model in your army is going to be a Golden Demon winner. Sometimes you need a cheap squad of infantry that just runs out and dies, and no one's going to look too closely at them. Yeah, they're fine, mate. Honestly, totally normal, totally battle-ready, not a bit shit in any way, shape, or form. Just a nice, normal paint scheme, mate. Honestly, I've seen a lot worse. That's great, though. Fucking hell, the trim, man. The gorgeous, gorgeous trim job on that. Very well done. And likewise on that one. Absolutely gorgeous trim job there, mate. Very neat. Very, 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 very neat. Yeah, you've not missed a beat there, mate. Love that. Hey. Yeah, I really, really... Dude, the trim is... Honestly, the trim is immaculate. The trim is immaculate, mate. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. Very, very solid indeed. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Mark the Bachelor. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Enjoying your Thanatos video. Taking me ages to get through. List in stream discussions, please. You won't like it. All right. How long did the Thanatos video come out to? Evan said it was a big one as well. I didn't look at the total time. Let's have a look. 2.5 hours. Oh. Oh my god. That's a big video. There's actually one bit I want to check in it. There's actually one. I haven't seen it. It's quite funny. Evan does some real magic with the editing. So often I watch over my videos to I watched over my video. I like sometimes watch over, not all my videos. I watch over some of the videos to see what he's put in there, and I'm always like blown away by what he comes up with. He's very, very good. Let's have a quick look. I know it sounds kind of wanky watch video thing, but I'm genuinely just curious because I don't know what he's done with the intro. I want to see what he did with the Schwark voice clips as well. Let's have a look. That's cool. That's so cool.
We take you live at Element Games, where the doom of Thanatos has begun.
Boxing up, Micah. 2, 1, you're on.
We're here at Operation Big T. It's a bug planet. It's an ugly planet. There's goddamn chaos everywhere. But we're gonna go in there. We're gonna smash that queen. We're gonna go show these bugs who we are.
Yeah! Hell. I didn't know he'd done that. All right, I'm not gonna watch myself. That's fucked. Let's see what he did with this bit. So that kind of the second. What is act on event? Sit here, rather the MGTV had Dawn for the job at this than myself. Thank you to him for.
The planet of Thanatos 4 is located on the eastern fringe of the galaxy,
man.
within the Charadon sector of the Ultima
a match made in
Segmentum.
heaven.
It is a planet of industry and production. Huge factory hives
crazy.
rise high above the land, their spires visible from miles away. The cooling towers and smokestacks of countless manufactorums and power plants pump toxic pollutants and industrial waste gases directly into the planet's atmosphere. As with so many worlds in the Imperium, little thought, known simply as the Big Push.
Nice. That's come together really nicely. Good. Can we get an 07 down in the chat for Evan? He's done a good job on this, man. He's done a good job. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. I'm gonna watch that bit with the story so far bit, because I didn't have anything to do with that. So I'd love to see how that came out. But yeah, there we go. All right. Anyway, moving on. What was it we were also looking at here? Mark Batchelor. Let's have a look. She said, I won't like your list. So I have a GT in 2 weeks, and I haven't learned from last time. I'm still going for my Orderless army again. Don't do it, fuck's sake. In my last GT, I turned it around a bit after being tabled 3 times on one day by dropping 4 tanks onto one objective, which just scared the enemy off. This inspired me. My idea this time is to dump 60 points per objective, with each being a different kind of bullshit and hard to deal with its own way. Sort of like 3 mini stat checks in one list. The 3 Bolgan problem. Tech Priest, 3 Cyclops, 10 Rattlings, 1 Punisher, 3 Vanquishers, 18 Bolgrin, 3 Chimera with Ogrins, 1 Chimera with Kree with Flamer weapon team. Every natural objective, 3 Vanquishers, 1 Punisher. Spearhead on an early push deep into the board to scare the enemy off the natural expansion. Okay. Middle objective, 18 Bolgan. Provide a big brick of fuck off to hold the middle and tempt melee armies in to bog them down. Okay. Safe objective, 3 Chimera, an Ogre, 1 Chimera and Creek Flamer. The Dirty Scrapping Unit. Dare to disrupt enemy trying to take off the other flank objective and kill any decent OC they can put on it. Home and support, Tech Priest, 3 Cyclops, 10 Rattlings. Rattlings with move block in board turn 1 and die. Rest screens my backfield. The question is, which attacks should I use? Combine would make my vehicles more dangerous but wouldn't affect my potato core at all. Mechanized would make my mechanized core more dangerous, which will make it more better clearing. Hammer would make me faster. Siege. I mean, for me, how many tanks have you got? It's got to be combined arms, mate. It's got to be. The only thing that's going to benefit from mechanized is 3 Ogryns. Fuck that noise. 3 squads of Ogryns. Fuck that. Siege. The only thing you're going to have with that is smoke shells. Which is nice, but not necessary. Combined arms, I think, is just natural. Okay, I can see siege. I can see siege. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. But I think combined arms is just naturally better. And 3 Vanquishers, 1 Punisher, and 3 Chimeras, and 4 Chimeras. No, don't do that, Mark Batchelor. That's just taking it too far. So, you said I wouldn't like your list. I like your list, mate. I like your list. Truthfully.
Like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the cause.
18 Bolgans on 1 objective is fucking wild. I wouldn't necessarily break it up into the 3 ways you... Okay. I like the list, mate. But one thing I'm going to advise you on is this. Be flexible. There's going to be games when doing 18 Bolgans in one direction and 4 Russes in the other direction is going to work and it's going to be amazing, okay? And there's going to be games where that fucking kills you because you don't have... because each push doesn't have what it needs. So one thing I would say is, I like the list, but be flexible. If there's a time when it would really help for you to go like and mix the little battle groups in together, then do it, okay? There's nothing, I mean, sounds kind of crazy, but you know, 4 Chimeras and 4 Lehman Russes and 18 Bolgrin. Like, if the Bolgrin just move up as the main screen, having those things behind could be very effective. And I know it sounds kind of crazy, but do you know how I think you could make your list perfect?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
I think you can make your list perfect if you didn't take the Ogryns and the Creek Heavy Weapon to the Flamers. And instead... And the 3 Cyclopses is too much. I don't know why you take it... Oh, because you like to screen out your backfield. Okay. But... I feel quite strongly... like if you took the mechanized element of your army... and put high objective control units in there, even without orders, just catch a chance. High objective control units in there, I feel very strongly like your list would supercharge. Because there's going to be a time when you just like, I fucking need to dump 20 OC onto this objective. I need to. So that would be my only advice. If you de-meme the mechanized infantry element, I think you've got a fucking list there, bro. I think you've got a fucking list there. What types of factions would be good there? I think fractions. I think if you went 1 Chimera, 1 tank. So you have to play it by ear because sometimes you're going to want to group your tanks up. Truthfully, what I would probably do is have an eye to go for 2 objectives, not 3. But have a few units in the middle to throw your enemy off, but then they can break. You want to basically have enough in the middle to sort of fuck around with it, and then really, you want a flanky sweep. Truthfully, Salty Simon's tactic of the double flanky sweep is very good. I use the double flanky sweep pretty much every game now. It's very, very good. I'm not that bothered about the middle objective. I go for the flank objectives. I just send enough into the middle to annoy my opponent and to try and deny it. That's it. Yeah. I just bought loads of metal ogres I want to take, so swap out the camos and ogres I like to introduce. If you want to take the meta, if you want to take the ogres, it's fine. Okay, honestly, bro, if you want to take the ogres, that's okay. It's fine. It is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I think the OC dump would be better. But if you've just bought a load of metal ogres, then honestly, what's the point in buying models if you're not... What's the point in buying models if you're not going to use them? You know? You're not going to use them. So yeah, I'd say use the ogres. And use the ogres and try and keep a mental tally of the amount of times it would have helped having a bit more OC. And if you get to the end, it's like it came up every game, or nearly every game, or the majority of games, then go, yeah, I should have had more OC. But we know that for next time. Yeah, yeah. Forgiven Neanderthal is right. Bring the stuff you like. Doesn't matter if you win at that point. Yeah. I would say go for the Ogren, mate. I'd say go for the Ogren. You've just bought a fucking bunch of metal Ogren. Those models are too cool not to use. Yeah. I think if you want to win, you go for the OC dump. I think if you want to win, you go for the OC dump. If you want to use the models that you've just bought, I fully 100% respect that. I get behind that. I'm on that fucking train, mate. Use the Ogren. Okay? That's my thinking. It comes down to what you want to do. Yeah. Big shout out to JM the Goose. The Goose is loose. Need help in stream discussion. I'm halfway through my fob and I'm struggling with the base. I'm hoping to recreate the scene from Fury where the tanks push towards the guns in the woods while covering the infantry. I just cannot make good bushes of vegetation. Please help. I've tried using string and flock and the colour seems wrong. Let's have a look. I mean, I'm not the best hobbyist, mate, but I'll do my best. I mean, they look okay. So it's just a bit like a featureless morass of mud, isn't it? Okay. So even if you don't make any changes, the one thing I would do first is if you haven't done this already, I would shade it. I'd go over all of that with some Agrax Earthshade. That's the first thing I would do. Because the problem, it's just a bit of it's a very flat bit of mud. Not flat as in, it's obviously lumpy and bumpy, as in flat as in the colour palette is very flat. So going over the whole thing with some Agrax Earthshade, I would say, will create darker spot stuff, which will get rid of the flatness. Now, the other thing you can do, and I will admit, I haven't done this on a big model, but I have done this on some smaller models. Okay. So I had the exact... Let me show you something. Give me a sec. Who likes short shorts? We like short shorts. You like my short shorts, chat? There you go. Wait, 1 second. Okay. So. I've not gone to get the award. I will get it if I need to. So what's interesting, Jay and the Goose, is I actually had exactly the same idea. I wanted to... In fact, 1 minute. Let me get one more model. Okay, so what's kind of crazy, Jay and the Goose, is I had exactly the same thoughts as you. I wanted to recreate that scene from Fury. I actually wanted to that sort of scene from Fury when they're driving across with the Shermans and shooting the anti-tank guns. So I actually did that. That's the scheme for my Americans. So you can see I've got my Shermans and they're covered in mud, like the mud going through the fields. Now I actually did a basing technique for exactly what you're talking about. So you can see it. See if I can get it nice and close. So you can see it's quite muddy, but it's like muddy. It's like churned up grass. It's like churned up grass. If you want to see it on like, I've done it on a 40K model as well. And I did it on, if you want to see it on a slightly bigger model, you know what, might be easier to do it this way. 1 minute. Want to see it on a slightly bigger model, I did it like that. So, I have no idea if that will help you, but you can see how muddy it is. You can see how muddy it is, but you can see that there's still plenty of vegetation in there. So I don't know if that's what you want to try and achieve, because the idea is I've got in that scene in Fury, it's obviously quite cold, so I've got my, you know, there's a bunch of guys in the brown greatcoats, so I have those, you know, in Fury, so I have them, but I didn't want to have another army with snow bases. So to get this technique was actually very, very simple. What I did is I used mud. I used Russian mud from, I think it's AK Interactive. But it might be Vallejo. Let me have a look. So I used that mud. I think it's a very dark mud. It's a bit darker than Stirland Earth, but I think Stirland would still be fine. So I used that. And then whilst that was drying, I sprinkled 2 kinds of flock onto the base. Okay. I put the green tufts down first. And then I put the mud on, because that because that then goes around the tufts and makes them look more natural. And then basically I sprinkled flock on. I sprinkled some generic green flock, dark green flock that I bought off eBay 10 years ago, something mad. And then I sprinkled the Mediterranean stuff on from Geek Gaming Scenics. So yeah. The other thing is, I was really hoping for like thick foliage. I've got started grass stuff for later, but the front needs bushes and trees. Oh, I've no idea then. I've never done it. Sorry. I've never done it, mate. I wish I could help. Maybe someone in chat will be able to help. But I can't help. Sorry, man. I mean, maybe something from like a railway set. Yeah. That's my only thinking, man. Maybe like a railway set. Reindeer moss. 1 minute. Maybe reindeer moss. What about this stuff? It's called reindeer moss. I haven't got the right basing for it, but give me a second. I might have used a bit too much, but I might have used a bit too much, and obviously I don't have the same basing material as you, but is that kind of what you're aiming for? And actually, that looks pretty fucking sick if I do say so myself. Just an idea. Maybe that would help. So yeah, I don't know if yeah, add a stick log and done, yeah. Piss. This bloody fan is going to be the death of me. Tau Tactics, you successfully rage baited me. Well done. Hey! Tau Tactics. I do apologize if this weekend's video was perhaps, if you've seen it, was perhaps a bit spicy, but you're welcome here. You're welcome here. There we go. There we go, man. Tau Tactics, great to have you here, man. Great to have you here. Tau Tactics, like, I haven't seen. He might be like, I haven't seen this big video, so I don't watch it, mate. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Tau Tactics. On a serious note, mate, you are most welcome here, mate. I hope the video wasn't too bad. I hope the hope you enjoy the stream, man, and yeah, mate, have a good one, dude. Nice. Nice. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Sir Newbie. Sir Newbie, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you so much, mate, for becoming a channel member. Thank you for doing your part and joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. I want to say a huge thank you next to JM the Goose. JM the Goose, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Another super chat, my man. Looking at my future projects, I want to make Scions, but I hate the models. Would Kazakin conversion be okay, even on the wrong base size? I mean, just put them on the right base size, right? Well, that might be kind of hard, actually. They're really wide. Their legs are all very widely spaced. So they're quite widely spaced on the legs. The problem with being on wider bases... Okay, unless you're planning on going to a tournament, it won't matter. And truthfully, I have loads of models on the wrong base sizes. I just don't worry about it. I've got old metal tile stealth suits from donkeys years ago. I don't worry about it. I've got my heavy weapon teams at the wrong base sizes. I don't worry about it. At the end of the day, I just don't play with an advantage with it. I just don't play an advantage with it. Yeah. If you want to use, I would say try out a Kazakin on 25mm base. If it just doesn't look right, if it looks silly, then that's fine. Do you know what you could try though? Do you know what you could try? These ones are very good. I won't show off the let's check something here. Well, I'll check something first, mate. Give me a second. Okay, give me a minute. Don't want the address to be in the title. You could try those. 3D printed. So you'd have to get a 3D printer or access to a 3D printer. But I can personally attest to the quality of those miniatures. They're fucking fantastic, mate. Yeah, so if you want old, so you could maybe they're like the old metal stormtroopers, but not looking like shit. They only come with plasma guns though, so you would have to do a bit of a kit bashing. But yeah, those would be very good. Yeah, I printed a whole bunch off for Revengo as a thank you for helping me out with the TTC. And yeah, he brought them to TTC and showed me them built and painted, and they looked amazing. Yeah. So yeah, if those are something you're interested in, perhaps one could slide into one's DMs. Yeah. I think Jay and the Goose is a little bit behind, so hopefully he'll see that. Yeah, yeah. They did Commando HHL. They did. Nick's Highland, thank you for Super Chat, man. Combined versus Hammer for an armored list. I prefer combined. I've tried both. I prefer combined. I think Hammer, it depends entirely what is in your list. It's impossible for me to give you an accurate assessment because I don't know what's in your list. I could say combined, then see what's in your list and go hammer every day of the week. But generally speaking, I prefer combined over Hammer, although I think Hammer is very good when built into. Yeah. All right. All caught up. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. We're going to have to blast through some fucking, metadata now, aren't we, boys? Jeez Louise. Let's have a look. Nice. Let's have a look, boys. There we go. I'll tell you what, actually, first, check I've not missed any tips come in. I haven't. Okay, we're all gravy. We're all gravy, baby. Just got to check the back end for for anything dodgy. All right. So we were up to guard, and we were saying how like 42% win rate I think is a bit disingenuous with guard, but that recon seems to have done well 2 weeks on the trot, even though it's a limited sample size. But Hammer and combined are sort of holding strong at 41%, 40%. But this is the thing. If I may touch upon guard again for a moment, we've been at a 42% win rate for fucking ever. We've been at a 42% win rate for fucking ever and ever. Sometimes it goes up. Do you know people were saying? Do you know people were reacting to my Tau rant video, saying that we had like a 56% win rate, and I had no, and that Guard were like a top 5 faction, all that kind of stuff. Now I agree, Guard are strong, but where the fuck was 50% coming from? Anyway, I think the Guard win rate has basically been 42%. I think the Guard win rate has been an average of 42% since probably the very beginning of 10th edition. I remember making a meme about them nerfing all of our artillery when we were at 43%. It goes up a percentage or two, it goes down a percentage or two, but I think Guard has basically been stuck in the 42%, 40-ish% win rate for 2 years. And you know what? Perfectly comfortable there. Yeah. Suriade, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Remember, guys, with statistics, there's an old saying. There's lies, damn lies, and statistics. You're absolutely right. Nick Highlander, regarding super heavy spam and Toroxes, then I would definitely say you want to go Hammer, because you're not getting enough out of combined in that case. There you go. Admech. 22 players, 43% win rate, and they won an event. They won an event with Skitari Hunter Cohort. Fucking hell. Do you know, this is why I stopped bothering to do Meta Mondays. Do you know, like, every fucking, like, you know, you could go back 2 years and it would, or not 2 years, because you go back 18 months and it was Skitari Hunter Cohort. Fuck me. Fuck me. You know what? You know what? Fuck this, right? 1 second. I'm doing something. Every time I come across a faction which hasn't changed in 2 years and everyone's taking the same shit, I'm going to build a Gardified list for it. Fuck it. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Right. Gardified. I'm just going to do this, literally, right? So, I don't even know what half my shit does. I don't know how half my shit does, but I know what I need. So what we need is some... we need some fucking tanks first. What's the equivalent of a tank? I've gone too far. I don't need all this. This is what I do. What's the equivalent of a tank? Woman, a Scorpius Dune Rider is only 85 points. What the fuck, man? What does this thing come with? Okay, it's just a lot of heavy stuffers. Okay, fair enough. That's not that great. Okay, so it's got extra movement, T9, 3 up save, 11 wounds. It just comes with an unholy amount of heavy stubber shots, which are all twin linked. That's actually, I poo-pooed that at first. That's 18 twin linked shots with sustained hits. I mean, it's not great, but... Okay, you can reroll the wound roll. But what can you transport? Okay, so you can transport admin activity. The problem is that nothing good can go inside it, right? Okay, fine. We'll come back to you in a minute. On a good Dune Crawler, what do you get these days? I mean, it's got to be the big fucking laser, right? Always go for the big fucking laser. Let's have a look. What's the difference? So the big fucking laser, flat 3 shots. Flat 3 shots at strength 16, AP -4, D6 plus 2 damage. But it's only BS4 plus. Can we get this higher? That's the question. Onaga Phosphor Blasters, 12. Nah, it's dog shit. I mean, it's a lot of shooting, but it's not enough punch. Eradication Beamer, not enough punch. Not without lethal hits. Not enough punch. Not that lethal hits. Okay, so neutron laser, bang bang. Scorpius, disintegrator. What have you got? Nah, that's shit. What about this one? That's better. How many of those do we get? 3 shots. It's fair, it's only firing 3 fucking las cannon shots. That's pretty shit, but anyway. You do get 3 of those. What's the missile launcher do? It's shit. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Fuck it. bang 3 of those in. Right, how do I make these guys hit better? Is it even possible to make them hit better? This one might be better, to be fair. I might sack off the Scorpiuses. They might be a bit shit. What about these guys? How many do you get? Might come back to this, but anyway. What's the difference? Do you scout? No. Okay. What do you do? Doctrina Imperatives, that's the one. Oh, wait, what? I can give them fucking extra ballistic skill. What? I can just go army-wide +1 ballistic skill. So I get that anyway. And then in melee, someone gets -1 to hit against me. What? So why wouldn't you just... What? Okay, what gets Doctrina Imperatives? Do you get Doctrina Imperatives? Yes. What the fuck? How could... You don't even need to be near anyone, do you? You just get to be near someone if you want the melee bonus. I don't give a fuck about the melee bonus. I don't give a flying fucking ass about the fucking melee bonus. Okay, what about this fucking thing? What does Skitari fucking bastard cohort do? Okay, so they have stealth. Okay. Stealth and benefit of cover. Alright. What does this one do? Start the first battle and select one of the following benedictions. That's only Cult Mechanicus. That probably won't help me that much. Okay. It's alright. Okay, so I can select 2 units a turn. Oh, that's the whole... Yeah, go nuts one. Yeah, okay. Rad zone. Start the first battle. For each enemy in your deployment zone, your deployment start with... Oh. Nah, that's a big bag of shit. So this one just makes my guys have stealth and benefit of cover. Okay. What's this one do? Oh, it's wholly within based on model. Okay. Slightly shit. And what do the what do you do? Okay. Fine. What do you do? Scout 6 inches. Fucking yes. Alright. And you're the cheaper ones. Huh. Nice. Why aren't people spamming rangers? I can't believe it. These guys basically get orders. What does this do? Ignores cover. Great. Plasma Cavalier. Yeah, it's double shot plasma. Yeah, whatever. Bit shit. My plasma double shot as well. Transonic Arquebus. Bit shit, but fine. Data Tether. Foxcaster. Galvanic Rifle. Bit shit. Okay, so yeah. The guns are a bit shit. In all fairness. But I don't take my infantry for good guns. What do you guys get? Anti-infantry 4 plus is pretty nice. But no APs. Big bag of dog shit. I think the fucking Vanguard are a bag of shit. I mean, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. but I feel like the Vanguard might be a bag of shit. Anyway, what if we went bang, bang, bang? Wait, do you get Doctrine Imperatives? Yes. Do you get Doctrine Imperatives? Yes. Right. So why wouldn't we just do this? Screen. Fight. I feel like you're not tough enough. Oh, 2-up save. No, I like it if it's got a 2-up save. Fuck me, I like it if it's got a 2-up save. It can come over to my house and fuck my sister. I'm curious, how many robots do we get? 2 robots. Robots are interesting. But no, I think we go... do you have an ability, is the question. Okay. Ah. What did we go for? Ah. Wait a fucking second. Are you taking the piss? So this thing here, which fires 3 las cannon shots, plus has 3 heavy stubbers on it for a total of, in rapid fire, 18 stubber shots, plus a missile launcher, which fires a flat 3 shots with twin linked. Okay, which is actually not too bad for a support weapon. Not too bad at all. You're telling me that it hits on 3s natively. Just hits on 3s. And also, it hits on 4s natively, but then you go Protector Imperative every single time. So you get plus 1 ballistic skill. And then when it shoots an enemy monster with the main gun, it gets +1 to the hit roll. So this thing's walking around hitting on 2s. What the for 165 points. It's better than a Russ. It's basically the same defensive profile as a Russ, because T11 to T12 means absolutely fucking nothing. 12 wounds 13 is a slightly good break point. But this is fine. I think the plasma cannon trade is very worth it for disruptor missiles. I think the coldest heavy stubber is okay, and the fulminate cannon is nice. Yeah, what the fuck, man? None of this has blast either. This is the really big thing. So none of it's got blast. So you try and tie this thing up in combat, and it goes, well, I'm going to stay still and still hit you on 4s. And just go... If you're... Yeah. So yeah, their big stuff is all good. It's the infantry and support stuff that is the issue. You just take... What? No, okay, no, I can even. The Dune Crawler, I'm actually... I thought I was going to be super hot on the Dune Crawler. I'm not so sure how hot I am on it. Because it's... I mean, it's big-ass shots. But it's a 2-up save! It's a 2-up save! Oh, I don't fucking know. I don't know, boys. I don't fucking know. How many of these things can I get? Let me Gardify this shit for you. Let me Gardify this shit for you. Skitarii Marshal. What do you do? Don't care. That's quite good, but not what I want. Don't know what you do. Not interested. Tebris Dominus. No, don't care about that. Archaeologist bloke. That's actually quite good. More OC is always a bonus. Oh, Cognitive Instincts. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's bang him in the fucking list. Boom. Fuck off. Fuck off trying to, what's Karl do these days? Nice. I wouldn't be against Karl. I mean, I don't fucking know, but let's put the techno-archaeologist in fucking reserve and then fucking slap Karl in the lists. I mean, that's, you know, this is like, we don't even have to go in Skitarii cohort for this. We're not actually benefiting from being in Skitarii cohort here. We're not actually benefiting from that. What's the Cybernetica cohort? No, that's a big bag of shit, isn't it? Data Sound Conclave? Nah, it's a big bag of shit, isn't it? Explorator Maniple? I might actually go for that. Just cause... it's kind of rubbish, but... what's the Hollow Screed one? I remember that one being interesting. In your command phase, that one of the going to do for army, including your cyber transports, the maximum number of units you select outside, so 2. Just on your next command phase. It's on your next command phase, units from your army with the hollow override keyword. They gain the hollow override, and then they can have +2, +1 to toughness, charge which is advanced. Have the selected override ability. I mean, I'm not against that. Yeah, I mean, the way you do it, the way you could do it. But yeah, that's a dope list. That's a mechanized list. And then you just have to find a fucking... I mean, either Explorator Maniple or Hollow Screed. Because you're like, oh, I'd probably go Hollow Screed, man. I'd probably just be like, let's just add some extra movement to a couple of units. Let's add a couple of toughness. Let's go up to T. Let's add a bit of toughness here. And then you've got 5 scouting transports, 6 damage dealers. That's even more than I take in my guard. I'm cooking it a little bit there. And a fucking ungodly amount of Scorpius Dune Riders if you wanted to go that way. A lot of people probably wouldn't. Yeah. That's a lot of... That's a lot. Okay, the Dune Riders might be a bit of a cray-cray decision, but that's a Met Guard list right there. And we could do some, you know, and I've kind of just chucked Karl in at the end then. That's a Met Guard list right there. I know the Breachers. Yeah, I know. I know the Iron Striders are very good. 70 points. Yeah. The Iron Striders are very good. With those fucking mega las cannons. Yeah, I'm definitely not against those. At all. Definitely not against those at all. But yeah, how are people saying AdMech is shit? I don't get it. I don't know how AdMech is shit, man. You see the same shit. You see people taking the same shit different day, and I just don't know how AdMech is shit. You give me that list that we just talked about, I reckon I could get a couple of wins out of it. Anyway. Deathwatch. 15 Deathwatch players. 44% win rate. Not too bad. I actually don't... No one in my local area plays Deathwatch, so I have no idea what they do. But, you know what? All I can say is it's a far cry from the days of when Deathwatch have like 1 or 2 people playing them. Deathwatch are alive and well. We're very happy for them. It's good to have you back, lads. Grey Knights. Okay player numbers. Not great, not terrible. Everyone's gone over to the Warpbane Task Force, which is good because it actually does damage. This one just goes around diddling people, but nobody actually likes playing it. Grey Knights were kind of waiting for the Codex to come out. But Warpbane Task... The reason why everyone takes Warpbane Task Force is because it can do uppy, downy, and it can do damage. Whereas this one can only do uppy downy bullshit and everyone hates it, even people running it. So that's why people run this one. Black Templars. Now, if you want a dead faction, I don't know. I don't think I can get away with making that joke. I don't think I can get away with making that joke. I think that's the kind of joke that gets you in trouble with YouTube. But 8 players is not a lot of players. 8 players is not a... 8 players is not a lot of players. Black Templars are the new Death Watch. That's it. Black Templars are the new Death Watch. We're going to have to wait for that codex to come out to see if it saves them. It's not out yet, is it, the new codex? If it was, we'd have a lot more than 8 players running them. No, it's not out yet. When's it dropping, guys? When is it dropping? I'm curious. And then we've got Eldar. Eldar have been reined in somewhat. Yeah, Jonas, I really hope the codex has a black tide detachment. I really do. I'm itching. I'm right fucking ready to pull out my black tide and use it. 100%. Eldar are an interesting place. Later this year. Oh, okay. That's not ideal, is it? Eldar. So your need is dead. Good. Ghost of the Webway never made it off the fucking... Ghost of the Webway was DOA. Spirit Conclave was DOA. Remote Host being bad is sad. Armored Warhost, I don't know much about it. So it comes down to Warhost, Aspect Host, and Seer Council. Wasn't Warhost the one that I said was pretty good? I remember seeing Warhost. I think that's the generic one, isn't it? The Warhost. Yeah. I'm not surprised that's doing really well. It's not the most popular, but I'm not surprised it's doing really well. When I saw that one, I thought that was the best one. Or I thought that was the best Take All Comers one. It just gave you more of the battle focus stuff, didn't it? Yeah. New Tapman will give us advance of charge with that much. Well, 3 of him's going to be on auto include. Yeah. Aspect Host is still doing the heavy lifting though. 1 event win with the majority of the players in it, and that's not surprising because Aspect Host is very, very good. Yeah, in my mind, I'm not surprised both of these are doing well. This one gives you more battle focus shit. This one makes your Aspect Warriors really, really good. This one, and I am happy to be corrected on this, but this one feels like the I'm going to go in there and cunt punt you one. And this one feels like the have a bit more of the same good stuff that you already had. And so it's like, oh, well, more of a good thing is never bad. And this one is like, I'm going to fly in there and delete 4 Chimeras in one go with 1 squad of Fire Dragons. Yeah. Chaos Space Marines. All right. Again. Same shit, different day, right? I don't cover Meta Monday for 3 months, and look at this. Renegade Raiders, still the most popular. Pat-bound Zealots following it, 55%. Everything else has kind of fallen away. Good numbers from the Chaos. You know what's interesting? Creations of Bile falling away. I feel like I might have missed a nerf to that. Because that was so hot. That was so, so hot. But I wonder if everyone who was on Creations of Baal has gone to Emperor's Children. Yeah, Chaos Space 3s are in a solid 4-on-1 position. I've never had a bad game against them. Even the hardest games, I've never had a bad game against them. Interesting. Leagues of Votan. They are just trudging along. They're just trudging along, doing what they do. Trudging along. 46% win rate. 10% of people are able to go 4-on-1 on better. Nice. Nice. Not much to say right home about though. It's just like 2 to 3 hackathons. Yeah. World Eaters. This is really interesting to me, genuinely, because you've got 52 players and 42 of them are taking the same thing. I cannot express to you how much I love that Berserker Warband is the best one. I've no idea what the competitive list is for it. But I love the fact that Berserker Warband is the best one. I have a question. I have a question. Nope. What's the cheapest character I can take? Yes.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
What's a chain blade? Ah, it's a normal weapon.
Indeed.
Wait, can I go? Oh. 8 plasma pistols seems pretty nice. 9 plasma pistols seems pretty nice. Might as well have an icon of corn. Can I put anything better on the Berserker champion? Is he just coming with a chain blade? I feel like he would have something better than that, but what does this guy do? I mean, he's going to be the only one that can join them anyway, so I'll probably need someone to sit on the home objective. Doubt you're going to find anyone better for 65 points than a bunch of jackals. And then you need an action monkey squad. So you need a unit that's going to sit on your home objective. And then you need, which is the jackals. And then you need a unit that's going to go in reserve to do a secondary of some kind. You've got 75 points to play with. Not sure you can get much 75 points in this army. It's pretty tasty. Allies, mayhaps. No, it's a lot of all very confusing things that I don't fully understand. So we'll just go for another unit of jackals. And then wonder if we can get enhancement for 10 points. I don't even know what it does. What's wrong? Do I? I can't take... Oh, I'm guessing then I'll go for that. Is that better? That's better. So yeah, you can take 100 berserkers, 2 of jackals, and a massive executions. Cool. Cool. That's what I'd run. What does the berserker thing even do? Nice. Strength 6 on the charge. Can't complain about that. Can't complain about that at all. Strength 10 on the eviscerators, right? And you'd get 16 attacks. Yeah. That would probably be quite interesting to run. All right. Let's see what we got. I've got Tim Meek and Nick's Highlander. Give me 1 second. I'm going to blast through a few more of these meta things, all right? Chaos Demons are doing very well at the moment. Shadow Legion is doing very well. I believe Shadow Legion is the one where you can take Be'lakor and a bunch of other allies. So it's kind of like a mixed Chaos Space Marine and Be'lakor and Demon list. But good old Demonic Incursion is still so good. I mean, you just can't really beat going with a 6-inch deep striking charge, can you? It's very, very good. But there's a half decent spread on the detachments. Well, between Shadow Legion and Demonic Incursion, I suppose. It's funny, after Demon sort of new index dropped, as it were, with all the Grotma stuff and everything, everyone said it was like a full-blown like Demon meta, but I think it was Scintillating Legion that had a lot of people hot under the collars. But it seems like Demons have once again settled into their very comfortable, we're a 3-2, 4-1 style faction. Fair enough. Drukhari, everyone has jumped onto Reaper's Wager. And as someone who recently played into Reaper's Wager, I am not surprised even slightly. Incredible amount of tools in the toolbox. Really strong detachment. I still feel, but I do feel there is still an element of you need to take as many Dark Lances as you can. I played into one which just didn't have enough Dark Lances. What I'm saying is, if you're not careful, it can get stat checked. It can get stat checked. I played against Reaper's Wager and I beat it 20-0. The guy who was running it in the tournament 20-0'd everybody else he came across. He got 4 20-0s and then he lost 20-0. So it is good, but I wonder how... I think you do need to still do the whole spam every Dark Lance you can kind of vibe. Necrons. My. How things have changed. Look at this for Hypercrypt, boys. Fucking hell. Hypercrypt so last year. Hypercrypt is so last year. Now it's all about Awakened Dynasty and Star Shatter. I always said Awakened Dynasty had a lot of play in it. Not as Silver Tide. I think you take like 1 or 2 bricks of warriors, but that's it. But it's just amazing to me how far we've come since the days of Canoptic Court versus Hypercrypt Legion. You take 3 months away from the game and suddenly it's Awakened Dynasty versus Star Shatter. Now Star Shatter I'm intimately familiar with. It just does a phenomenal amount of damage. It really, really does. And Assault on everything is very, very powerful. Yeah, Star Shatter is very, very spicy. Awakened Dynasty, though, has always been my personal favourite, but not for meta reasons. I just like the Silver Tide. Emperor's Children. Yeah, okay, so I will say I thought that Emperor's Children was going to do better than it has done. When I saw that Codex first drop, I thought this was going to be an easy game breaker. But two things happened which changed my opinion on Emperor's Children. Three things happened that changed my opinion on Emperor's Children. The first one is how much GW limited the options they have. I mean, we've been dipping in and out of New Recruit a lot, so let's continue to do that. Chaos, Emperor's Children, create list. There's just nothing here. There's nothing here. There's absolutely fuck all in there. I think that's a big problem. Truthfully, I think they were the definition. I think they're the ultimate expression, the ultimate excess of GW making very. I think they're the ultimate 10th edition codex. In my opinion, they're the ultimate 10th edition codex. Incredible one-trick pony, extremely limited options. Every unit basically built around a gimmick. So they were poised to be very, very good, and then GW gave them not even half a codex, gave them a quarter of a codex. So that's the first thing that limited them. Second thing that I think limited them was the meta shifting. I think that the meta shifting into more vehicle heavy has kind of fucked them. I mean, again, what do they really... I mean, Flawless Blades are interesting. Flawless Blades are very interesting, but I feel like they struggle into a lot of vehicles, which obviously is only going to be compounded by Knights. And then I think they just got massively overshadowed by Death Guard, frankly. Yeah, no Predators to Hell Boots, the Fires of Fortune really hurts. Yeah. And then they got apps, and then the third thing is Death Guard. I think Death Guard just completely murked them. I think if Knights hadn't been buffed and Death Guard hadn't come for 3 months, Emperor's Children would be... And Emperor's Children had got a proper codex, had gotten much stuff as World Eater's got. I think Emperor's Children would be dominating right now. I think 2 of those 3 things coming together heavily limited them. All three of those coming together has sort of sat on top of them. So they're still very good. They're still coming in at a 48% win rate. You're still getting 7 out of 26 players being able to get some good results. I mean, there's nothing, there's a lot of good results happening here. Let's not get on it. But I call that they would be utterly broken, and they weren't utterly broken. And I think those are the reasons why they're not broken. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of 4-1 and not a lot of 5-0. Because there's always one game where they just don't have enough tools in the toolbox to deal with the opponent they come across, like Knights or Death Guard. Adeptus Custodes, it's Lions of the Emperor or get the fuck out. Unsurprising. Army-wide +1 to hit, +1 to wound is phenomenal. Obviously, there's some play into it, but yeah. Sisters, 50%, man. So despite everything, Sisters have managed to win an event. Who fucking knows? Seems to be Champions of Faith and Hallowed Martyrs. I played against Sisters last weekend, and yeah, I flattened them. I truly am surprised they're this high up. I truly am surprised. I truly am surprised. But pleasantly. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Thousand Suns. These guys are amazing. So in truth, expect a lot of Thousand Suns to hit the market. I mean, if it wasn't for Death Guard, I think Thousand Suns would be the top Chaos army, right? Not including Knights. I think they'll be the top army. Yeah, Thousand Sons are very, very strong. You have to watch out for the Scarab cults. You have to. Magnus, you know what Magnus does. Music of the Vortex Beast, you know what they do. But fucking those Scarab cults, man. Very hot right now. Very, 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 very hot right now. This is obviously looks worrying, but it's only a small sample size. Death Guard. Well, well, well. Look at those player numbers, boys. Look at those player numbers. Commander HHL. Sorry, Damn Legion. Thousand Sons don't need guardifying. They've recently gone through change with people actually taking Scarab cults now. Death Guard are... So you have to understand, Death Guard are the top faction right now. More than Imperial Knights. That might change in the future, but they're going to be battling with Imperial Knights for top spot for a long time. Look at all these attachments. Only one is below 50%. Every single other one is above 50%. Now you have to understand something here. That is this number, 53%, doesn't seem that bad. You have to understand that this number is a lie. It is a very, 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 very big lie. Alright? This number is more like 58%. Okay? Which would put them at the top. So why is it more like 58%? Because you have to take into account the mirror match. Every single time Death Guard plays versus Death Guard, it comes out as a 50% overall win rate for the faction. Because one person wins, one person loses. Now, when you're a faction that has a significant portion of players going above 50%, that mirror match actually artificially suppresses that mirror match artificially suppresses your win rate. Yeah. Give me 1 second, boys.
All guardsmen, follow me to glory!
Yeah. Okay, so Death Guard are very, very powerful at the moment. I think someone said that if you take the mirror match out, it might even be 8%. So there might be a 61% win rate faction, which doesn't surprise me. They won 7 fucking events. The only surprising part is how 4 of those were from Mortarian's Hammer, and it wasn't the most played detachment. But 7 events and 22 people going 4-0, 4-1 is amazing. Yeah. Guys, if you are one of the 101 people here that's jumping on Death Guard because you think that they're really broken and really powerful, I advise you to be careful. They are going to get nerfed so fucking hard. So fucking hard. Or Games Workshop won't do anything about it because they're getting to the end of 10th edition. One or the other. Now, the thing is, at this stage in the edition, people should know that. I think what's important to note is that I think most people that are jumping on this faction are jumping on Death Guard because they've been very popular for a long time. Death Guard was the launching starter faction in 8th edition and have continued to receive a lot of love and attention from Games Workshop. And they've been a very popular faction for a long time. So I think you're going to have a lot of people which have pulled Death Guard army out from reserve, and they're going to play with it until it gets nerfed. One thing to mention, though, is pretty much all of the Death Guard, apart from a few characters here and there, pretty much everything you see for the Death Guard came out at the beginning of 8th edition. Now, the reason I highlight this is look at the Emperor's Children release. look at the Emperor's Children release, right? Look at it. There's fucking nothing there. Let's go over to Death Guard. They've got so much more stuff, man. They've got so much more stuff. To be fair, a lot of it's legends. But can we remove... I wonder if we can remove legends just to make it a bit easier. But the point is... 1 minute, show hide options. Let's have legends not visible for now. Even with legends gone, they've got so much more stuff. You know, they've got bloat drones. And they've got Mephitic Blight Haulers. And they've got Plague Boast Claws. And then they have access to all of the normal Chaos Space Marine stuff. And then they've got 2 different kinds of Terminator. You know, not just Flawless Blades. I think if you look at Death Guard versus Ember Children, you really get a sense of how limited new faction releases have become from 8th edition to 10th edition. Yeah. If those Death Guards had to orc, they just delete the faction. Yeah, probably. All right, we're gonna push on to the end, and then we're gonna catch more super chats. So yeah, Death Guard are very powerful. Gene Stealer Cult. Nothing's really changed with Gene Stealer Cult. So Gene Stealer Cult have been good for a while. It's just not a lot of people are willing to play them. I think despite the fact Gene Stealer Cult have been pretty good for a while in the hands of a skilled player. The problem is you need to be a skilled player, and you need to be a skilled player. It's that simple. And most people will find it easier to get wins with other factions. Yeah. Gene Stealer Cult are also, truthfully, more of a hobbyist army than a competitive army. Even at the end of 9th, when Gene Stealer Cult arguably were one of the best factions, they were like one of the top 5, you still only ever saw a maximum like 24 people playing them on a busy weekend. Because most people who play GSC, most people who buy GSC, get them as a hobbying project because they have some like I did mine for like Brotherhood of North. They've got some video game thing they want to do, or some book thing they want to do, or some movie thing they want to do. Yeah, they're a hobbyist army first, but the thing is they're always built around janky, skillful play, and so as a result, even when they're really, really good, most people will choose something else because even though it might not be quite as good, it'll be good enough and much easier to get wins with. Blood Angels. Well done, Josh Roberts. Who could have possibly predicted this? Wow. Who knew taking 10% off the top of nearly every list would have resulted in such a massive turnaround for that faction? Well. I'm being a little facetious, but it is a remarkable... Even without Bloodless Angels, it is a remarkable turnaround. Yeah. And then we have Knights. Knights of all flavors. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean... Both of these Knight armies are going to be having a suppressed win rate from the mirror match. Yeah. Yeah. There's literally nothing. Yeah. Imperial Knights were already becoming very good because people... So let me explain what happened with Imperial Knights. They were already really, really powerful, but they were kind of sleeping under the radar. And people were only just becoming aware of how good they were. The reason they were sleeping under the radar is because a lot of armies had spec'd into an elite infantry meta. So the beginning of 10th edition all the way through until the sort of the end of last year, beginning of this year, we were in a vehicle meta which transitioned into an elite infantry meta. And then for the last sort of and when we were in a really vehicle heavy meta, Knights kind of struggled because everyone was just bringing enough anti-tank to deal with them. There was still the occasional problem like 14 War Dogs or whatever it was. But by and large, Knights people were just prepared to deal with Knights. Can you kill a big one a turn? Yes. Can you kill 2 of the little ones a turn? Yes. Then you'll probably be fine. And then, because everyone had spec'd into... So Knights sort of became less of a problem. And then people started with the sort of release of Eldar and a few things were happening towards the end of last year. We sort of transitioned from this vehicle meta where everyone was bringing all the anti-tank they possibly could to a more elite infantry meta. So as we transitioned to the elite infantry meta, and it was much more infantry focused, melee focused, basically everyone started taking more and more anti-tank out of their list because they wanted to have more anti-elite infantry stuff. And then Knights started bubbling away under the surface because people, and that's why I think my Met Guard's been doing so well over the last 6 months, because I just stuck with I was like, I don't know why you guys fucking stopping taking vehicles. I don't know who agreed that stopping taking vehicles was a good idea, but fuck that. I'm going to keep taking vehicles. And so it turned out that everyone took all the anti-tank, everyone took a lot of anti-tank out of their list. So vehicle heavy lists were actually secretly anti-meta. Knights started doing really, really well, but it was sort of a slow burn as they were coming up. And then just as people were starting to realize how good they were, they received an insane amount of points cuts. An insane amount of points cuts. And so you had this issue where they were becoming anti-meta, and then they got a massive buff, and then they've basically evolved into being a fucking monstrosity. Yeah. They're just too cheap. They're just frankly too cheap. And the problem with Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights is you're never ever going to be able to balance them. Like, truthfully, you're never ever going to be able to balance them, because either they're too expensive, and so everyone could just kill a knight a turn every turn, and by the end of the game, they've been tabled. Or they're too cheap, and killing a knight a turn every turn isn't enough, and then they just basically overwhelm you. Yeah. And I'm not even remotely surprised that this has happened. Not even remotely, because it's happened ever since Knights were released. Ever since Knights were a thing in 6/7th edition, ever since, this has been the life cycle. Boom and bust. Boom and bust. Boom and bust. Yeah. So we're just in the boom right now, but we'll go into a bust soon enough. Now, here's the big question. Here's the big thing. You can fix Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights. You have to basically make them Bretonnians, where it is possible to take only Knights, such as like when you go Errantry Crusade for Bretonnians. It's possible to go only Knights, but you have a bunch of like cheaper peasant units, which sort of encourages them to have a mix. You sort of encourage them to have some big Knights stomping around, and then you have some peasants which are basically doing actions and screening and all that kind of stuff for them. The problem is, though, so here's the thing. There's all sorts of ways you could do it, where you force the knight players to they have to take one of these unit of peasants, like per big knight or something. That way, like there has to be like, or the big knights can get buffs when the peasants are nearby. You make it so that they will be taking the peasants, which means it cuts into all the knights, and you make them a more well-rounded faction, basically. So you sort of make them, again, you guardify them a little bit, so they become less one-dimensional. However, there's a big issue with this, And it's the same issue that we talked about with Tau earlier, which is that that's not why people collect knights. Like, as much as, and this is something that I admitted earlier when I was, you know, being honest and saying, look, I fucked up in a couple of places when I made that other video at the weekend. So, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't stop it from putting Lego up its bum. Now, so now what I mean by that is, you can't make someone, no matter how well reasoned your argument, you can't, no matter how logical it might be, or how logical you think it might be, you can't force someone to want something to be, you can't force someone to want something to be a better way. Or a different way. At the end of the day, people collect knights because they want big stompy robots. At the end of the day, people collect Tau because they want battle suits. That's it. At the end of the day, people collect knights because they kind of wish they were playing BattleTech. And at the end of the day, people collect Tau because it's a power trip. And let me be honest with you, and that sounds like an insult towards the Tau players, but it's not. It's not. Okay? I've played Tau. I've played them for like 2 editions at this point. I've taken them to half a dozen tournaments over those 2 editions. And I've played them fairly... I play a game with them fairly consistently. I keep my eye in with them. Alright? Know thy foe and all that kind of stuff. I do it with a few armies. You know, same with Death Guard, same with Tyranids. Some I play because I enjoy. Some I play because I like to try and understand an enemy that I think is going to be powerful, or as a traditional hard counter to my force, so I can learn a bit more about it. But typically I play armies because I enjoy them. And coming back to Tau for a moment, because this whole stream is a bit about Tau. But that's okay. Playing Tau is an absolute power trip. It really is. It's so fun playing them. They're pretty fast, and they just go around like, traditionally they sort of just go around just like deleting enemies. It's like, bam, you're dead. Bam, you're dead. Bam, you're dead. And at the end of the day, I think Tau players like winning games. I'm not sure. I think Tau players like winning. And at the end of the day, in a competitive sense, there's nothing wrong with liking winning. But I guess, yeah. And it's all well and good for us saying you should Bretonnianify Imperial Knights, you should Guardify Tau. But at the end of the day, I suppose if the Tau players wanted to collect Guard, they'd collect Guard. And if the Knight players wanted to collect... If the Knight players wanted to collect a balanced force, they'd collect a balanced force. Certain factions have their identity. And like it or not, that is the identity they have. Yeah. And that's kind of where it's at. And that's kind of where it's at. That's kind of where it's at. So overall, meta is Knights are fucked. Knights are cracked. Death Guard are cracked. Thousand Suns are pretty good. Guard is fine, but our win rate is deceptively low, I would say. Guard is a solid 4-on-1 faction. We occasionally win tournaments. And I think Tau are... I still stand by my words. I think Tau are very good. I'm going to take them to a tournament to try and... I'm going to take them to a tournament to see if theory meets reality. Yeah. Chaos Knights and Knights I've just lumped together for the time being. Even if it's a bit unfair. Alright. But there we go. That is the metadata. Shall we catch up on some super chats? And see where we end up. Just want to close a few bits down here, boys. Alright, raw gravy. Alright. So, let me just quickly refresh, do some super chats, and then we're bing bang boom, we're all gravy. So, I want to say a huge thank you to Tim Meek. Can we get a big 07 down in the chat for Tim Meek? He's been waiting very patiently for me to get to his super chat. Can my 4th edition or early mini still hold the line? Armulets and picture and stream discussion. Bro, let's take a look, man. Let's take a look. Holy shit, man. Models are 20 plus years old, except for a few tank sponsors and bits from older cane upgrades brews. Some notable old school stuff is big pen tube mob for the Vanquish cannon and track guards on backwards. Because front armor values used to be higher. Good old boys, 2k points, combined arms, Usaka Creed, Tank Commander, Vank, Grand Strategist, Tank Commander, Demo with Mask, 2 Canadian Command Squads, 20 Canadians, 20 Canadians, 10 Krieg, 10 Krieg, 2 Chimeras, Rust Battle Tank, Rust Exterminator, Hellhound, Scout Sentinel, Basilisk, 2 Commissars. Yeah, that list is fine. Like, truthfully... Okay, truthfully, you wouldn't have to do very much to make that be a tournament list. You say it's a casual list just for tournaments. Truthfully, you wouldn't have to do much at all to make that a tournament competitive list, bro. Let's go through it. So firstly, you'd want to turn both Deathcore Krieg units into Katachan units. That would give you Scout Chimeras, which would be great. As for your Armored Core, if you wanted... if I would recommend you go Executioner, Plasma Cannon on the Tank Commanders. And then... Battle Tank's fine. Exterminator's fine. Hellhound's fine. Scout Sentinel's fine. Basilisk is fine. Only really need 1 Commissar. So you could do something else with the other Commissar, to be fair. But yeah, truth be told, man. Truth be told, that... If you didn't make a single change to that list, I reckon that list could win games. And if you got good enough with it, I reckon you could go... If you got good enough with it and hardcore enough with it, without making a single change, I reckon you could go 2-1 at an RTT. 3-2 at a GT. I think you get a positive win rate with that. Just by... If you just played a few games with it, like played 10, 20 games with it, if you made the change, the only main change I think you could do with is you need 2 pieces of indirect fire, to be honest. 1 Basilisk is probably not enough. If you dropped a Commissar, that would give you 170 points with the Basilisk. Yeah. I don't know what you'd get instead. How many orders do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. You're slightly overstocked on orders. So this tank commander... The tank commanders are sorting themselves out. But you only really have 2 units that need orders. So you don't really need both Canadian command squads. So what I would do, if you wanted to mix things up a little bit, what I would do is drop 1 Canadian command squad. You don't even need Grand Strategist on this fucking tank, man. I mean, you can do if you want to give the Hellhound something, but you don't even need Grand Strategist on this tank. So drop 1 of the Canadian command squads. Drop 1 of the Commissars. And that would get you 95 points. And then you drop Grand Strategist. And that would get you 115 points. And then what you do is you put an artillery team in there. And you'd have 1, 2. artillery team, and basilisk, which would get ordered. And so you'd use Creed to order all 4 of those units with the combined command, whatever it's called, stratagem, flexible command stratagem. And that would allow you to take advantage of fields of fire. Yeah. So yeah, it wouldn't take much at all. I'm guessing you don't care about any of that stuff, though. Truthfully. These are some fucking old school models, boys. Drink them in. Tell you what, give me a second. I need to just adjust the view. There you go, boys. Drink these in, man. This is some gentlemen, you're looking at some history right now. Fucking love that, man. That is a beaut. That's a real beaut. Wow. I love that this is such a classic and iconic army, and yet it could still get the job done. It could still get the job fucking done. Wow. Yeah. Fundamentally, there's nothing wrong with those models. Fundamentally, there's nothing wrong with those models, nothing wrong with that list. I would give it competitively a 6 out of 10. Able to win games, not able to win tournaments. Based on turret options and sponsons and, you know, little things. So if you didn't make a single change, you'd want to, you know, have plasma sponsons. If you didn't make a single change, 6 out of 10. If you change this over to have plasma sponsons, this over to have plasma sponsons, this to be an executioner turret, this to be an executioner turret, and these to be plasma sponsons. This to have a heavy flare. Oh no, everything here is fine. Everything here is fine, apart from you'd want these to be Catachans. Yeah, if you didn't make any other changes, if you just tweaked the loadout so that they were more efficient on every squad, you'd get it to a 7 out of 10. If you then made the changes I suggested, drop a Commissar, drop a Grand Strategist, drop Acadian Command Squad, and you put an artillery team in, I think, and tweaked everything, I think you get it to an 8 out of 10. Maybe a 7.5 out of 10. Yeah. Very, very... Yeah, goes to show. Let's have a look. What have we got here? Also, swap in these rarely seen signs of the Commissar. Maybe the first ones ever. Wow. Look at these boys. Those are old metal Cadians. Well, okay, so that's a plastic Stormtrooper with a Kazakin backpack on. Put on that one and that one. I think these models are old Cadian... metal Cadians which have had a head swap done. They might all be old Cadians. Oh, I think they're all old Cadians with a head swap done. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Looking at where the conversion's been done, yeah. They're amazing. They are amazing. Yeah, you could swap though. You could swap out the Commissars for those if you wanted to. Yeah. It's amazing how the core fundamentals of the Guard still work 20 years later. There we are. Want to say a big thank you To next highlight of the super chat. Is it Collector's time with the 1,000 Suns meta? I don't know. Shall we? What? I can't even remember what the fucking Collector's does. If truth be told. Invulnerable save, 4 up, 2+ feel no pain against psychic attack, soulless horror, once about the start of any command phase. Take a battle shock test, that's shit. It could come in 6 inches away from any enemy units. Wow, why the fuck are people taking the F there? Why isn't the Collectus in every list? It can come in 6 inches away. Deep strike, single model. Fuck, man, I'm going to start putting one of those in every list. That's actually insane. So, sadly, the Collector's Assassin is pretty dog shit for actually being good at killing, being anti-psyker. Because, you know, because psychic powers are no longer... psychic powers are no longer, like, things you can turn off. So, all it does is some death wounds in melee and... wounds on a 2+ against psychers in shooting. No, I don't think it's worth it, mate. Sadly. I think the Collector's Assassin is absolutely here, but I think it's not for anti-psyker purposes. And then we've got the Blackstone Chapter Master! Blackstone Chapter, thank you so much for the Bane Blade! It is the Bane Blade, yes! It is the Bane Blade. Blackstone Chapter Master. So, another one of my stories got turned into a video. I'll explain more in stream discussion. Also, you read the story yet? Oh, fuck. If I said yes, would you believe me? Oh no. I even set an alarm for it. I remember the alarm going off on Saturday, and I was just like, huh. I need to read that. And then I got to turn the alarm off, and I got to read it. Oh, no. Right, I don't... This is highly embarrassing. Fuck it. I'm going to read it on stream. I'm going to read it right now. It's not happening elsewhere. I'm reading it right now. Right? I'm going to read it. I shouldn't have when it first came out. I'm going to fucking read it. Right. Fuck it. Let's do it. Blackstone Chapter Master, you've waited long enough. You've waited long enough. I'm going to read it now. Let me make sure this is the right one. Is this the right... I want to make sure I got the right one. Is this it here? Is that the one there? I'll read it out right now. I should have done this before, mate. Okay. I'm going to wait for Blackstone Chapter Master to confirm that was the right story. It's story time, baby. I think it's the right one, but I want to make sure. All this fan is doing is blowing warm air around me. All this is doing is blowing warm air around me. I feel like this is the right one, but I need to remember there's a delay on the chat for 30 seconds. Right, okay, here we go. Sacrifice 25. A hive world of boundless oceans, deserts, and mountains. 1 minute before I go further. Blackstone Chapter Master. I'm looking forward to reading this. if any frustration came across in my tone when I was like, fuck it, I'm going to do it now, it was a frustration directed at myself. And I think that's important because I don't want you to think, oh, he's just fucking doing it. No, like, I should have done this earlier. I fucked up. My frustration was at myself. Okay? Okay, just want to make sure that's clear. Right, let's carry on. Sacrifice 25. A hive world of boundless oceans, deserts, and mountains. It's roughly 243 of the Emperor's calendar of M42. A grey forest has materialised by the outskirts of one of the hive cities, and the forest is spreading. The Planetary Defence Force, more simply known as the PDF, has established a defence perimeter around the ever-growing blight, yet nothing of substance has come to pass. 3 guardsmen skulk across the mountain's umbral shadow, reconnaissance, patrolling the outskirts of the forest. Between them, 4 fires can be seen peeking their tails from the range from all 4 cardinal points. They're somewhat lost in the middle. The youngest of the 3 guardsmen, Seraz, warms her hands by said fire. To her left was Alexander, a larger, intimidating guard with a keen eye for weaponry. They both exchange a complacent look before he returns to cleaning the stub gun. Beyond the flames from her was Carlos, the third and most experienced of the guards, as well as their sergeant. He occupies himself with a warm-down pan that simmers over the roaring flames of the hastily made fire, fixated on cooking up the team's meal for the night. You heard any rumours about this forest, Sarge? No, I have not. Even if I had, Alex, I wouldn't let a word loose or else you'd spin a telltale to the privates. Carlos responds in his ever so raspy voice, eyes locked to the pan. Oh, come on, there's got to be something you've heard, Alex pleads. A smirk spread across his face from Carlos' stern yet witty answer. Carlos groans as he turns his attention ever so slightly to Alex, eyes glaring from across the fire. Fine, I'll give you this one. Men have been hearing noises from within the forest. Like birds? Sarah replies as she shifts her gaze away from the fire, her voice strong despite her small stature. The sergeant shrugs as he lets out a sigh. I guess I haven't heard anything besides shifting rocks and small vermin. They're probably just on chems, Alex grunts. They all smirk at his offhand comment, knowing at least one private within the ranks was doing them. The snapping of twigs catches the attention of the guards, and within the blink of an eye they ready their weapons, all pointing into the deep forest, of which the trees are too straight to be natural. Maybe there is something out there, Seraz whispers, concern weaving between her words. Maybe, wait, what's that? To the right! Alex gestures as 2 glowing, floating red lights encroach upon them. Whining servos complement the heavy footsteps of what feels like the immovable march of a giant. With each thunderous step forward, the lights give way to a hulking behemoth of a shape that resembles that of one of the Emperor's angels. But something was horribly, horribly wrong about them. 2 thick black and purple cloaks shrouded the shape's silhouette, a sudden burst of wind revealing a series of macabre trophies rattling across their belt. Their armour was drenched in the deepest of blues, one would likely mistaken it for black. A horned skull mask of a small animal adorned their head where a helmet should be, opulently crafted from gold trimmed with subtle hints of silver. With the pistol in one hand and a drenched executioner's axe in the other, the Marine stepped out from the shadows and into the light of the campfire, leaving a detail that left the trio of troopers with a cold, sickening feeling that plummeted their hearts down to their stomachs. The skull wasn't a mask, it was part of their head. A mechanical horror welded across their face. Mechanisms that with somewhat passive eyes peered down at the trio, staring straight into their souls. A lovely night, isn't it? May a traveller rest by the fire with you? The Marine chuckles, his deep mechanical voice across the campsite. Stay right there. But one more step and we will fire. The sergeant speaks out, his voice wavering as much as composure. Such hostility to a weary traveller? Besides, do you really think you could kill me with just bullets? All tense for the statement, Alexander was about to draw his flare gun to signal reinforcements, only to be stopped by what came next to the Marine's occluded mouth. I wouldn't suggest doing that. Reinforcements would only make them agitated. He gestures to his right. Coordinates 487, go ahead. You might not like what you see, however. Make sure he doesn't move, Carlos orders, reaching for his viewfinder to punch in the coordinates given. Not much was visible till a pair of white dots blinked into view. Then 2, then 3, until roughly 4 dozen pairs could all be seen glaring right back at him. Placing down his viewfinder, Carlos turned his gaze over to the Marine, his ashen face matching that of the foliage, encompassing him and his team. What do you want? His voice quivers as the behemoth before him takes one step closer to the fire. What do I want? I believe I already told you. I'd like to rest by your fire. May even hear some of your stories. Can I have this request? I'll even leave my weapons where I'm standing now. How about that? Hypothetically, what if we don't? Alexander blurts out, eyes tensely glaring down the giant. Do you really want to know? The Marine sternly replies. Alex, I don't think we've really got a choice here, Sarah's whispers begrudgingly, a hand slowly levelling his gun to the ground. You can stay, but as you said, your weapon's on the ground now, Carlos demands hesitantly. The Marine nods almost enthusiastically as he plants his axe into the ground. He places his pistol to the ground, alongside with a handful of grenades before making his way forward to the fire. The troopers return to their positions, the Marine hunkering down between Alexander and Seraz, the air around them so suffocatingly tense. Carlos' attention constantly flickers to his cooking and the seemingly docile beast towering in front of him. What felt like hours passed of nothing but the crackling flames of the campfire walled in the four of them. Stationed like a grim statue, the Marine slowly took his focus away from the fire, his voice bellowing across the campsite yet again. Where are my manners? I didn't even give my name, nor ask for yours. They call me the Cannibal. What would your names be? Why didn't we just shoot him? Alexander whispers to Carlos beneath his still quivering breath. Sergeant Carlos of the Sacrifice Scout Corps. Sacrifice Scout Corps? What is this world called? A now intrigued Cannibal leans in towards Carlos' direction. All three of the troops are surprised to hear that what is supposed to be one of the fallen angels of the Emperor didn't know the name of a planet. The priest always told them that the angels knew every single planet's name, so this was a sudden shock to them. You don't know the name of our planet? Sarah's meekly asked. Within one sharp mechanical turn, the Marine swiftly turns his horned head down to look at her. Chills racing down her spine as she hopefully glares into his glowing red eyes. No, I don't know, miss. Being called miss completely caught her off guard. Confused she was, Sarah choked out and answered again. Oh, sorry, Lord. I'm Sarah's private first class. The Marine's gaze shifts slowly over to Alexander, who's occupied cleaning by his gun, doing any and everything to keep the Marine's attention away from him. The grey-bearded one told me his, and the youth told me hers. Aren't you going to share yours? It'd be rude to keep it from me. It was painfully obvious then that the muscle-bound trooper was afraid. His maintenance work was sloppier than normal, grease marks splooging the barrel, his shaky hands fumbling with the magazine of his weapon. Well, we're waiting, trooper. Don't be rude now. The Cannibal leans and towers over him like a predator glaring down at a small prey. Blue steam erupts from the snout of his skull, sending shivers down Alexander's already shaking spine. Alexander, weapons expert and gang leader of the Groxhounds. Gang leader? Better nickname than Brute, I suppose. The Marine replies mockingly before positioning himself back between Alexander and Seraz. Now I feel like we all got off on the wrong foot, so why don't we all play a little game? The Cannibal retrieves a large box from his belt. With bated breath from the trio, he opens it. Displayed before them was a bottle of clear liquid and 5 glasses. For an all human, they could hold them in their hands, but he would have to lift them with 2 fingers. It's my own recipe. The forest here grows berry bushes. Don't worry, they're safe for consumption. He gently grabs the glasses with 2 fingers and hands one to each of them. The bottle is huge. It could hold around 1 gallon by itself. He opens the bottle and starts to pour the clear liquid into the glasses with expert precision. When he is done pouring, he leans back with the bottle in his right hand. Allow me to explain the game. It is a game of questions. We take turns. Choose a person and ask them a question. They drink, then answer the question. Understood? Alexander stares at the glass before him, skepticism in his voice. Can all of us ask you questions, or do we have to ask the person next? You can ask anyone any question, myself included. Now then, who would like to start the festivities? The Cannibal asked, glass raised outwards between his third and index finger. 3 guys had pondered on their questions for minutes on end. Who was he? How did he get here? Did he rule the Grey Forest? Then out of the blue, Karl spoke. I have a question for you, Lord Cannibal. Staring down with his 2 red mechanical eyes, he gestures with his drink before opening the side of his mask, ready to take a sip. Do you yourself have an army within the Grey Forest? The Cannibal lifts his glass to the still open panel to the side of his mask, taking a slow, patient sip before closing after he finishes with a mechanical hiss. My entire company recently has been reinforced. The rabble that we found across different planets, a zoo of monsters we brought down with us, as well as whatever in the forest in general. Spin the liquid in her glass. Sarah looks up towards the giant before hesitation could doubt soaking her words. Can you remove your helmet? I'm just curious to know what you look like beneath it. Head shaking, his hatch opens up for another swig. The Cannibal takes a deep sigh. No, I cannot. It's a long, vicious tale to boot. A tale of chapter of Marines, lawless Terminators, and the Lightning Claws. He turns his gaze to Carlos, fingers tapping across his armor, pondering to himself. But anyway, my turn. Carlos, I have a question for you. I'm very perceptive, and I see I caught your attention with something I said. What was it? Before he could speak, the cannibal raised his left index finger to him, halting his answer. Drink first. This is a game after all. Karl looks down at the clear liquid. He was apprehensive of the concoction before him, despite the marine's gentle insistence of its fruity aroma. There was a tense layer of hesitation that stirred within him. With 10 hands and a quivering sigh, he downs the substance. It had the sweet feeling of a lover's kiss with the kick of an autocannon. It surprised Carlos that the man before him would offer such a fine beverage. I don't know much about the legends of Space Marines, but I heard about a Marine that is larger than the rest. I think he's called the Red Wake. I believe he's also the chapter master of that chapter. So that's his title. I will remember this. The cannibal replied, nodding his mechanical head towards Carlos before the sound of swiveling servos greeted Alexander with his gaze. The big man who was stared on a squad for spilling their drinks is shaking like a scared pup. He bolts his feet before blurting out after question after question, paranoia plaguing his words. Who are you? What's out there? And what in the Golden First name is this damn forest? Taken back by the sudden outburst, with smug sarcasm, the cannibal provides what Alexander answered. I'll demand all of those, but first, 5 sips. Alexander bites his tongue and disguises his last question from his mind as he starts to sip his shots, fearing that he'd drink himself to death with the liquid he still found suspicious. I'm a Adept Sergeant of the 8th Legion. Out there are my forces, whatever creatures that simply call this place home, and the Nostraman giant and its hounds. In regards to that forest, I'm just in the dark as you three are. Small grey blades of grass around the boot of the cannibal catch Sarah's eye. Looking behind the Marine, the patch of grass begin to form an ashen trail deep into the woods. She leans back, only to be greeted by the indomitable stare of 2 red glowing eyes. Perceptive one, aren't you? The cannibal applauds Sarah's observation before rising from his post, towering over the 3 guardsmen. All I know is that it started to follow us after we came out from the warp. It's truly uncanny there. If you think the outskirts look wrong, take a stroll there. If the creatures of the giant don't get you, the woods will. They'd impale you, siphon your blood, and rend any and all flesh till you're only bone. Reaching for their rifles, Carlos and Alexander's vision begins to warp. Dazed, they struggle to even ready them. Hard to wield a weapon when you're drunk, don't you think? Sounds of bullets ricocheting off metal pierces the air, so swiftly unloads a whole magazine into the cannibal's chest. I was having such fun, and that wasn't a wise choice. An ear-shattering hiss erupts from his mashed jaw, and before she could look up to see it, the monster clamps down on Sarah's head. Visions of beauty and terror colours the other 2 guards' mind, blinded and deafened to the crackling of bone and screams of their comrade. Breaking into a fit, Alexander scurries into the forest depths, screaming all the while. Between the apparitions of flowers and grasping trees, Carlos could slowly figure out Sarah's, her still twitching body clamped between the jaws of the cannibal, and with a loud blood-squelching cackle, the disfigured remains of her lifeless corpse plummeted to the forest floor. His mask drenched in blood, the cannibal looms over Carlos, leaning down to his eye level. Let's get down to business. Oh wait, there's music coming from the forest. Do you hear it? Carlos, body limp on the ground, hears the wails of Alexander deep within the forest. Incomprehensible screeches from unknown creatures harmoniously find their prey as what sound like hundreds of heavy armored footsteps approach. Sacrifice 25 fell in under 12 Terran standard days. Hey. That was pretty fucking good. That was pretty fucking good. I have to say, Blackstone Chapter Master, there wasn't a single spelling mistake. It was very, 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 very well written. It was very, 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 very well written. Yeah. So I'll just change something. It was very, very, very well written. Yeah. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a good short story. I wasn't sure where it was going at first. But it was just, the 8th Legions, the Night Lords, right? Yeah. Yeah, it felt very, I was like, when it was called the Cannibal, I was like, yeah, that's not going to go well. And then when you was talking about the Carnodons, I thought that he might end up being loyalist. And it was it was like one of those things where it's like, sometimes even the loyalist chapters are very scary. And then when he said he was in the 8th Legion, I was like, nah. Yeah, they're fucked. Yeah. I think it was kind of cool how in the end it was just... In the end, it was basically just one of the guardsmen cracking under pressure, just like, fuck this! Yeah, I thought that was kind of... cracking under pressure, but also seeing her comrades start to get very drunk. Yeah, I thought it was really good. I thought it was really well written. Good start to end. You know, few mysteries left hanging there. But you didn't explain everything because not everything needed to be explained. Because it was kind of done from the perspective of the people that were in the story. So they wouldn't know what certain things were. They would just know that it's all gone a bit... Yeah, they just know that it was pretty scary. Yeah. I really liked it. Genuinely, I really fucking liked it. One of the better bits of fan lore I've ever read. Yeah. There we go. All right, we got 2 more super chats here, and then we're probably going to wrap the stream up. So I want to say a big thank you to Trooper number 2102. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Battle Armor Platoon, ready for war. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I should have just read that story out when it first happened. It was only 5 pages. It wasn't so bad. Let's have a look. Lesson learned there. Just read it out when you get it. Don't fuck about. Otherwise, you just end up... It just ends up... do it when you do it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Do it when it comes in. Best stories used in the imagination. Exactly, Squid Fist. For the Titans, can we read the story somewhere? It's up to Blackstone Chapter Master. He can post it in stream discussion if he wants to. He sent it to me in DMs, but you could post it to you and he can post it to discussion if he wants to. I think he should do, but it's up to him. I mean, I think he should if he's comfortable doing so, is what I mean. Trooper. Infantry, sir. Good for you, son. I love it. The little cute little mini mechs. That's kind of cool, man. Nice. Is that the Trooper? Let me check something. Yeah, it's battle armor. Yeah, I thought so. So that battle armor is... I remember playing the game Mech Assault 2 Lone Wolf on Xbox. Played the shit out of it. Never quite beat the final boss, though. And I remember the battle armor in that. And I was thinking... Is that normal infantry or is that battle armor in the for your infantry guys? Yeah, I'm glad I was I'm glad I was I remembered that. Yeah. There we go. That's cool, Trooper. I love it. I love it. They look great. Really gives you a sense of scale between the
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Really gives you a sense of scale between the two there, because that is bigger than an infantryman. Yeah, like you have. It's like that's like it's not as big as a mech, obviously. It's like power armor, essentially. Yeah, it's like power armor. I want to say a big thank you next to Tim Meek. Tim Meek, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you for more support, mate. You're absolutely smashing it tonight, bro. Just want to say thank you for the comments about the minis. The Scions are metal with no head swaps. I added backpacks, knives, and plasma pistol. Oh, okay. So are they just... So they're... So, interesting. So they're just the old metal stormtroopers. That's very interesting. Because I thought the old stormtroopers were made out of plastic. but maybe some of them were made out of plastic and some of them were made out of metal. Very interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. Because I've got some of the old Stormtroopers, but I thought they were plastic. Maybe some of them were and some of them weren't. Either way, mate, they look fantastic. They look really, really good. And it's not unlike GW from back in the era to reuse bits. Like, look at the Praetorians. They're basically Mordians with a head swap, you know. But not, obviously, they were cast, but you know what I mean. Yeah, yeah. Very interesting, man. Dude, those models were a treat. Really cool. And I love old metal models like that. Best part of the guard for me. Yes, very rare. Yeah, man, I've seen nearly every guard model. I've never seen them before. Never seen them before, man. Crazy. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat, man. MG is sponsored by Tony's Misty Men Den. God damn it. God damn it. If only we were so fortunate, Cosmic. Oh, man. All right. Next, we'll say a big thank you to The Legend. The Legend. Thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Just got a chance to talk. Am I vindicated? The Legend, in what way? You have to remind me. It's late in the stream. It's late in the stream. Are you vindicated about what, sir? About Tau? About Knights? No.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Are you vindicated about what? I feel like I'm forgetting a conversation that we had earlier in the, well, last week. Oh, flipping heck. I know there's a bit of delay on stream chat, so I'll just wait for Legend. My schizo post. Oh, the Legend 50. Oh, so, yes and no. So,
backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Basically, right. To sum it up, I've sort of touched upon this, and I did a bit of a thing at the beginning of the stream, but I'll just sum it up here. Basically, the Tau win rate has gone into the fucking floor. Like, they're doing their. It's basically the Tau win rate is doing its best Ocean Gate impression right now. So obviously that makes it look like Tau are doing very, very badly, and it'd be very easy to be like, Tau have gone to shit and all that kind of stuff. And obviously it massively throws egg on my face, massively time for me to eat crow and all that kind of stuff. All right. However, also, sorry for the burp. Also, I did actually apologize at the beginning of the stream because whilst the video that I did was intended as being somewhat humorous, after rewatching it out of the context of the stream, it definitely came across as more bitter than it was meant to. So there's that. I own everything that I said in it, and I always encourage people not to take me too seriously, but I can understand, especially if someone was coming from outside of the channel, they might not have. It wasn't that it was a joke and that it should all be dismissed, but I definitely understand that the tone might have been slightly off. So I did apologize for that at the beginning of the stream. However, I still actually stand by the fact that I think Tau are really, really powerful. I think they're really powerful. I just think that what's basically happened with the win rate plummeting is what we've seen this happen with Guard in the past, and I sort of made a bit of a joke. It's kind of funny. We're more similar than both factions would ever dare to admit. But as someone who collects Tau and collects Guard, I actually kind of, I can sort of see things from both sides a little bit. Not to wind myself off, I don't mean it in that way, but it's the advantage of actually, after years and years of moaning about Tau, actually going out there, collecting them and playing them a little bit has given me a perspective on this. And basically what I think's happened is the Tau win rate has gone up by 50% in 1 week. And what I think's happened is what happens with the guard. Whenever anyone gets a whiff of the guard being good, the win rate spikes and the player count spikes and the win rate goes down because Tau and guard are a faction you can't just slide into like a cheap suit. You actually do need to know what you're doing. Target priority is very important. Even when Tau have been their most powerful, their most toxic, and their most fun destroying, as I said in the video, you still need to know what you were doing. I think it's, and I've never ever denied that Tau wouldn't just, yes, they'd come in and destroy you, but you still need to know what you're doing to make that happen. So what I think's happened is a bunch of people have jumped on Tau, and the win rate's plummeted because they've come in expecting just easy, they've come in expecting seal clubbing, and I don't think you can do that with Tau. I think there's an element of that. I do expect the win rate to go up over time, because that's something that people often forget. Win rates do go up over time. I think also you're going to see the win rates go up because of the new UK TC terrain, which is actually something I've not mentioned, because new UK TC, as someone who played it this weekend, new UK TC terrain is fucking really, really good for shooting armies. It's wildly good for shooting armies. Like, I almost didn't need to crash through. I barely needed to crash through, and I was able to target whatever I wanted. So I think there's that. And so overall, what I think is going to happen is I think the Tau win rate is going to go up over time. But the last piece of this is that I'm actually, as a recognition that I chatted some mad shit to the Tau community over the weekend. If you're gonna talk the talk, you've got to walk the walk. If you're gonna talk the talk, you've got to walk the walk. And so I will be going to my next tournament in 3 weeks' time, which is going to be a GT, and I am going to run Tau. I'm going to run Tau, and I'm going to run them in the way that I think might be the secret sauce to getting them to work. And if I was to say what I think maybe one of the issues with the Tau right now, at least from what I have read, admittedly, this is what I read on Reddit, so fucking hell, it could be well off. But what I read is it feels like a lot of Tau players are putting an emphasis on the bare minimum spotting units. And I feel like that could be punishing them because, and this is not meant in an insulting way. Okay, I don't think this is being said in a derogatory manner, but I feel like the natural Tau tendency, the natural instinct of a committed Tau player, and for a lot of factions in 40k, to be fair. In fact, I'm not even going to tar Tau with all of this brush. Actually, I'm going to adapt what I said. I think a large segment of the 40k community across many factions really put an emphasis on damage dealing and just damage dealing. And so what I feel like might be happening is people are literally putting 3 minimum units of stealth suits in their army. Everything else is going to be battle suits and riptides and hammerheads and whatnot. And then what ends up happening is someone takes out those 3 those 3 stealth suit teams, because there's an inclination, there's a natural tendency to want to infiltrate them and all this kind of stuff. And then when the stealth suit teams go, you end up losing damage output because you then have to get a much more expensive, much less efficient unit to do the spotting. So I think the key to the Tau, and what I'm going to do with the Tau, is I'm going to apply the 4 pillars of the guard to the Tau. So my list, which in version 1.0, and I might tweak it in the face of some practice games, but version 1.0 of the Guvesa list that I'm going to be running is 4 squads of strike teams and 2 squads of Pathfinders for an infantry corps. And then supporting the infantry corps is going to be 3 squads of stealth suits. 2 are going to be big 6-man stealth suit squads, which is slightly controversial, but it's only 40 points more to go up to the 6. And stealth teams are remarkably capable. And then I'm going to have a small squad of stealth suits, because sometimes you need a nice, cheap, efficient spotter unit. And then I'm going to take 1 Piranha for a nice 9-inch scout, basically a pseudo scout sentinel. 3 broadsides, because you don't need to take them in one big squad anymore because of the way spotting's changed. It's actually an advantage to take them as individuals. 3 hammerheads and 2 riptides. So you're gonna have and one ethereal. So basically 1 ethereal, 60 infantry, 15 stealth suits, 3 broadsides, 3 hammerheads, 2 riptides. All of that in the Monk card attachment. Yeah. All of that in the Monk card attachment. And I might tweak things in the face of... I might tweak things in the face of a practice game or 2. Like, I'm very tempted to just go to drop 1 Riptide, double up the broadsides, and then put an extra Pathfinder unit in there. Because I feel like I'm not totally happy with where my infantry screen is at. CJ, 3 hammerheads. Give me a moment. I need to Google how to disown someone who's not my son. Yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of what's going through my head at the moment. I would quite like an extra Pathfinder squad for extra screening. Pathfinders are very good. They're only 15 points more. It's funny because I'm also tempted to go completely the other way with it and actually downgrade the Pathfinders to 2 more strike teams. Because if I downgrade the Pathfinders to 2 more strike teams, I think that would save me 30 points. I might not quite have enough points to do it. I'm kind of into the idea that whilst everyone's wanking off the stealth suits, I'm kind of really into the idea of actually having the strike teams doing a lot of the spotting, but I don't know if it would help, because if I downgraded everyone to strike teams, I feel like I wouldn't. I want to get 3 squads of 6 stealth suits, but I don't think I've quite got the points to do it. No, I don't. I don't, unfortunately. There's nothing I can't fit it in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I'll probably stick with what I've got then.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
This is the most thought put into a tower army ever since the creation of the army. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to try and put my money where my mouth is. The other option is to drop down to just 3 small squads of stealth suits and fit another Piranha in. But I don't think that actually helps me. Yeah, I think I'm better off going for... like I said, it's just a case of, do I go for the 3rd broad? Because the advantage, if I drop the broadside, I can merge the last 2 broadsides together, and then they can't ever suffer from battle shock, which was pointed out to me by someone in chat. So big shout! I can't remember who it was, but big thank you to them. I think it was the ninja guy. And that would allow me to... So yeah, I'm kind of torn between... 60 infantry and 3 broadsides, or 70 infantry and 2 broadsides in the moment. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I think both is fine. I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. I'm heavily leaning towards heavily leaning. The only problem I have with Pathfinders is they're only 1 OC. That's the one problem I have with them. But I like the fact that they can spot. I really like the fact that they can spot and basically spot for themselves as well. I really, really like that. I definitely envisage a turn where my stealth suits don't spot. I definitely envisage because real 1 speed is nice, but I definitely envisage a situation where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna spot for my stealth teams with my Pathfinders, and then my stealth team's gonna unload 2 fusion guns and 4 burst cannons. I'm tempted, genuinely tempted to go all burst cannons as well. Genuinely tempted. Because I'll tell you why. Because it would give them +1 to hit and ignore cover, and they'd have lethal hits. 1 minute. And you could use focus fire. And you could use focus fire. And what I really like about that is it's kind of like a really cheap breacher team. So a breacher team all in does cost you what was it, 235 points? So 2 stealth teams doing that would be the same, right? And each burst cannon gets 4 shots. So you get 48 shots. Plus you would have the pulse carbine. So actually you'd have 26 shots. So you'd have 52 shots. Hitting on 3s. Lethal hits. AP1, ignoring cover. You're just fishing for lethals, basically. Versus the breacher team, which I think would only get 30 shots. Yeah. And yeah, the breach team would be an extra AP. That's true. It's true. But the breacher team is 30 shots. And I'm not so bothered about the extra strength. I'm bothered about... The breach team would have 30 shots, and the AP -2 doesn't massively matter. And the reason the AP -2 doesn't massively matter is because typically someone's going to be in cover. So it's a comparison of AP -2 without ignoring cover, because the devilfish that's going to spot for them. Or it's going to be AP -1 with ignores cover. So that balances out. So really, the only thing you're missing out on is the rerolls to wound if the enemy's on the objective. If the enemy's on the objective, which is very powerful, but there's going to be a lot of times when enemies aren't on the objective. Also, you've got the fact that breach teams have to get within 10 inches, which basically means they go in there and then they die, where stealth suits could do this from 18 inches away, which really gives them the ability to essentially not be a one-trick pony. So this is what I mean. Like, people auto-gravitate towards the breach team. But the breach team is 240 points, essentially. It goes in there. It kills something, and then it dies. And then that asset is lost. And if you're a tower player, you only brought 20 infantry. You only brought those 2 breach teams and a squad of recruits. So then you've lost a big section of objective control. You've lost an asset for doing actions. You've just lost it. Whereas the stealth teams, we can do extra AP on 2 of these units. It's going to cost the same amount. We're going to generate more lethal hits. And I can do it for more than 1 turn. And I'm more likely to survive the clapback because I'm -1 to hit. And I've got 2 wounds per guy. And I've got a better save. And I've got a better toughness. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. But I think I think I can I can replicate the breach team without having to commit to the breacher team. That's kind of what's going through my head. I'm not saying, because sometimes you won't want to do the whole breacher thing, and then you're kind of like, ugh, this tool's not doing what it wants. The stealth suits can do the breach thing, or they cannot. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, the legend. That was a long way around it, but that's kind of what's... So in essence, yeah, nah. There you go. All right. Next, we'll say a big thank you to CJ, my boy. Thank you so much for the 19-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. CJ, thank you so much for the support, man. Thank you for supporting the channel for over 1.5 years, you fucking Giga Chad. Good luck with the heat. UK needs to get AC. Oh, mate. It's well too hot. Do you want to know how hot it is? Do you want to know how hot it is? Oh. It's so hot. Make sure I'm not going to show brain here. I busted out the short shorts. Who likes short shorts? We like short shorts. It's quite warm. I want to say next a big thank you to Blackstone Chapter Master. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you so much for the support, bro. You forgot to look in stream discussion. I realized I didn't look at the other story you'd posted. Yeah, let's have a look. Plague of Skeletons. Let's have a look, man. Nah. Also, another one of your stories got picked up. Was it about the same guy? Let's have a look. Is it about the same guy or is it a different guy?
Hey, guys.
It's the same guy.
I was listening to this one, and it's fairly bloody and interesting.
The legend use stealth suits for damage is nice. Well, here's the thing. I don't have to use them for damage, but I can use them for damage.
Write them down
The stealth suits can happily spot.
The first one is called.
They can happily be. The stealth suits can happily be an observer.
Second
or
one
they can be guided.
Wolves, yet not wolves.
This is.
And lastly,
this is kind of like what I'm saying. I don't like. I think one of the big problems with Tau players and a lot of players in 40k is they just focus on damage, and not
that he worked for a radio.
It's a 5-turn. It's a 5-turn game.
But I figured it was a boring one, like country or jazz. Never did I expect it to be anything like this.
Yeah, it's a 5-turn game.
Why didn't he tell me about this sooner?
Units that can do things multiple turns are more valuable.
Amazing. I will have to talk to him about this later.
I could go completely bonkers. And I might trade the 3 broadsides out for 3 devil fishes.
Before this story. I can't wait till I can post the other stories.
This is so cool, by the way.
I have to listen to them several times over in order to write everything down.
I like the animation the guys use this time.
So, please
give it a little like,
enjoy.
Give it a little subscribe.
The Plague of Skeletons.
Nice.
Radio show host.
Oh, it's the whole radio show thing again, man.
Hello, listeners.
As a tradition, we'll listen to a couple of minutes of this.
Another night of music and fun with a story.
We'll give it 2 minutes from this point.
This one comes from someone who wants to be anonymous. So, we will respect their wishes.
Nah, call them out.
Now, here's a small rant before
I'm
we
listen to this
start.
like I would listen to any audiobook.
So,
and I am going
don't
to,
worry. I'll try to make it short.
I'm going to.
I personally don't like zombies.
Just listen to it in the background.
Now, you might be asking me why, and it's very simple. I think they're boring. In movies, they're played by actors with corpse makeup on. And I think, unless the makeup is good, I don't think, oh my god, it's a zombie. I think, oh, it's a zombie. Now, I am not saying zombie movies are bad. I believe zombies, as monsters, are just boring. Now, you might be asking me, why are you doing this rant on air and not at some bar? It's quite simple. This is a zombie story. And it does something that I don't think anyone else has seen before. It makes the concept of a zombie interesting. At least, to me, it does. But I will stop ranting like a madman and introduce you to The Plague of Skeletons, read by Mary Solman. My name is Emily Bratman, and I'm a survivor of the apocalypse. And this is my journal. This isn't day one, but I can't remember when the virus happened, or where it f***ing came from. We are moving again. I'll write again when we get somewhere safe. Right. I guess day 2 is no more like entry 2. It hasn't been a day yet. I wish I hadn't written in pen. I should write about who I'm with and what is happening. I also should write who I am as well. I have already told you my name, and I am with my best friend, Troy. He's been with me since the apocalypse. Also, it helps that we've known each other since middle school. But the apocalypse. As I said before, I have no idea where it came from. The news didn't even say where it could possibly come from. But the power went out everywhere, including my apartment, before anyone could.
Right.
At first, it was just a normal blackout.
Alright, I quite like that. I have to say, the line, and I am a survivor of the apocalypse, goes pretty fucking hard. It's like, okay, right, we're getting locked in. I'm fucking ready. I'm fucking locked the fuck in. Dude, I love it. That's a Chapter Master. Fantastic, as always. And I think it's really, really cool that this guy keeps picking up your stories and doing stuff with them, man. That's cool as fuck, mate. Dude, thank you for your support, man. I hope that's alright. I want to say a big thank you to Meek. Meek, thank you for becoming a channel member, baby. Yes. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Meek, thank you for doing your part. And welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. And last but not least, a big fucking thank you to The Legend. The Legend, thank you so much for your support, man. That list needs more railguns. Kidding, looks good. I mean, you know what's funny? I was actually thinking of taking, if I went for the triple broadside, I was thinking of actually swapping one of the hammerheads over to an iron head. Because it does more shots. And I have 4 turret options. 2 rail and 2 ion. And I have to say, I'm not sure which way. I mean, obviously, I lean towards the rail gun. I do lean towards the rail gun. But the ion cannon, D6 plus 3, strength 8, minus 2, damage 3. You get +1 to hit when shooting vehicle or monster, and then with guided, you'd hit. So you'd hit on 2s, I think. It's great. It could give you +1 ballistic skill. Yes. So. Yeah. I don't know. But I think the rail kind of makes more. I think personally, I'd rather have the triple. I think I'd personally rather triple railhead. Yeah, I think I've got 2 hammerheads with the plasma. Who knows? I might. I really. Fuck this. 1 second. Fucking hell. 1 minute. I've got a plan. Okay. So. I'm not saying yeah. Alright? I'm not saying yeah. But. I'm not saying nah either. I'm not saying nah either. Is it me, or does that actually massively, hugely, utterly improve the hammerhead? Shit, man. I told you, boys. I told you. Key to making Tau likable. The key to making Tau likable is to make them more like God, baby. That turret on that tank looks sick. That actually looks sick. Now, I'd have to, obviously it's a little floppy at the moment. So we'd have to, you know, do something about it. But, man, I could really, you know what's funny? Do you know what's really funny? I could probably go pretty Guvesa on this Tau army. I could probably go pretty good. I could definitely swap the turrets out. I could definitely run my blood-packed infantry as Tau Fire Warriors. And the whole thing could be the blood pact have looted a bunch of stuff from the Tau. That's why they're all in the red colour scheme. That's why they're all in the red colour scheme, right? Do the Manticore for a sky rate? It's not, I mean, I can try. It's not quite as simple. I was looking at this earlier. It's like you basically just balance some fucking rockets on top. It's a bit shit, to be honest. Oh, hang on. Actually. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Say it ain't fucking so. Say it ain't so. Alright, 1 minute. I got two choices for you. See how you like these apples. So. It actually doesn't look too bad. It actually doesn't look too bad. Alright. It actually doesn't look too bad. This is kind of funny now. So, option number 1, the traditional. You know what? It actually doesn't look too bad. It actually doesn't look too bad, boys. I'll take it. You know, imagine those missiles were like white instead. It actually doesn't look too bad. It actually doesn't look too bad at all. Or you've got a different choice. So you've got the traditional. Oh, 1 minute.
Reporting for duty, sir!
Or you've got the Maverick. Da 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 da. Eagle 1, Fox 2. There you go. Come on, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's so cool, man. It's amazing what a bit of blue. I like that one because you can't see the blue tack as much. Oh, man. Oh, man. What about a Death Strike? Oh, man. Do I have one to hand? The one in my pants. Oh, yes, I do. I have one to hand. This one actually doesn't even need a color change. I could use this as a sky ray, and I wouldn't need to do any color. I wouldn't need to worry about the color of the missile. Tell me I'm wrong. You can't. It's not possible. It's not possible. That is a perfect sky ray conversion. You cannot convince me otherwise. You cannot convince me otherwise. You don't even need to change the color of the fucking missile. I've got 3. You know what? I'm being serious. I would take those to a tournament as a sky ray. People would be very, very upset with me. But fuck those people. Fuck those people. Tell me that doesn't fucking work. It actually fucking works. The color scheme works and everything. I have, gentlemen, I'm gonna contact the TO, who I know on a personal basis, so he might let me get away with this. He might. If I tell him the story behind it, I think he'd love it. But I reckon I could get away with that being a fucking sky ray. I reckon I could get away with that being a sky ray. I'm telling you. So, gentlemen, we've just got 3 sky rays available. Now, can we make use of this? The difference between a Riptide and a Sky Ray is 50 points. So, if we trade both Riptides out, we would save 100 points. 100 points. If we then dropped another one of the stealth suit... I don't like swapping the stealth suit teams down, though. I kind of like stealth suit teams, you know. But if we drop a stealth suit team down to a smaller unit, then that would mean we could... Or we drop the Piranha. Which I don't even know if the Piranha is strictly needed because of the fact that we have so many stealth suits. But anyway... We could drop the Piranha, and we could have... It is swapping a Piranha and 2 Riptides out for 3 Sky Rays. I actually don't know if that's worth it. I actually don't know if that's worth it. Let's have a look. The Sky Ray's okay. Sky Ray is okay, but I really feel quite strongly like the Riptide is very, 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 very good. Or I drop both Riptides and get 2 Sky Rays and an extra broadside, giving me 2 squads of 2 broadsides. Now that is a very, very interesting proposal. Because, and I'll tell you why it's interesting. Because the Sky Ray fires 3 Strength 14 AP -3 D6 +1 damage shots, which are twin linked. So Strength. Also, each time this monster you can reroll 1 hit roll, or you can reroll 1 wound roll. So you reroll 1 hit roll. If you target something which has the fly keyword, you can reroll the hit roll. So, this thing is going to be hitting on 3s with a free reroll inbuilt. That's pretty good. It's going to be wounding most things on 3s. It basically fires 3 Demolisher Cannon shots. Considering Demolisher Cannon only fires an average of 4 shots, this is basically a Demolisher tank. Now, the disadvantage, of course, is it's only a 3-up save. So it's going to fire 3 of those shots, and then what can you take? You can take smart missile systems. which I'm not against the idea of taking smart missile systems, because I do like a lot of smart missile systems. So you can take that, and then you get an extra broadside, which would make up for the, which would also bring more. It would bring more anti-tank as well. So if we add it all up, you would be trading out 12 strength 8, AP -3, damage 4 attacks for let me just check something here. I don't think it's that bad a trade. You're swapping out 12 strength 8, AP -3, damage 4 attacks. So that's 12 good medium attacks. 4. We're not going to include the smart missile systems because they'll be on the Sky Rays. So you would get 6 strength 14, AP -3, damage D6 plus 1 attacks. And you would also get 2 strength 12, AP -4, damage D6 plus 1 attack. So that's 8 attacks right there. And then you get the 2 missile drones. And you get an extra smart missile system. And you get an extra smart missile system. Damage-wise, I think I give it to the broadside Skyray combo. The problem is the Riptide is just faster. It's faster and has a 4% vulnerable save, which is very hard to put a price on. It's very hard to put a price on that. Toughness is pretty equals pequals. I mean, well, actually, no, T9 is a really important break point. It's a real toughie. That's a real toughie. And at 15 points saved as well. What can I do with 15 points? I can upgrade my Ethereal. I can upgrade my Ethereal to Darkstrider. Who can jam enemy units and gives +1 to wound on the unit he's leading. Oh, it's so tempting. Oh, man. I'm going to duplicate that list right now. I'm going to make that list right now. Okay. 1 minute. Lists here. I think these two might be the same. I don't need kitchen sink. That's a shit list. What's this one? Oh, yeah, that's when that was the idea of having the devilfishes and the small stealth teams. Okay, so this will be Penance Monk car version. Okay. List options. Duplicate. Edit. Penance Monk car version 3. Bin off that. Bin off that. Bin off that. Bin off that. Give me another. Give me them fucking missile drones. Give me the heavy rail rifle. Give me the weapon support system and the twin smart missiles. Yeah, I don't want the Seeker missile here. I want the weapon support system. Seeker missiles are great, but I want to be able to shoot out of line of sight with my smart missile systems without any issues. That's my indirect fire. And then basically I want to fuck that off, duplicate that, then head down to motherfucking Skyray, smart missile systems again, because we need that indirect fire. I might be overdoing it on the indirect fire, but that's fine. It's not the end of the world. It's literally not the end of the world. 2 of those. Character. Dark Strider. Massive. That's massive getting Dark Strider in there. Actually fucking massive. Actually fucking massive. Actually fucking massive. That's a huge... So the reason I like that list so much is, yes, it does sacrifice 4+ avoidable saves, but hey, I don't get 4+ avoidable saves. I play guard. I don't get them. You know? I don't get them. Although, admittedly, I do get 2+ saves with the benefit of coverage. I often have a 4-up save, but not an invulnerable. The reason I like that so much is every single one of our damage-dealing units... Because I'll change this to a fucking rail cannon. Every single one of our damage-dealing units is now packing strength 12 and higher. Now, the only thing that's got me a little worried... but see, now, I still think the other list is better. I still think the other list is better, and I'll tell you why. Because... I believe Riptides have Blast. I'm going to check. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, well, then no, I don't give a shit then. If it doesn't have Blast, I don't give a shit. Like, truthfully. I don't give a flying fuck. What about the Hammerhead one? Ah, that's got Blast. Okay, so the reason why I give a shit about Blast is if I come into someone that's running like 80 fucking Khorne Berserkers, I'm going to be like, I probably don't have enough volume to kill you. But the Riptides don't solve that problem. Even slightly. The Hammerheads could solve it. Ironically, this list might make me switch over to triple Ion Head, but even then, I don't think so. Yeah, even then. Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's very interesting, though. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. We still have Admiral Simon for a guard matchup. I want Simon is going to be playing into Tau for 2 or 3 weeks, so he's going to be very upset. But it's all right. I'll buy him a beer. He'll be okay. Right. Anyway, gentlemen, I need to go to bed. Oh my god, it's gone a little later than I was expected. Let's close the poll. So, do you think the Gardified Taurus will work? Yes, Big Titty Tau Girlfriend for all, 62%. No, you will die a traitor, blam, 38%. Oh man. So, you guys think it'll work? It'll be interesting. That's with 271 votes. Wow, man. I'm probably going to run it at just the one tournament. I don't think there's... I've been thinking about this. I was thinking of running it at 2 tournaments in a row, but I don't want to miss out on the guard content. I think taking it to a GT is proof enough. If people really want me to run it at 2, I'll run it at 2, but minimum of 1. Second one could be a maybe if it ends up being very, very popular. But I think it would be the same after action report. If the RTT was first and then the GT, I would do both. But as it's just the GT, I might as well just do just the GT. Yeah. I'm not flaking. I'm just thinking if you do well at a GT or you do badly at a GT, it's probably not going to change massively when you go into an RTT. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel. Maybe I'll get hooked on the power trip, you know? Maybe I will get hooked. Come on, I need to fucking sort this mic out. I'll do it after stream. Anyway, let us gather our thoughts. It's very, very warm, and my brain is leaking out my ears a little bit. Gentlemen, it's been a funny few days. Egg has been thrown onto my face. Entire murders of crows have been shoved down my gullet. But I'm actually really excited to come out the other side of this. I do, once again, want to reiterate my apology to anyone who I upset with my video, because I never actually intend to upset anyone. Ever. You know? That never, ever, 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 ever. But I also think I also want to say I appreciate it when I am challenged. And I appreciate it when people call me out on my bullshit. And I'm not going to just dismiss those comments. I'm not just going to walk away, talking the big talk, but not walking the big walk. We are going to go to a tournament. We are going to take Tau, and we are going to try. We're going to try our hardest. And we're going to see what happens. We're going to take it to a Shark Tank as well. Proper Shark Tank. And when we're gonna come out the other side, and we're not gonna go in there. Here's the important thing. This is the important thing from all of this, from all this lesson. Here's the important thing. We're not gonna come in there looking for a certain result. We're not gonna come in there looking to win everything. We're not gonna come in looking to lose everything. We're gonna go in, try our absolute hardest, and whatever the results are, whatever the results are, or whatever the results are. There we go. Alright. How's the meta looking right now? Knights, amazing. Death Guard, oh my god. Knights amazing, Death Guard, oh my god. Tau. I think this is the calm before the storm. But like a phoenix from the flame, they will rise. But I think it's going to take a guard player to show them the way. Woo! Kilak, before you go, you should... I'm going to say it again. You need me to save you! I'm the only one who can. You're not the real Tau players. I'm the real Tau player. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. And on that note, we're going to wrap things up. Killat, before you go, you should do one Hammerheader's Eye on. You know you want the blast. Yeah, I think the blast will be important. I'll have, you know what it'll be? I'll look at the terrain. I'll look at the terrain. Depending on the terrain layout, will determine whether I take the Ion Head or not. Yeah. Because if it's a shooting gallery, I might take a little bit less indirect. It depends if it's glass hammer. The event I'm thinking of normally does glass hammer terrain. If it's glass hammer, there's a real strong possibility I'll tone down the indirect. I won't need that much, and instead I'll take a lot more things like accelerated burst cannons and stuff. Yeah, for sure. For sure. All right. All right, here we go. Mordian, the tower player we need, but not the one we deserve. Legend, that's very kind of you to say. Very kind of you to say. I do want to say something, actually. I think there's a lot of old Grognardi Guard players. I think I am an old Grognardi Guard player. But I do want to say that I have actually put a lot of effort over the last 12 to 24 months to be less of a grumbly Grognardi grobhead. I used to start every stream by saying what separates from the worst people of all tower players. I don't say that anymore. Sometimes I bust it out occasionally, but I barely say it anymore. And that was because people said to me it was a bit toxic. And I was like, you know what it is? It's a joke, but every stream, probably taking the piss a little bit, right? So, I've tried, as much as people like to give me shit, I have tried my very best to improve. But I would also say this. I think there are a lot of old Grognardi Tau players. I think there's a few Tau players who are stuck in their ways. And ironically, for the faction that is all about improvising, adapting, and overcoming, and fighting with modern warfare, I feel there is an element of I'm only going to spam battle suits. I'm only going to run the traditional Tau things. And if I can't do that, then I'll BMW. And I think the same applies to the Guard. And I think the same could apply to a lot of factions. But I truly think that right now that's not the way to go with the Tau. I just don't think the battlesuits are powerful enough. If I think back to previous editions, and I think of the battlesuit spam that I encountered then, there was two big differences. Firstly, the size of the squads you could take. And secondly, the way drones worked. Now your squad sizes are much smaller. Like 3 crisis suits in a squad. And you can't just like tank all the multi-damage stuff onto drones. Yeah, I think... I'm not saying battlesuits are bad. But I think the days of 2 to 3 fully tricked out bricks of battlesuits supported by 2 to 3 Riptides, and then some very minimal screening and action monkey stuff. I think that those days, honestly, to the Tower community, I think those days are long in the past. And I'm not saying that because I want it to be the way. I'm saying that because that, as an outsider looking in, I see it that way. I compare the cost of a unit of battle suits with a commander, and I think that's damn expensive for what you're getting. It's not bad. You got to think, if you're taking a 150 point unit and then adding a 80 point character and then adding 20 point enhancement, it's 250 points. 250 points has got to do a lot of lifting. It's over 10% of your list. It's 250 points for 4 models, which don't have an amazing save, which don't have an amazing wound density. You know, it's more expensive than a Rogal Dawn. And Rogal Dawns are really, really, really fucking tough. And I would say come with a lot more fucking firepower. You might disagree on that, but you got to think 10 fusion guns from the crisis suits with the commander, or you get 6 fusion guns from the Rogal Dawn, multi-melters and melts on the front, and you get a pulverizer cannon, and that's assuming you take all 4 as melter on the commander, and you get the main gun, and you get an autocannon, and you get a stubber. Stubber can equate. You go take shield drones as well. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe they're equals pequals, but If you take 6 wounds, you lose a suit, and your firepower starts cutting out. I take 6 wounds on my Rogal Dawn, and he's still trucking. I take 12 wounds on my Rogal Dawn, still trucking. Not even degraded. I take, yeah. So I think the battle suits are a trap, and I think they're a Grognard trap, truthfully. But we'll see, I suppose. We will see. All right. All right. Yeah, exactly, the legend. You got to remember that those other factors. It wasn't the battle suits which were necessarily the problem. It was the amount you could take with the layers of defenses you can take. And now you can't take the same amount, and they don't get the same layers anymore of defenses. All right. We'll see, eh? Gentlemen, thank you very much for your incredible support. Thank you to everyone who joined. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. A little bit of an up and down roller coaster, but I've tried to address what's happened over the weekend, which it's not major, don't worry, it's not like fucking hell sky's falling, but I've tried to address some of the drama over the weekend in a balanced, fair-natured way, with a little bit of my inappropriate humor thrown in there, and we'll see what happens. All right. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. Massive thank you to everyone that joined on Kick, on Twitch, on YouTube, and of course a huge thank you to everyone that went above and beyond the Call of Duty. Absolutely fucking smashed it with the super chats and the member flex and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And I want to do a special shout out here. Let me just check something. I want to do a special shout out here to Blackstone Chapter Master, who not only gave the biggest super chat of the night, but also who has very, 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 very patiently waited for me to do a story, and we finally did. There we go. All right, boys. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Out on the edge of the firestorm, no one's coming, we're alone. No reinforcements, no retreat, just iron will and aching feet. We're the forgotten left to fight, a broken dawn, no end in sight. But we swore our blood and breath to hold the line until our death. We'll
Wait a fucking second. Wait a fucking second. What the fuck just happened? Scully, my boy! Ah! Oh my god. You cheeky cunt. Coming in with the 50 gifted memberships, baby! Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. It's an after credit scene that I never saw come in. Holy moly, mother of God. By the greater good. Woo-hoo-hoo. Scully, thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships, baby. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smashed the entire area, guys. The 2 legs you kept me. We get you, sir. We get you. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. 1,000 times, yes. Oh my god. Yes, yes, yes. Gentlemen, can we get a fucking 07 down in the chat, Scully? Jesus, man. Holy moly. Can we, fucking hell, seriously, can we get an 07 down in the chat? Like Scully coming in the final minute with a big fucking amount of gifted memberships. That has it's blown my nips off, it's blown my mind. I'm fucking Scully, what are you up to? All right, I'll tell you what. Whenever I get, that's like doing a death strike, right? It's like doing a death strike. So I always say, if I get a big support, I try and keep the stream going a bit longer. Now, I appreciate that I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. So it's quite late. But I had some post-stream admin to do. All right? I had to let new members in and stuff. It's not the most thrilling, but I could just do that now, live. Probably keep the stream going for an extra half an hour, and I'd be doing some idle chat to you guys whilst I do it. I think that's a nice... And then I get to go to sleep at the time I was probably going to go to sleep at, but I get to stream for a little bit longer, and you guys get to enjoy it. It shouldn't take... It might take me 5 minutes. So, yeah, I'm going to do that. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to grab a drink, because I'm very thirsty. I'm going to grab a drink, and I am going to do my post-stream admin whilst I do a post-stream admin whilst I'm live, because might as well. Scully, thank you so much for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Honestly, that's like a really, 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 really amazing surprise, man. Can we, like I said, let's get an 07 down in the chat. I'm going to keep the song playing. I'm going to start from the beginning again. That was Mad Larkins, Hold the Line. I'm going to keep the song playing. And then when I get back, we're gonna do the post-stream admin. So enjoy the chair stream for a couple of minutes, and then I'll see you guys in a moment. Here we go. I know, what happened to my life? Seriously, absolute giga chat, mate. Big energy there, Scully. The bottom of my heart, mate. Thank you. Did my toes, did my big rubbery nose. You're a good lad, mate. You're a good lad. Admin is like water cash shit.
No reinforcements, no retreat. Just iron will and aching feet. We're the forgotten left to fight. A broken dawn, no end in sight. But we swore our blood and breath to hold the line until our death. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line till the stars forget to shine. The earth cast said we'd be prepared, but the ammo's gone, the guns are bare. A war machine without the heart, but we still fight, we play our part. In the shadows, in the dust, our cause is more than bones and rust. With every pulse shot, every cry, we give them hell before we die. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line till the stars forget to shine. The heavens may burn, the ground may quake, but our resolve they can't forsake. A bond of steel, a bond of flame, united by more than just a name. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line till the stars forget to shine. We'll hold the line. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line till the stars forget to shine.
Perfect timing. To the minute. I'm going to close the door. I don't want to disturb the neighbors. So, I will be taking... I'm going to do some DJing. So we've got some music to listen to whilst I'm chatting. First song, we've had Larkin. I think it's only right we have Cosmic's latest song on as well. So let me do my post-stream admin, boys. We close a few bits down here.
They send to die, not for glory, not for honor, for numbers. Lungs full of soot, lost can jam my brother's foot, still twitches in the trench beside. No names left, just filth and pride. Commissar's gone blew his brains out last night, said the emperor blinked when he saw our fight. We laughed to our mask, cough up our blood, one more sip and we wait for the thud. Tell the stars, we're still here, waiting to death, with no fear. We ain't righteous, we ain't clean, but we kill better than your saints and machines. Come, we are the ash and the rot, the blood they forgot, the war that won't.
That's alright, Scully. Scully. It's totally okay, man. You weren't suffering to go to bed. Because I was going to do this anyway. So to do it on stream and chat to you guys a little bit at the same time, it's okay. All gravy, baby.
So we fight for each other and do what we must. We burn the shrine, we light the grave. We bury the pure to dig up the brave. No medals, no hymns, no shining flame. Just dog tag scratch with the wrong name. They call us lost, they call us filth, but we never ran, we never begged. We stood in the gas while your heroes fled.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Simon Cyril, thank you so much for that. Typical guard player, overestimates his town player. I am a healthy. I'm a very healthy. I actually quite enjoy guards town game because so much of the case. Classic matchups is Garvis Chaos, don't give a shit. Guard versus Ghost don't give a shit.
Still alive,
Guard
holding
versus
position.
Eldar don't give a shit.
No supplies, no Medicaid, no
classic matchups, classic games.
Still fighting.
Of the big three,
Still
Tau
breathing.
makes, of the big top three
Still.
classic matchups for the Guard.
Scum.
Tau make the
And
cut, and they make the cut
transmission.
because when it's Guard versus Tau, of all the factions that we play that could become classic matchups over all the years, of all the matchups that we play, Tau are an iconic one because it's a firefight. It's a firefight. And as much as we begrudge the Tau for their firepower, the reality situation is that rarely do we get to meet someone who gets to compete or beat us at our own game. So there you go. There you go. I'll turn the music down next time for the next song. Alright, give me a second here, boys. Right, let me just this fan is really necessary, but it's also really fucking annoying me. Right, there we go. Ugh. Okay. Should we have another song on? We'll keep going with the Cosmic songs for now. We know they won't get the stream demonetized. Let's go for a bit of Blood Pact. Never doubt a Dow player's ability to throw a game with poor tactics. I think it's just the fact that they often have one go-to tactic, which is blowing people off the board. If that doesn't work, they struggle slightly. You could say the same thing about Guard, but I think the big difference between Guard is that Guard also have the OC game, which Tau rarely play into. I think when they can. I actually think that Strike Squads beat Guards and Squads most of the time. In a one-on-one fight, even with Guard having Plasma and Melter, I think Tau often win it. In a pitch battle between the two, fighting simultaneously, because the Tau have the Marsmon to hit, Marsmon to wound Guardian, which is just so phenomenally powerful. Because it means all the lads are winning on fights. Obviously, if both are lethals, it could be different, but yeah. Gut instinct tells me that 10 guards as 10 fire warriors goes to fire warriors most of the time.
The enemies fall. We stand as gods on fields of death, embracing war, our sacred breath.
Hey, that's cool. I know Chris became a Patreon. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you, Chris. Taking the message. Hey, Kilak, you became a Patreon too. Dude, amazing. Thank you. That's legit. I'll take it.
The earth shakes beneath our feet, a testament to our bloody creed. Through the chaos, we are the storm. In war's embrace, our bloodlust is sworn. Wrapped in fire, the flames of war arise. With iron discipline, we conquer and we thrive. In the name of God, we are the harbingers of rage. The blood rains, a storm of endless hate. The world burns and the ashes fall. Our battle cries will echo through it all.
Okay.
Forever, undying ground. In the name of corn, we scream aloud. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
I'm very, very, very naughty and very lazy on letting you know. I've not done it in about a week. Normally do it after every stream, and it slipped through the day. And now it's once a week, and I really, really need to not be doing it that badly. I need to be on it. I need to be on it like a car bonnet, for sure. It's not fair when people, even if people get it off gifted, someone's paid for it. You should guys should be getting much quicker than you are doing. Hold my hands up on that one. Okay, let's go for a song. We had a bit of Blood Pact. Shall we go for what is Cosmic's most successful song he's ever made, The Ballad of the Tanith, tribute to the first and only. I recognise you, mate. You're good.
fight where shadows creep. On tented soil, our kin did sleep. But fate was cruel, the stars did weep, as chaos fire laid our home to keep. We are the girls, the first and only.
That's funny.
Lost but not forgotten, forever boldly. In the Emperor's name, we fight and roam.
I had a lot of negative responses to that Tau video, but I've just had someone join join the Patreon because of it. Amazing. It's funny, these things, you know, you get one reaction from one place, you get one reaction from another place. Crazy.
We strike from shadows, ghosts in flight. We are the girls, the first and only. Lost but not forgotten, forever boldly. In the Emperor's name, we fight and roam. Ghosts of the myth, our hearts are home.
Okay, let me check.
Through fire and death, through blood and tears, we face our foes, we face our fears. On distant worlds, in hostile lands, together we stand as brothers band.
That's why you can't join.
Every battle, every groan, our legacy carved in flesh and bone. We march as one, though all alone. We are the girls, the first and only. Lost but not forgotten, forever boldly. In the Emperor's name, we fight and roam. Ghosts of the myth, our hearts are home. In the end, when silence falls, we'll heed the Emperor's call. From shadowed halls to golden walls, ghosts of Tanith, we stand tall.
Alright. So. Not you, not you. Need another song in a minute. Okie croaky. Where's me songs at? Where's me songs at? Where's me songs at? Where's me songs at?
Tale I've got to tell of Simon the salty admiral who sailed the stars so well, with a hardy crew and a ship so fine. Through cosmic seas they'd roam, but fate would weave a darker path far from
that has
their
helped.
starry home.
Thank you.
Yo, yo, the stars we sail and plunder. Through asteroid fields and cosmic gales we tear the stars asunder. But beware the depths where shadows creep, where danger lies and loose. For Simon the salty admiral met his doom among the moons. From the asteroid belts to the quasar's ways, his legend spread so far. For Simon was the fiercest rogue to ever sail the stars.
song goes so fucking hard. That's coming up. Cool. And there's Kilak. There he is. Bosh. And he's in. Ah, and that guy got back to me. DIY. And there he is. 6, so he's in. Okay, so let's go through, let the peeps in. One. Two. 3. 4, 5, 'Alright. Those guys are in, and they've had the little welcome message. That guy I can't tag because Discord's a bit weird about that sometimes. But you... And that's it. Right, let's do that. Boom. And see if we've got any outstanding. Okay, accept that. We'll worry about that later. That's alright, do that in a minute. Okay. Okay. So, to check this guy off. Let's have a look. That's perfect, mate. Fucking hell. That's from a while ago. So he just got back to me. Crazy. When did that message request come in? That can't have been recently. Let's have a look. Yeah. I had someone who tried to join the Discord in January just get back to me. Crazy. These things happen. Crazy. Right, 1 minute. There we go. Done. And done. And done. And done. Fucking hell. There we go. We've had 3 super chats come in whilst we've been we've got 3 super chats coming in. We'll do those and then we're wrapping up. Okay, shout out to Cosmic, my boy. Cosmic, thank you so much for the support, man. A boon for you, sing Graves. I hope he brings many glories. Request the Grave song, To Glory to Grave. Dude, we'll have that song that plays us out. I only just saw it, Cosmic, but that could be the song that plays us out tonight. You played us in, Cosmic, and now you're going to play us out. There you go, man. Shit, man. There we go. Cosmic, thank you so much for the support, bro. The Giga Cosmic, yes. I also want to say a big thank you to Harfin, my boy. Thank you for the tip, bro. How goes it? It's going all right, man. I've been streaming for like 8 hours. It was a biggie today. It was a biggie, but a lot to talk about. So there we are. Monday streams always are a biggie because there's always stuff to catch up on from the weekend. People have been at tournaments. People have been doing hobbying. Yeah, Monday stream is just... Truly, it's better to do Meta Monday as a Meta Tuesday. Because it's a bit quieter on Tuesday.
Infantry, sir.
But yeah, there we go.
For you.
Half a stream. I'm being edged by GW way to Horse 2.0. Little Bird told me it's end of July. I thought it was end of June. I misunderstood. Little Bird told me end of July. 26 maybe? Something like that. So we'll see. We'll see. So hopefully that'll give you that'll help you get your beans off. There you go, Cosmic. It's like, oh, don't it just seems like that? I can end. It's like it's no nut till heresy. No nut till Isfan. No nut till Isfan has to be the new fucking battle cry of the heresy community. No nut till Isfan. Can't wait. Too broke to afford it though. Well, you can. Like Charlie and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, you can stare longingly through the glass windows of the candy factory. There you go. Of the sweet shop. Big shout out to Harem King. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you so much for. What's the most brain rot factions least to worth? Depends what you mean by brain rot. It's very war martial law. Yeah. Tell us what you mean by brain rot. If you mean like one-dimensional factions, what's the faction with the most diverse playstyles to the faction with the least diverse playstyles? Because that's something that I have a bit more of a handle on. Because brain rot's a difficult term. Because some people it could mean like how easy it is to win, and some people say like how deep do the tactics go. It's hard to say. If you want me to do like favorite to least favorite, I'd probably say least favorite. I'll do top 3 least favorite and top 3 most favorite. So top 3 least favorite, I'd have to go for. Are we allowed to include Imperial Agents? Because that's like an auto-include. Not including Imperial Agents, I'd probably say, for me, probably World Eaters. I don't think they're least. Again, they're not my least favorite. Most one-dimensional. Most one-dimensional to most diverse. I think World Eaters are one of the least. I think World Eaters are one of the most one-dimensional factions at the moment. I think Emperor's Children are one of the most one-dimensional factions right now. And I think Votan, because truly, there's just not enough. You just don't see any. You don't see any variation there. Into the factions which I think have got the most divergence, obviously Guard's going to be top because I'm massively biased. But putting Guard to one side, factions which I think have the most variety in playstyle. Sorry, yeah. Take Votan out and put Knights in. Take Votan out and put Knights in. For sure. Votan you can do stuff with. Votan were a difficult one I was reaching for. Put just Knights in generally. Factions which I think have a huge amount of variety outside of the Guard. I'm going to say Eldar. I'm going to say Chaos Space Marines. I'm going to say Tyranids. You might be surprised I don't say regular Space Marines and Orcs. Right now, I think Orcs are very... I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but no one's happy with what's going on with them. And Space Marines... I always see pretty similar stuff from Marines. The variety comes from the chapter divergent stuff. Space Marines, generally speaking, incredibly divergent, with all sorts of different things available. Yeah. Harvest Stream, so I'll say I'm looking at this from the perspective of competitive play. Okay, I want to frame that right now. I'm looking at this from the perspective of competitive play. I always see the same Emperor's Children stuff. I always see the same World Eater stuff, and I always see the same Knight stuff. I think World Eaters, I think all of those factions are an example of there's not enough units to go around, so of course all the lists are always basically the same. I'm not necessarily. That's why I'm not doing this in a negative way. I'm not assigning blame. That's why I've sort of avoided I avoided the whole like brain rot thing a little bit, because it's not a shitting on them list. This is a right now. Who do I see has the most variety of play on the competitive scene? And I don't see a lot of variety from Emperor's Children. I don't see a lot of variety from World Eaters. And I don't see any variety, a lot of variety from Knights, but I don't think that's their fault. And factions that I think do have a lot of variety, I always see something different from Nids. I always see something different from Eldar, and I always see something different from Chaos Space Marines. I never see the same. I never play the same Chaos Space Marine list twice, and that is not a hard list. That is very much a off the cuff, top of my head. Don't put too much stock in it. That's just a stream of consciousness. If I thought long and hard about it, I could absolutely come up with lots of variety for multiple factions. If you want to know what my least favorite faction in 10th edition is, it's probably Genestealer Cult. I like them less than Tau. I like them less than Custodes. My problem with it's nothing to do with how powerful they are. It's nothing to do with any janky bullshit. It's nothing to do with negativity on the part of the players or the skill or the faction or anything like that. I have a Genestealer Cult army. I have about 4,000 points of Genestealer Cult. They're one of my favorite armies from a lore perspective, but I have played one game with them in 10th edition. And the reason I don't like them is because I think the Games Workshop has completely made what should be one of the most interesting, grimdark, tragic factions into when something dies, you might get to respawn it. So boring. The detachment rules are great. The detachment rules are fucking great. They could tweak Brew Brothers a bit. I think units that are brought in as Brew Brothers, considering you take up to 1,000 points, them should get some kind of bonus. They should get the Genes to the Cult keyword, and then they can bounce off some of the Genes to the Cult characters. You can just have a big restriction on what they can actually get access to, so it doesn't get too. So you can tweak the list of Brew Brothers and stuff to make in case there's any unintended interactions. But yeah, I think just the army rules are just unbelievably shit. So boring. So boring. The best Genes to the Cult rules they ever made were in 8th edition. That's when I got into the faction. The blip mechanic, what felt like the first in 8th edition when you played against Genes to the Cult, for the first 3 turns, it felt like you were really on the ropes. And then, if you managed to weather the storm, turns 4 and 5, you could pull the game back. And what's really funny is you actually saw Genes to the Cult were really, really powerful when they first dropped because in 8th, because no one knew how to handle them. But then after about 6 months, everyone could handle them, so the win rate just plummeted. But nobody cared because the Genes to the Cult players were just happy with the fact that they had interesting rules. But yeah, 9th edition, I almost became a Genes to the Cult channel back in 8th edition. That's how much I loved the army. I was so in love with them. I was fully converted to the way of the Star Gods. And then in 9th edition, killed my interest in the army. And 10th edition, I played 2 games of them in 9th edition. I played 1 game of them in 10th edition. It's really getting to the point now where I genuinely am considering selling the army. And the only reason I haven't sold it is because I poured my heart and my soul into the army. The entire army is painted with traditional paints, not speed paints. And I did I painted the entire army as Brotherhood of Nod, and I did loads. I converted every single model, and I freehanded onto every single model little scorpion tails. I once spent 2 weeks painting 1 squad of neophytes, 1 squad of 20 neophytes, just non-stop, just painting them. Did every I hand sculpted, because this was sort of 7 years ago. I hand sculpted out because they didn't sell stuff like this back then. I hand sculpted onto every single model little Tiberium crystals because they were Brotherhood of Nod. Oh, that guy's gone. There you go. And you can see, no, it's not really coming up on camera, unfortunately. Let's see if I can get it on the other camera. Can you see the little? It looks a bit like a C. That's a free-handed scorpion tail. Did it on both shoulder pads. The camera's not really picking it up, but yeah. I free-handed a scorpion tail onto every single one. I never quite finished it, but I even had a Inquisitor Kazmarov to represent Kane. But I was gonna do some more work on the base and yeah, and then some work on the banners. I never quite finished it. Got him towards the end of 8th. Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Savaloy. Thank you for the gifted membership, mate. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for your support. And thank you for keeping fresh stocked for new conscripts. And last but not least, I want to say a huge thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat one. Thank you for super chat, man. Night Op checking in from 100 feet climb. Nice. Dude. Yeah, it's 5 in the morning where I am. I need to go to sleep. Ishmael, thank you so much for the support, man. And stay safe up there, man. Stay safe. I mean, is that a metal or resin one? It's a resin one, to be fair. It's not a metal. Yeah. All right. I need to go to sleep, boys. It's very, very late. I've streamed for 8 hours. I might have to do a shorter stream tomorrow to recover. Actually, no. I'm probably going to do super long streams every day this week because I'm probably not streaming. No. I'm just doing a daytime stream on Friday. So, yeah. There we go. If in doubt, stream it out. All right, boys. Thank you so much for support. Thank you for keeping me company as part of my post-stream admin. Big shout out to Scully for the power hour. And big shout out, because he gifted 50 memberships. Biggest support of the night. And then big shout out to Riemann, Cosmic Drew, Harfin, Harum, Savaloy, and Ishmael. Thank you to all of you guys for your support during the post-stream admin. There we go. There we go. All right. How much of Death Race Canada end? Maybe an after party this week. We'll see how it goes. All right. Gentlemen, thank you for support. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
His spirit burns for the Emperor no one spurns. Through blood and ash their faith is pure. Victory is their only cure. In the grim dark future's endless war, Grace's legend will endure. In the hearts of men his story thrives, as long as one soul fights and strives. Last night, master of the Emperor's wrath.